All
All
right.
right. Hey, are you ready, my dude?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm so ready. I've already hit the button.
Oh my gosh, you've already hit the button. Does that mean we're live?
It should.
Does
We
that mean we're
should.
live on the internet talking about movies?
Yeah, we've been live for 13 minutes. I don't know what everybody's. I don't know what everybody's bitching about.
Yeah. Hello there, all you fine people in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a fine Sunday. Today we're going to talk about Sinners. It's a movie. You might have heard about it. We're going to talk all about it. We're going to let the fine
Yes.
people pour into the chat before we go too into the weeds on this one.
There's
But yeah,
already
we're
been
going
some
to
fun questions I want to talk about real quick, actually, because
go
Mr.
for it.
Mr. Redhead asked a couple of them. Actually, the first one I read in the "Hey there, fellas! You guys plan on going to watch Jaws in IMAX for its 50th anniversary release?" I was planning on doing that, but all of the showings near me are sold out. So I will not be seeing Jaws in IMAX for this year. I did see it in IMAX a couple of years ago, and let me tell you, it's pretty fucking great. It's well worth it if you have the opportunity to go and see it. But I
Oh
am
yeah,
also happy.
Jaws. Yeah, that's an easy recommend.
Jaws in IMAX, like on like because they
Sure,
scale it up and everything. It's beautiful. It's
sure.
it's a great
I
movie. I am
I
also
believe
very
it.
happy that Ovi and the Caps clapped Montreal's cheeks in the first round.
That's an odd way of putting it, but sure.
Not for I'm getting into the mindset of the sinners in this movie. I'm going to refer to everything in sexual innuendo and use it as the only way to get people to do what I want, essentially.
Oh boy. Let's see. We have some great comments in the chat already. I heard this movie is good, but I suspect it's secretly bad. Well, I
What could have
suppose we'll
given you
find
that
out.
idea?
Well, could it have anything to do with the fact that this was made by the same person who made Black Panther, a movie at the time we were all meant to pretend was good, even though it actually was quite terrible? Could it have anything to do with that? I wonder. I suppose we'll find out the more we talk about it. But yes, we're a little late today, but we are back. We are back, and we're here to talk about Sinners. You might have heard about it. It's a new movie from Ryan Coogler, who is the director of Black Panther and Creed and Black Panther 2, among other things. It's a new movie. It's a Jim Crow South era vampire movie.
Vampire
What?
horror metaphor. You
Yes.
should say.
Yeah, it's a vampire movie starring two Michael B. Jordans, two for the price of one. There's been a lot of talk about this movie, a lot of it about, the meta stuff, like the budget and the critical reaction to it. We're going to talk about all of that, but it's been very, very well reviewed. It's
Oh,
getting
it
a
sure
lot of
has.
rave reviews. It's got an 8.1 out of 10 on IMDb. But that's pretty darn good. Let's look up Rotten Tomatoes as well, though we don't care about Rotten Tomatoes as much as IMDb. Let's see what it's got. So, a 98 critic score and a 97 audience score. Now, if you click on it, you'll see that that's basically the same. So Rotten Tomatoes, if you actually click on it, will give you the unweighted score and actually tell
Yes.
you what the average is out of 10. It's still about the same.
I just went and
Very,
checked
very
Metacritic.
glowing reviews.
By the way,
Yeah.
Metacritic lists it as a must see at 84 out of 100. The user score is a generally favorable 7.7 out of 10.
Yes.
Now,
Uh,
one of the things that we found so interesting about this movie, though, Jamie, was the box office discussion surrounding it, right? That was one of the
yeah.
big.
So I certainly noticed that there was a lot of discussion about the box office. So yeah, before we get into that, I think it's worth remembering who made this movie, and I think you'll understand why later that I'm bringing this up now. I teased this a little bit already, but this is the same writer director who made Black Panther. And I think you will find that there are a lot of similarities, not just in the movie itself,
Not
but
just in the
also
fact that Michael B. Jordan is in it.
not just in the fact that it's got unbelievably, unbelievably good reviews, and that there's been a sort of Well, see, with Black Panther, as I mentioned already, I remember I was there. I was there in the trenches when you were a racist if you didn't like this movie. That is Black Panther. I remember being
Oh, I
there. I
remember that.
remember, for example, when Mahler kind of naively released his Black Panther video, not really anticipating that people would call him a racist for it. That was pretty funny. Um, Yes, there was certainly something in the air when that movie came out, and there was a big backlash to anyone who criticized it. Now, I think the backlash is less so. It's less virulent, less vitriolic this time, but it's still there. And I think the most obvious example of that backlash to any sort of anything that even resembles criticism of this movie is the response to reporting on the box office performance of the film. Now, let's talk about it. So, Variety and other outlets were reporting on the box office performance of the movie, among other
Oh,
things.
were they?
There's
Like
one-
they're like it's
there's
their almost like it's their job to do so. What did they say? What did they say about
almost
it?
almost like it's their job. So, one particular article, or I should say headline, because I doubt any of these people actually read the article, came from Variety. And this was the sort of, I guess you'd call it the pull quote on Twitter. It said, Sinners has amassed 61 million in its global debut. It's a great result for an original R-rated horror film. Yet the Warner Brothers release has a $90 million price tag before global marketing expenses. So profitability remains a ways away. Now,
That sounds
find
pretty
people in
innocuous to me, I would say.
You'd think so. You think that that's pretty innocuous. It sounds a lot, and if you read the article, you'll find this is definitely true. It's just the facts, ma'am approach to reporting on the box office performance of the movie. Now,
Well, so
find people.
it cost $90 million to make the movie. It's from an independent studio. Oh no, it's from Warner Brothers. It's $90 million
Yeah,
from
this
Warner
is not
Brothers.
an independent movie.
Not an independent
This is
movie, right?
no.
Yeah, sorry. That's actually a big part of the article. Cost $90 million to make. Raked in $60 million on its opening
And
weekend.
Yep.
For an R-rated movie that is rather gory and pretty
Not
nasty,
based on any other
not based on any intellectual property, pretty raunchy, pretty nasty. That's not a bad result. However, as we've talked about on this channel before, right, your marketing expenses generally mean you're doubling the production number of the budget. So
That's a decent rule of thumb.
decent
Anyway.
rule of thumb.
Yeah.
It can be more, it can be a little less. It usually falls somewhere right around there. So overall, $180 million, $60 million on its opening weekend, and people saying like, "Hey, good job. This is pretty great for this type of movie," but pointing out that it needs to continue this to become profitable doesn't seem like a terrible thing to do, and in fact, I would say almost seems like would you call it an endorsement of like, hey, if you want to see more movies like this, better get on out there and go see it. You could read it that way, I think.
Yeah, you could read it that way. You could interpret it as like hey, this is doing really well so far, but it costs a lot of money to make. So if you want to support it, go support it. You could read it that way. The article just reports on the basic facts of its box office performance. But for anyone who has not seen the response to this article and others talking about the basics of the profitability of this film, you would think that this author called Ryan Coogler himself the N-word based on how they reacted to it.
Yep.
Actual insanity. So, a couple of things. One, people are like, oh, it's only the opening weekend. It's like, yeah, they know that. They acknowledge that in the article. I'm just going to read some of the comments. I'm just going to read them out loud. We won't bother showing them on screen. But someone says, the media goes to extreme lengths to make black films not seem profitable. A ways away is crazy. It's like, no. And there's obvious evidence. It is a ways away. It's not crazy. This was an expensive movie. It's worth noting that horror movies don't usually cost this much. It is actually unusual for a horror movie to have such a big budget. There have been more expensive horror movies, but as far as I can tell, Sinners is actually probably in the top 15, maybe the top 20 of most expensive horror movies of all time. So
that's actually kind of crazy because I don't
It
think
is.
it needed to be.
Yeah, well, we'll talk all about that. We'll talk about whether the $90 million budget actually shows up on screen or whether they could have made this money for, sorry, whether they could have made this movie for less, let's say something like 20, 25 million. We'll talk about that later. But $90 million is a lot of money. And if they spent, I think the Variety article reports that insiders estimate they spent like 50 to 60 million on marketing, which is not quite 100% of the production budget, but it's still a hefty amount. So, and the Variety article also correctly points out, which a lot of people miss, that the theater gets a cut of the box office gross. So the movie has to make something like 225, maybe $250 million to break even. Now, as it stands right now, and this is, a couple weeks after it was released uh, Easter weekend. We'll talk about that too. But currently, it has made $207 million worldwide. So it's still not there. I expect that it will make its money in the grand scheme of things, especially with, streaming services and all the other ways that a movie can make money after the box office. Like, this will be a profitable film. But they were not incorrect to say that the movie was a ways off from making its money back. And to respond to the people that say that, oh, you're only reporting that it might struggle to make its money back or that it has a ways to go because it's a black-led, black-made movie. No, demonstrably false. You can find articles from Variety, even from the same reporter, talking about how Mickey 17 struggled to make money, which is interesting because it's actually a very comparable case. Both of these movies are blank check, do whatever you want, you're the artist, and we support your vision type movies that were made for probably more money than they needed to. And Mickey 17 was a big flop. It underperformed. It cost way more than Sinners did. I don't remember the exact budget, but it was reported on in the same tone as like, ooh, this is failing and struggling to make money.
True.
So no.
Donald's Angry, real quick, also asks the question, is it doing numbers in China? Now that's a question that is going to, shockingly, I would say, come into play once we get into discussing the movie. Actually, that's kind of funny. But no. The short answer is no, it's not.
It's not opening in China.
It's not opening in China. Chinese people historically aren't big fans of the blacks.
Or of black-led movies. You've heard all about minimizing black characters in Star Wars posters and things of the sort.
Or the Black Panther poster for China,
yes.
which removed his face from the poster because they were
the
like, there's no
mask
way
on.
anybody's going to come see the movie if there's a black guy in the poster.
So we do not know if they just didn't bother trying to get the movie released in China for that reason, or whether China said no thank you because they do only let a certain number of movies, American movies, release every year. I don't know any of that. I don't know if that's out there, if that's public information, but the movie was not released in China. So, okay, so we've responded to the idea that there is a sort of anti-black bias in the mere reporting of the box office performance of the film. Demonstrably false. Also, demonstrably true that the movie did cost a lot of money and would require a lot of money to break even. Okay, so let's see. What else? Some of these comments. A lot of people just fail to understand the basics of how much the theater gets and how much they spend on marketing. Because a lot of people seem convinced that, like, oh, it's already made 60 million and it only cost 90 million. That means it's almost there. It's like, no. Not even a little bit. You'll see comments like Variety, how to say the N-word without actually saying the N-word.
Wow.
They think
Jesus.
Yes, this is what I'm talking about. This has been the response. And so this feels, I know that there technically already was a Black Panther 2.0, but this feels like Black Panther 2.0.
A little bit, yeah.
Yes.
I've also got the numbers, just if you're curious, of domestic intake versus international box office revenue.
Yes. Oh, I want to cut you off only because I want to give some context here for why that matters, but you're correct to make that point. The other bit of meta information that has been the talk of the town in film, Twitter, and online circles, and the outlets that report on movies and all that sort of stuff, is the incredible deal that Ryan Coogler negotiated for this movie. So Ryan Coogler has been a great success at the box office. Creed, Black Panther, these movies have done very, very well. So he is highly sought after. He had this movie. He wanted to make a black vampire movie and all that sort of fun stuff. And so he was shopping it around to different studios. And there is a very competitive, all the studios vying to make this movie. He got the best deal from Warner Brothers, who offered him $90 million to make the movie. I don't know if everyone agreed to the $90 million, but they certainly did. And also, he, as part of his deal, was given like first gross, a percentage of first gross of the movie. So before even the people that paid the $90 million to make the movie, i.e. the studio itself, he would get money before they even got paid out, which is not typical for major studio films. It's actually very rare. All right? So like, and the reason for that is quite obvious. He didn't put up the $90 million. Remember, this is $90 million.
Yeah.
All right?
Not
That's
out
a
of
lot
his
of
pocket.
money.
Nothing that he's
Not
putting
out
up
of his
here.
pocket.
This is Warner Brothers giving him essentially a blank check and saying, like, you have a particular salary requirement for this movie. You will get your cut first before we do,
Yes.
even though we put up all the money.
That's how badly Warner Brothers wanted this movie. Now, let's talk really quick about why Warner Brothers wanted this movie so bad. It was reported in, I don't think it was the Variety, it was a different article talking about this particular deal Ryan Coogler received. They talked about why Warner Brothers was so desperate for this movie, and it's because behind the scenes, Warner Brothers is desperate to lose its reputation for being anti-creative and anti-artist, which it has developed in recent years as a result of things like shelving fully finished movies and not releasing them so they can write them off on their taxes, and other things. They also lost Christopher Nolan, for example, when they decided to release Tenet on streaming same day as the movie theater, which is something he was very firmly against, and they did it anyway. And so for Oppenheimer, he said, fuck you guys, I'm going with Universal. So in recent years, Warner Brothers has started to develop this reputation, which I think is partially earned and partially not earned, for being completely anti-artist, anti-creative, right? And so they're trying to approach these highly sought-after directors with their pure artistic vision and basically giving them a blank check to do whatever they want. So that's
the other
their
bit
strategy.
of the contract that Ryan Coogler managed to negotiate,
Oh, yes.
by the way.
Yep, and we are just getting to that. So the other thing about the contract with Ryan Coogler that is remarkable is that he will actually be given back copyright ownership of the film after 25 years. This is also very rare. There's only really one other major director who gets deals like this. Usually the studio, because they funded the movie, they own the copyright to it, and studios are incentivized to hold on to the copyright to the movies that they produce, because, if eventually, MGM gets sold to Amazon and things like that, how they determine how much the studio is worth and how much they can get by selling it is all determined by how much, stuff they own. What the value of all the properties they own is. So it's not really in their best interest to relinquish the ownership of their movies, even after a certain period of time. This is something that is more common in the indie world, but it is not, like, I'm talking very indie, like, not major studios, like maybe even just financed by wealthy dentists and things like that. That's a deal you might find where they get a distribution deal with, I don't know, Neon or A24 or IFC Midnight or whatever, and then that distribution deal only lasts a certain amount of time, and then it's given back to the director. But this is not at all common in the world of major big budget studio movies. The only other person that really gets deals like this is Quentin Tarantino. And Quentin Tarantino gets deals like this because he had them originally with Miramax back when he was more of an indie director, right? And so because he still had these deals with Miramax, when he made, for example, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood with Sony, I believe it was Sony Pictures, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think it was Sony. Yes, he was sort of grandfathered in. They really wanted his movie because he's fucking Quentin Tarantino. His movies do gangbusters. They do very, very well. And so he was given this deal where he'll get the ownership of his films back after, I think it's 25 years also. So Ryan Coogler clearly knew that such deals were possible and that Warner Brothers really, 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 really wanted his movie. And so he negotiated this incredible deal. Now, the way this has been reported and covered in the news is that a lot of the other studio execs are not happy with Warner Brothers for doing this, right? They don't want this to be the standard, right? Quentin Tarantino already gets it. He's a special case. They're worried if everyone thinks they can get this, that is going to be very bad for the business of running a studio, right? And so they're a little annoyed at Warner Brothers for giving him this deal. Warner Brothers, on the other hand, is like, no, we thought it was important, given that the movie is about black ownership and all that sort of stuff, that we thought it was a perfectly good deal, right? And so a lot of people have interpreted the reporting on this, like the studios, not being happy about setting this precedent, as like it's another anti-black thing.
Yeah, they don't want. It's funny how much of how it ties into the story of the movie, or the metaphor of the movie, I should say, because it doesn't really.
Yeah.
Yeah. How it's another attempt at Whitey to pick away at the flesh of black culture and steal it for themselves, essentially.
Oh, yes. For those who've been asking, why are we vultures in this stream? I think that will become clear once we've described the movie to you, but we won't spoil it yet. We are culture vultures today, and we'll talk all about why as we continue.
Go birds.
Anyway. So the reason I say all that about his special deal and the response to it is that a lot of people have, as a result, been comparing the way this movie is covered to the way that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood has been covered. For example, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood cost around the same amount of money, around $90 to $100 million, and I think it spent even more in marketing. So that people are looking back at Variety articles and other outlets, how they reported the opening weekend success of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And they noticed that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood actually had a slightly lower domestic opening weekend, and there was no asterisk given for it has a long way to go to make its money back. And so people are going, see, look at that. That is unfair treatment. It's because you're racist, right?
Obviously.
That's the conclusion. Now, we went on this tangent because Hugh brought up the fact that, this movie, and compared to other movies, there's a difference between how it performs domestically and how it performs internationally. Most big budget Hollywood movies do better internationally than they do domestically. Why? Because there's more of the rest of the world than there is America. It's that simple.
Simple as that. Yeah.
It really is that simple. It's not all relying on China. The world is a big place, and movies open in a lot of places, especially if they're big budget studio movies. So it is common for a lot of big budget successful movies to make about 33% of their total money in America and the other 2/3 internationally. That is normal. The only times that a movie will make more of its money domestically than it will abroad is when the rest of the world isn't interested in the movie, as you might expect. So when does this happen? Well, I was looking into it. If you're the kind of person that's going to cry racist at a Variety article, you might believe it's because the rest of the world doesn't want to watch movies with American black characters at the lead. That is actually not the pattern at all. Almost every Will Smith movie has done better internationally than it has domestically. That's normal. It doesn't seem to be, same goes for Denzel Washington, same goes for people like Samuel L. Jackson. It's not the cast. It's not that they're black-led or black-directed. It's internationally, a lot of people aren't as interested in movies about American racism or other hyper-American subjects. Like, for example, the movie Lincoln did not do as well internationally as it did domestically. The rest of the world just isn't quite as interested. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so if you look...
They don't really care about the Jim Crow era vampire movie that may or may not be. If you've seen the trailers and nothing more, you might be worried that it is pretty much following in the Get Out school of horror movie used as metaphor for some kind of race
Racism.
relations in the
Yes,
United
I mean,
States.
and that's what the movie is.
That's what the
Let's
movie.
we don't.
Yeah, like it is bald faced. That's what it is. And so the numbers would reflect that the rest of the world just ain't all that interested in seeing that play out for 2 hours and 17 minutes on screen, regardless of how you dress it up in a vampire skin suit. The domestic take has been 156 million, roughly, which is 75% of its
Yes.
take. Internationally, 51 million total. That means 24.5% of its profits have been made overseas. That is shockingly low for a movie like this, where the
Yes.
major studio put up all that money like that.
Yes, it's pretty low compared to most movies. Now, the movie's still doing pretty well, and like I said, I suspect it will make its money back. However, when you're going to compare how people report on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood's domestic opening weekend to how people report on Sinners' domestic opening weekend, what you have to consider is that it's expected and true that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood would actually make way more money internationally, way more than it did domestically. And what was it? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, grand total made something like $370 million.
$377 million worldwide. 62% of that came from the international market.
Yes. And so in the Variety article that no one but me seems to have actually read, they did mention that like almost all the money's coming domestically for Sinners. So if it wants to be profitable, it really needs to do very, very well. So, no, there is no double standard here. There's just an obvious difference between these two movies. And so there's no racism here. People are just reporting on the box office performance of the movie. Calm down. Stop freaking out. I swear. Oh, I didn't even tell you, I don't think, the worst of it. So in terms of responding to that Variety article, a lot of people crying racism, as we've already discussed. But I've even seen stuff like, I looked it up, and the writer of this article is Jewish. Like, that
Jesus
explains
Christ.
it.
Yep.
See, the writer of this article, 2 years ago, they made a post saying, "Happy birthday, Israel." See, the Jews,
Proof.
they just want to keep the black people down. It's that simple, guys. So yeah,
I don't even really want to get into like the how
well,
bad
we don't need
that's
to get
gotten.
into it, other than
Like
that
that is like you're not supposed to say that part out loud.
Yeah. So the response to this movie has been, man, anyone who doesn't like it, or anyone who just even reports on the movie's box office performance, realistically so, is rooting against the movie because they hate black creators and they want to see them fail. So that's always great.
With that in
You
mind,
love to see that.
what did you think of the movie, Jamie?
Yeah, let's see. I think that's the gist of the meta conversation about the movie. It's been quite insane. There's been less discussion about the movie itself other than glowing reviews. So I think now, before we jump into that, I want to respond. We had 2 super chats. The first is from Gran Dark Fang. I almost read that as something not safe for YouTube. Oh boy, another Ryan Coogler film. Yes, I think you will find as we get into it that this is the most Ryan Coogler film that it's possible to get.
It's pretty up there.
Yes, if you've seen Black Panther and didn't like it, I think you'll find that this movie is quite similar in all the ways you didn't like it. I think that's what you'll find. It's Ryan Coogler gets a blank check to do whatever he wants, and it's very obvious that this is made by the same person who made Black Panther. It couldn't be more obvious. Also, another super chat from Sir Marhouse. Shane Gillis had a funny talk about this film on Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast last week, saying he went by himself and that there was a lot of chatting in the theater. I will have to check that out because I usually find their reviews of movies quite funny and entertaining. So I'll definitely check that out.
I can relate. There was a lot of chatting in my theater. Sure was a loud one.
So, Hugh, you asked me what I thought of the movie. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
Racist.
Um, yeah, I there are elements of this movie that I like. This movie is not completely devoid of merit. However, I don't think there is a single aspect of the film that I would praise without an asterisk, without qualification. I don't think there is a single component of the movie that is good all the way through. Whether it's the writing, the performances, the cinematography, the lighting, the use of music, none of that is unequivocally good. There is something wrong with all of it. Some parts more than others, especially the
The
writing,
writing,
as we'll get.
yes.
The writing is the big one, but I also think the movie is quite ugly. We'll talk about that too. I am not a big fan of this movie at all. I think I don't think I'd say I hate it. It's not quite that strong, but I really, really did not like it. I think it's a bad movie. I think it's rather amateurish in terms of its filmmaking, in terms of its like dialogue and exposition and use of music. It's clunky, it's ham-fisted. I think the plot, especially in the final act of the movie, really falls apart upon any careful consideration.
I don't even think it takes that careful of a consideration.
Well, a
It,
lot of people were not careful enough. We'll say that. A lot of people not seem not to have noticed any of that or to care about
There's
any
a
of
lot.
that.
So my review of the movie, I know you haven't
Hold
asked me
on,
yet.
I am not done. Excuse me, sir. You shut the fuck up. I'm still talking. I think the movie is not consistently funny enough to be a good comedy, though it does try to be funny. I think the movie is not consistently scary enough to make for a good horror movie, though it does try to be scary. I don't think the movie is dramatic enough to make for a good drama, though it does try to pull on your heartstrings. I think this movie is a tonal clusterfuck, and not in a good way. I think it jumbles a lot of things together in a way that does not cohere at all, and none of that and all of that is so perfectly encapsulated in one particular scene of the movie that tries to combine a bajillion musical styles and does not bring them together. It does not there's no synergy there. It doesn't unite them into a coherent whole. It's just an ugly, chaotic mess. And I think that describes the movie pretty well. By far, the worst aspect of the movie is the themes and the message. I think on that note, the movie is quite ugly and repulsive. Otherwise, a lot of it's kind of just boring and lame. They take every opportunity to avoid doing the more interesting thing. Um, I don't recommend it. We're going to spoil it, but I don't recommend it. I don't think it's very good. I think it will be nominated for Oscars next year because enough
Well, because
people
Get
liked
Out
it.
was, and
Yeah, and
it's very similar to that in the way that it has sort of been.
I don't even really like Get Out, but Get Out's better than this.
No,
It's
I
certainly
agree
a
with you. Get Out is
it's
definitely
certainly
better. It's just that this is very similar. It's in the same
yeah,
vein,
yes.
you
I
know.
agree. I think Get Out is a much so a lot of people will compare this to a Jordan Peele movie, a like horror as racism metaphor movie, of which there have been many in recent years. I think Jordan Peele is a much more talented filmmaker. I really
Yeah,
do.
I would agree with that.
Even if I have a lot of trouble, Get Out has pretty bad plot holes, and I think the actual moral message of Get Out is kind of ugly as well. But it's a much better made film than this. I really don't think this is a very well made movie. And that's the long and short of it. Now you may go, Hugh. Hugh, what did you think of Ryan Coogler's
Well, I was
Sinners?
just gonna take a little spin off of it. There's a lot in this film that I am rather shocked that people haven't noticed. Like, especially given the
Yes.
narrative around it, right? I mean, I didn't think it was exceptionally terrible. It wasn't something that I found excruciating to sit through, except that I kept picking out these, the overall metaphor of the movie is very obvious. Once we get
Yes.
to it, which takes
Mhm.
forever, by the way. I scrolled through it today trying to show my girlfriend some of the scenes that I thought would be considered highlights,
Yeah.
and I was absolutely baffled by how long it took for that little tracking bar on the bottom to find the point where the conflict kicks off. I mean, it is
Yeah.
very, very long. But the main metaphorical conflict of the movie and the overall how he used certain cultural things in the making of the movie do not gel. He
No.
kind of does exactly what he makes the villain do in this movie, and I found it a little bit ironic that nobody
Oh,
seemed
it's
to
a
pick that out. I mean, it's like it's
yes.
very, very bold faced. How, but we'll get right into that, and that's really like its biggest. Apart from all the writing problems, all of the character stuff is pretty poor. Most of the cinematography is bland to boring. Like you said, that one scene where it's just a cacophony of chaos and it's somehow meant to sort of be like a good thing. That feels like the heart of the film, and
Yeah.
that should tell you everything that you need to know. There's no congruency to it. It's just a jumbled mess, and I'm not sure. Scroll. Donald Zangri asks,
What are you not
scroll
sure
through
if
it.
you?
I'm just. I'm not. Give me a second here because I'm getting distracted by the chat here. Donald Zangri asks, scrolled through it. Is it streaming already? For me, yeah. It's it's a special exclusive deal I have worked out with Warner Brothers, guys. It's just how that works.
It's a first look deal.
First, yeah. I'm not sure how people are looking at it, and I mean, I guess I am. I guess I shouldn't be surprised at this point that the media literacy people don't have the perception to be able to see what's happening like right in front of their eyes. But here we are, Oscar nominated film. I think this is probably going to be one of those movies like Get Out where you'll hear a lot of people advocating for it to go as far as winning, you know, the big one.
Yeah.
And I absolutely does not deserve it, and we're going to talk about why.
One thing regarding the themes of the movie, which we've both expressed the belief that it's the worst part of the movie, it's the worst aspect, and the very intense and dramatic irony that what the movie is so concerned with in terms of culture vulture, the movie actually does engage in itself.
Yes.
And regarding some of the rather ugly and very sort of, we'll call it leftist coded themes and messages in the movie, it's been rather bizarre to me to see so many people who fancy themselves anti-woke crusaders be like, yeah, this is a good movie. It's like, oh,
Hmm.
I feel like there's a certain kind of person that if the messaging is at all subtle, it's not even subtle. If the message is at all cloaked in enough basic genre fare, they just don't notice it. Like if it's like this movie has a really disagreeable message, I think, that anyone who fancies themselves on the opposite side of the wokes, for lack of a better term, would obviously disagree with, but they just don't seem to notice
It's like
because
it's shockingly segregationist. Like
yeah, it's
it's
shockingly so.
and
Very
very
anti-religious as
bold,
well.
yeah, very anti-religion and very like separate but equal kind of advocacy, which I didn't
Yeah,
think was popular. I didn't think we approved of that anymore, but
we'll see.
here we are.
We'll get into it. I think if we've beaten around the bush enough, I think it's time to finally just start going through the movie. So,
Sure.
if you haven't seen it, we are going to spoil it now, but we don't recommend you watch it. So,
Super
also,
chat
Sir
from Sir.
Mar,
Yeah, I was about to.
go ahead. You
Super
read
chat
it.
from Sir Marhouse. Shane said he loved the Irish representation with the whitey vampires. I'm pretty sure I remember him saying they were obviously actually the good guys. We'll get into it, but yeah, it's
There
that's a
there is a
pretty.
case. There is a case to be made. So, let's talk about it. So,
Yeah,
the
let's go.
movie starts, there's an opening narration that reads, there are legends of people born with the gift of making music so true that it could pierce the veil between life and death, conjuring spirits from the past and the future. In ancient Ireland, they were called Fili. In Choctaw land, they call them firekeepers. And in West Africa, they're called griots. This gift can bring healing to their communities, but it also attracts evil. Now,
Evil.
this is sort of something like a thesis statement or thematic. This is central to the heart of the movie, right? And it's right at the beginning, and it comes back at the other scene that we've already described as the real core of what this movie is about and what Ryan Coogler is trying to do with it. The problem starts immediately, and I think it's emblematic of the film as a whole. The movie is culturally and historically illiterate
Yeah.
about the
About a lot.
origins of the blues, about culture, about. So let's talk about the very first thing said in the entire movie, that there are legends of people that can play music so good that they can pierce the veil between the living and the dead. They can conjure spirits from the past and the present. In ancient Ireland, they had this name. Choctaw, they had this name. West Africa, they're called griots. They bring healing, but they also attract evil. Now, if you look up the Fili from Ireland, the firekeepers from the Choctaw, and the griots from West African tribes, they are all similar. In fact, they're all, the way ancient societies have these roles that I suppose you could consider a combination of poet, historian, like storyteller, musician, law keeper. They fulfilled all these roles. They kept the oral traditions alive of their people. So that's remembering legends of heroic individuals and the origin stories of their people, as well as like basic stuff like who married who and who begat who.
Yeah.
Like they kept this knowledge and tradition alive. They were revered in their communities. Often they did it through poetry because that's how you remember things for thousands of years without writing. And sometimes they were musicians as well, not always. But in reality, the Fili, the firekeepers, and the griots were storytellers that would tell legends and the history of their people in order to keep it alive, right? The movie thinks that, oh, they just played music real good. I'm not kidding, because it tries to present Preacher Boy, Ellis, arguably the main character of this movie, as keeping that tradition alive, even though he does none of the things I just described.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He doesn't keep this. He doesn't keep alive the history and culture of his people. He just sings a song about himself and how he doesn't want to be religious like his dad, and how he loves the blues. That's all he does. So right away, the movie is taken these ancient figures, these ancient peoples and their cultures and their traditions, and reduced what they did and what purpose they served into the community to they were really good at playing music.
Yep. So good that they could summon strippers and so they could summon everybody from throughout the years of all different cultures, whoever happens to be there, and they'll all just play music together in a one big intergenerational jam sesh, and
Yeah,
they'll have a great
that's all it
time.
is.
Um,
So, really quick, Kevo says apparently white people have never invented anything. The movie is not saying that. It does highlight the Irish, who are obviously white. The movie highlights the Irish, the Indians, and the Native Americans for a couple different reasons. Mostly because they're the only groups that they're the main groups that appear in the movie,
yeah,
right? To a certain degree.
they
But we'll
also
talk
the
about
Italians catch a stray too.
So the movie isn't saying that only black people have these or non-white people have these sort of traditions. It does highlight the Irish specific. The movie's
You could be
relationship to
forgiven for thinking, though, that it is only colored individuals of color. Sorry, that are able to perform these songs, because the only ones that you see who are good are the ones who would be considered minorities in America, and the evil ones are the white ones. That's really like where
yeah,
he
okay. So
divides the
that's the
line.
thing. We will have to talk about this because so I've seen in an interview Ryan Coogler talk about why the main vampire villain in this movie is Irish. And the reason is because he and his family, like him and his kids, really like Irish folk music. And he points out, and this is correct actually, that Black American culture and Irish culture, like the Irish and Scottish settlers in America specifically, their culture is actually intermingled quite a bit, and they actually have a decent amount in common culturally.
Wait, so
He's correct about that.
Yeah,
Yes.
he is. So he's a. Oh my God!
And
Wait, that
and
actually
he and
makes
he
it.
included the Irish music in the movie because he likes it. And I think that's obvious too, because he really lets it shine, and that's some of the best stuff in the movie, honestly. I'm not afraid to say it. Um, the problem is, but I'm not sure if he realizes by implication he's made the Irish like almost more evil. Like there's some weird implications as a result of making the vampires Irish in this movie that I don't know if he's doing intentionally because he seems to genuinely like the music. So we'll talk about
That's
that more in
very
detail.
strange, actually, and
Yes,
also, but like, still emblematic, I would say, right?
of
Of
the
like
confusion.
the
Yeah,
confusion in the metaphor of the movie, because if he's allowed to do that because he likes it, right? Then what
yeah.
the vampire is doing in this movie is not evil.
Yes. So,
Like,
well, we've hinted at it already, but there is a cultural appropriation theme at the heart of this movie. And the movie just also engages in it itself while
yeah,
criticizing it.
the
The movie is
irony of the
very,
fact that
yes.
he wrote a movie about culture vulturism, essentially, and then stole an Eastern European monster. And it's not even just like, oh well, vampires, we're just going to do a vampire movie kind of thing. They deliberately he deliberately tries to fake you out by making certain characters, the voodoo woman, use a term for a voodoo monster that is similar to a vampire, and then about halfway through the movie she realizes, oh wait, no, that's not a voodoo monster, it's just a vampire. Right? So all of the Eastern European traditions of stakes through the heart, silver, garlic, all those things, he uses them as the primary like weapon against like he just makes it an Eastern European story with blackface on, in a way, essentially. So the irony is not lost on me there, that he kind of
Yes, the irony
picked.
that he had the opportunity to create his own sort of original lore based on voodoo traditions and other African spiritualist traditions, and he decided to just go with generic European vampires anyway.
Yeah.
Like all while like decrying cultural assimilation and appropriation. That's kind of funny. And to all the people saying that, like, whoa, like the Irish are like as if the Irish aren't white. Ryan Coogler obviously thinks the Irish are white. All right,
Yeah.
like we're not talking about
It's more
other.
unclear how he feels about the Italians, but we can assume that he lumps them into the same.
Yeah, the movie obviously thinks they're white. We'll talk more about it as we go. But right off the bat, the movie is already doing this horribly reductionist thing of like, oh, these ancient storytellers and lore keepers and historians that like were revered in their culture, blues musicians who sing about themselves and play music real good. They're basically the same thing, even though Ellis never does any of those things. He never like keeps his history and tradition and of all that sort of stuff alive. He doesn't do any of that. So already we're off to a bad start. Also, it's important to note that the vampires and what they represent are referred to explicitly as evil in this introduction. So some people will cope about how the vampires are presented as if they're actually sort of something like a morally gray, like nuanced thing, as if that makes it more mature and interesting. They're not. They're presented as evil and demonic, and we'll talk all about the implications of that for the general themes of the movie. So,
One of the characters literally calls the boss vampire a white devil.
yeah, 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 I know. But I've seen talk about this movie about how what the vampires represent and the argument or the pitch they give is actually supposed to be interesting because it's kind of nuanced. No, it's presented as a devilish evil trick. And
Yeah.
that has really gnarly implications for the message of the movie. We'll talk
Oh, it
about it.
sure does.
So, after that little intro sequence, we establish that we are in Clarksdale, Mississippi in 1932. And we start with basically the end of the movie. We start with Ellis, our main character, also known as Preacher Boy, coming into a church. And sorry, my dog's barking. Shut up. Hold on just a second. You take over.
He's driving to a church and he's looking a little worse for wear. He's beat up, he's bloodied. There's a big scratch across his face, and his guitar is broken. Oh no! And he walks in through the front door as a little choir is singing, and his mom notices him and jumps up. Well, I mean, we don't know it's his mom yet, but it's his mom.
Wait.
What?
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you because he walks in and he hears a choir, and this is obviously a Christian church filled with black members, and they're singing "This Little Light of Mine," but they're singing it very unenthusiastically and without any soul. This is going to be important.
Church?
Yes, this feels wholly unrealistic and strange, but it is very much a part of the movie's very, very, I would say, virulently anti-Christian message.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
Oh, it's wild. What?
It's wild. It's
I do
wild.
wonder what Irish Catholics would take away from the speech.
No, you know what? I wonder what black Christians in America, of which there are many, and they take it very seriously, think of this movie and why more black people aren't upset at the implication that they're only Christian because white men forced it on them, and that's all fake and not real.
The implication is that the Irish are also only Christian because the English,
Yes.
I guess, forced it on them.
Yeah, that's, and to anyone who hasn't seen the movie, we're not exaggerating. That is what the movie thinks, and it is very, very, very explicit about it. It's almost it's almost the main theme running through the movie. We'll talk about it.
We will. And, you know, the fun thing about this, too, is that I had the good fortune of this or maybe the misfortune of this being the first movie that I saw when I got back from my trip to New Orleans, where I kind of, like, really went hard into trying to find, information about voodoo stuff and jazz in particular. I'm a big fan of jazz. Jerry Seinfeld would love me. And I had the good fortune of sort of refreshing myself on some of these points before coming into the movie and being able to see where Ryan Coogler clearly fails at understanding that tradition, both of those traditions, I should say, the blues in particular, and also voodoo. And I mean, he calls it hoodoo in this one. I think that's just like the Mississippi Delta variety, right? I don't think it's like a particularly different thing, but I could be wrong about that. But yeah, like the where he fundamentally just misunderstands pretty much everything, even the stuff that he thinks is preferable to Christianity, which he also clearly misunderstands.
Yes,
is wild.
So I didn't really pick up on this on the first watch through because I didn't really notice how specifically anti-Christian the movie was until like later into the movie when it becomes more obvious. But the fact that we come into the Christian church and they're singing, but they're singing in a very stilted, unenthusiastic manner, which first of all just doesn't feel realistic in the slightest. It's all there to make it seem like singing "This Little Light of Mine" in a Christian church is actually inauthentic for black people. And that's why there's no soul to it, and that's why they're not enthusiastic about it. And what's crazy about this, among other things, is the fact that he's praising so heavily the blues in this movie. But he doesn't seem to realize that the spirituals from which blues the spirituals from which blues music emerges are Christian hymns. And, among other things, Christian hymns and work songs are the main things. Obviously, the musical character of the way the blues is performed draws a lot of inspiration from West African music, but it also draws a lot of inspiration from European folk music, like Scottish and Irish folk music. But we'll talk about that. But right away, he's trying to establish the sort of like, nah, Christianity isn't real black people stuff. And so it's bad. And it gets way worse. We'll talk
It
about it.
does, and yeah, uh, the way that he presents the stuff that he views as clearly preferable, namely voodoo, is so lame and uninteresting
Yes.
that it really just doesn't it just doesn't help anything in the movie. Yeah.
No. So, he comes into the church and he's got like blood on him and he's got like scratch marks on his face. He walks in and his mom freaks out upon seeing him. And then his dad, who is the pastor, tries to get him to renounce his sinful ways. Now, nothing about this makes any sense to me because he's obviously been injured and no one seems to notice or care. That's his son, and he's been like horribly mangled and bloodied, and his dad's just like, oh, he is here to repent and renounce his sinful ways. His dad shouldn't know. Well, once we get the full context of what led up to this, the dad should have no idea what happened to him and why, and he should be concerned for him. It makes no fucking sense. But anyway, it presents it as like, he is here to renounce his sinful ways. Now put the guitar down, son. And he's got like just the headstock of the guitar. The rest has been ripped off, and he's clenching onto it like his life depends on it. And his dad's trying to get him to drop the guitar. Now, the movie is very insistent that blues and Christianity are like polar opposites and cannot commingle. I don't understand why. This is more of the historical and cultural illiteracy happening here. But it presents it like, oh, he has to either renounce his sinful ways and drop his guitar, or like join, or like keep living amongst the sinners. And it's all thematic, and nothing actually makes any literal sense because no one is showing any interest in the fact that he's all covered in blood, for example. It's nonsense.
Yeah. We've got Jimmy Slimdrix in the chat.
Oh yeah,
making a
let's
few
fucking do it.
claims that I'd like to address right just
Blues wasn't
here.
inspired by European music. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't. You know nothing about what the fuck you're talking about if you think that blues that draws nothing from the traditions of European folk music. You don't know what you're talking about in the slightest. I can tell you why. So, if you listen to West African folk music, what you'll notice is that they don't really have chord progressions. They have sort of vamps at the most. They sort of hang around one tonal center with rhythmic and melodic movement, but they don't actually change to different chords. Now, early Delta blues music will hang around one chord for most of the song. If you listen to a lot of early Robert Johnson stuff like that, it'll hang around one chord and there'll be a sort of rhythmic vamp that propels it forward. However, as blues music develops, and the blues music you hear in this movie is like this, the music will change from the 1 chord to the 4 chord, back to the 1 chord, and then the 5 chord, the sort of 12-bar blues form that is the staple at the heart of blues music is influenced by European harmonic chord progressions. That's just one example. Let's talk about some others. So the whole verse, chorus song structure that the blues draws a lot of inspiration from is also derivative, well, not derivative, it's borrowed from European folk music, especially Irish and Scottish folk ballads. All right? A lot of West African folk music doesn't have verse, chorus song structures. Then we can talk about the instruments they use if you want. All the guitar, that's a European instrument. Harmonica, that's a European instrument. The banjo is an African instrument, but a lot of the other instruments are all European instruments. You cannot claim, because it is abjectly false, that blues wasn't influenced by European music. They didn't play the blues in West Africa. This movie thinks they did because the movie doesn't know what it's talking about. The blues did not exist in West Africa. The blues was formed in America, and it's downstream from Christian spirituals and field work songs, and they're influenced by the musical traditions of West African people and the European people that they were in contact with, right? It is a blending of a lot of different cultures, as is almost everything that's truly American, like jazz, like blues, like the Cuban sandwich. It's a blend of a lot of different musical and cultural things. So you don't know what you're talking about. Shut the fuck up.
And to address the hoodoo versus voodoo thing that you mentioned earlier, Jimmy, um, I'm not as familiar with it as perhaps I could be, and I did just visit New Orleans, which is sort of a traditional center, you could say, of voodoo. And most of my information comes from the museum there, which you could maybe argue is, for tourists and not accurate if you wanted to, but it's the only thing that it seems like most people have to go on because a lot of this isn't written down. Voodoo is very American. I mean, it's arises like New Orleans is an American city. It's not Haitian, as some people would make the distinction of voodoo being a Haitian thing versus hoodoo being an American thing. So, if that's true, I'm not sure why voodoo is such a big selling point for New Orleans, except maybe to get a little bit of extra money off of the tourists. But a lot of it I find to be very fascinating because you can kind of trace, from an anthropological perspective, you can kind of trace its foundations from African animistic religion roots and see where the influences of American life kind of evolved into it and created it out of almost like patchwork, right? So it's an animistic religion where the god of life and death smokes cigars and wears sunglasses and a top hat, and where the benevolent character, the benevolent trickster character is, he walks barefoot with a straw hat through the streets to be closer to the earth and the people. There's an admiral, a sea god, who's an admiral in the Navy and has a rocky relationship with the Queen of the Mermaids, who's his wife, and he weeps for the slaves who perished in the trade, the transatlantic slave trade. The hoodoo versus voodoo distinction that you're making sounds made up to me based on what I've seen and what I've experienced. I could be wrong about that. I don't think I am. If I'm wrong, then a lot of other people are wrong about this as well.
A couple other things. Hope Cat says, but it was still black people making the music who invented the genre. No one said that white people invented the blues, you moron. We're talking about the cultural influence on the music. The movie will claim later on that the Christianity was forced upon them by white people, but the blues they brought from back home. That is not true. Blues was heavily influenced by the European folk music traditions that black people in America were surrounded by. It is a blend. It is a cultural blend of different musical traditions that come together. It's a very American thing. A lot of the things that are truly American formed in this way. You cannot claim, as the movie does, that blues comes from West Africa. It comes from America. No, obviously it's influenced by rhythmic and vocal lines and instrumentation, the way they're performed. It draws a lot of influence from West African music, of course, but that's not the only source of inspiration, obviously. Jim Slindrick says the banjo was created by enslaved Africans and their descendants in the Caribbean and colonial North America. Well, actually, no, the banjo has its origins in Africa specifically. That wasn't actually... There are a lot of instruments in West Africa that are the obvious precursors of the banjo. That's one of the instruments that does come from Africa, as opposed to all the other ones I mentioned that come from Europe, and obviously had a huge influence on the sound of the blues. So I knew this would be nothing but misinformation when the panelists had to take a trip to New Orleans to educate.
Wait, what the fuck? Dude, I just went because I like the music and the culture.
Because New Orleans is fucking cool.
Because New Orleans is fun, and I went because I'm interested in this stuff. I didn't go to educate myself for this movie.
Keep on believing that the blues has nothing to do with anything European at all. Keep on believing that. You have fun. Go fucking watch some stream where everyone just says, "Oh, this movie was dope," and everything the movie said was right, even though they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Anyway, let's move on. So he's brought in to the church and he's told that he has to renounce his sinful ways, even though no one really shows any interest or care for the fact that he is clearly, injured and has been through something horrible. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And then the movie's like rewinds one day earlier, and I'm not totally against this sort of narrative structure where it starts with the end and rewinds to the beginning. There are a lot of good movies that do it. I didn't find this particularly useful or powerful. I
It's
think it'll.
not, it doesn't quite work for me, mostly because it kind of removes a little bit of the tension from the scene. Like, or from the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we don't, like, if we had gone into this wondering whether or not Preacher Boy was going to make it out, that would be one thing. But now we know he does, and I guess, like, he tries to make a little bit of a, maybe an ambiguous kind of hint to you that he has to be invited into the church before he walks through the door, but it's broad daylight, so, like, by the time we figure out they're vampires, we know that he's not turned. So
Yes.
it really isn't. It's not very effective.
When you get the full context of everything that has happened, it only makes this scene worse. The other thing that I would point to as a problem here is that tonally, this movie, not tonally, in terms of the pacing, this movie is horribly, horribly uneven. And I feel like this scene is only really here to give us something tense in the first half of the movie. Otherwise, there would be barely anything. Remember, this is a horror movie. It's advertised as a horror movie. It's pitched as a horror movie. There's hardly anything even remotely tense other than this flash forward to the end of the movie, a brief, like, a rattlesnake jump scare, and that's really it until we get to about halfway point. There's very, very little in the way of actual horror. It takes a long time to get there, which, again, not something I'm in principle opposed to, but I didn't think it was very successful in this movie. So, now that we are 1 year earlier, we meet the two twins who we will learn are named Smoke and Stack. Those are their, nicknames anyway. They are both played by Michael B. Jordan. They are the Smoke Stack twins, right?
Yes.
And so a big component of this movie is the fact that Michael B. Jordan is playing two characters. I would say in terms of how well executed it is, it's fine, but it's not great.
Yeah,
It is not as good as something like the Winklevoss twins in The Social Network. I think that was a much more integrated and well executed performance. I'll give you an example of something that they don't nail. For example, when we are first introduced to Smoke and Stack, we see them. The only way we can really tell them apart is that one wears red and one wears blue, which is why our vultures look the way they do. When we see them, you can tell by their shadows that their performances weren't shot at the same time because the sun has moved.
Yes.
And I noticed this the first time when I was watching it. This isn't just something I noticed because I was like pixel peeping later. Like, you can tell that the shadow from their heads onto their shoulders and their chests are in different positions when they're standing right next to each other. And it's distracting. So, not horribly well executed, but there wasn't anything like glaringly obvious beyond that. However, I would say there are several scenes throughout the movie that I feel like we might have gotten a stronger performance out of Michael B. Jordan if he actually had another actor to really engage with in the scene. I don't think the movie is incredibly well served by the fact that he's playing both characters.
Yeah, it's not. He's not doing a terrible job, but he's not blowing me away. It's fine. It's fine. It's a really strange. It's a strange choice. I'm not 100% sure. So, like, whenever something like this happens, right? Because it is such a stylized decision to make.
Yeah.
I start to wonder why, right? Like, because it's a stylized thing that's going to cause a lot of headaches in your production, right? So you start to wonder, like, well, why do they have to be twins? and played by the same actor so that we have double the work that
Yeah.
we have to do here? Why can't we just have them be two people, right? And
They
how
could
are we
just
going
be
to
brothers.
leverage this
We've
moving forward?
They could be brothers. Yeah.
Yeah. They could be brothers and it could be two different people who kind of look alike, right? Like it could, or it could just be like we don't need it to be
Yeah.
both Michael B. Jordan, and it's only going to create headaches for you. So why is this happening? Is there something between the two characters that we really like? And really, there is no good answer for this that the movie provides. It's just because, as far as I can tell, Ryan Coogler thought it would be neat.
Yeah, I'm not especially convinced it was the strongest decision. I think we would have had better performances, better and more dynamic performances between the two characters if they were just brothers and Michael B. Jordan had someone to act off of.
Yeah.
It would have saved them time, and I think he would have given a better performance. I think Michael B. Jordan is a great actor. I really do. The first thing I ever saw him in was The Wire, and I was like, damn, this kid's really, really good. He's incredible in The Wire. I think he's good in the Creed movies. I've seen him in a lot of things that I've liked. However, he didn't wow me here, and I'm inclined to think that that's just the writing and the direction. There was a couple little moments, but otherwise, I wasn't super impressed with his performances
So
in this
Hopecat
movie.
Hopecat says twins are a bad omen in West Africa. Maybe they had some mythology ideas with it. I'd appreciate that a little bit more if there the extent
It was explored.
of West African mythology that's going to be brought up here is a mojo bag worn around the character's chest or neck. That's
Yeah.
it. That's really all, because the monsters aren't West African. You know, they're vampires. They're
Yeah.
Eastern European vampires.
Yeah.
It's not a, and I really wanted more of a West African mythology or a voodoo mythology driven story.
Would have been more interesting.
Would have been
absolutely.
really interesting, and it would have served the metaphor of your movie a little bit better if maybe you want, but well, actually, it never mind. Actually, it would have removed the metaphor of your movie of white culture vultures being the villain. It would have just made it its own standalone thing, and of course, that's not good enough, I guess, for whatever reason.
The other thing I would mention is the idea could have been interesting if, the twins being something of a bad omen, except that everything that befalls our characters is not actually the result or consequences of the twins' actions, even though it really should be. Things just kind of happen to them, irrespective of the fact that they're very dangerous people that bring trouble to a town that didn't have any before, and they do a lot of things that obviously you think would cause a lot of consequences that just don't happen for some reason. So I don't think that it's meaningfully explored that twins equals bad omen in the movie at all, though I think it could have been interesting if it did. One funny comment I read earlier, where is it? Andrew Lindsay says, I do like the idea that you guys book research trips to do background research on every film you cover that isn't set in your hometown. That's pretty funny. That's a funny implication. I like that. Well, there's another comment. Oh, Donald's Angry said, did he wow you in Black Panther? No, but also his character sucked. So even if he had moments of good, depiction and performance in Black Panther, it was hard to notice because I hated Killmonger so much, and hated him all the more for people thinking he was actually a really well-realized character. He sucks. But that's not Michael B. Jordan's fault, except for maybe the fact that he keeps taking these kind of roles. Other than that, I do actually think he's a pretty talented actor.
He got paid, so I can't blame him for
that.
that.
What's funny is my girlfriend, when we were trying to figure out how this movie cost $90 million, she's like, did he get paid twice? Which I think is a pretty good joke. Topaz Dude says, hello all. I thought it was Matt, honestly, though I think 70mm analog succeeding is good and exceeds any one movie's quality. I didn't realize Coogler was a real one who actually wants to save the arts. Okay, a couple thoughts on that, because this is the other sort of interesting meta thing about this movie, is that it was shot partially, well, no, it was shot entirely in 70mm IMAX. Partial sequences were shot on, no, okay, let me try that one more time. The movie was entirely shot on 70mm film. Some sequences were shot on IMAX 70mm film, which is a slightly bigger format. Ryan Coogler released, or Kodak released this video with Ryan Coogler in it, explaining the differences between all these formats and talking about all the different ways to see the film. Because he was very clearly inspired by Christopher Nolan and all the other people inspired by Christopher Nolan to shoot part of the movie in an expanded aspect ratio that would expand for certain sequences in the film. So if you watch this, certain screenings of it, it would expand to the full height of a 2 or 4K cinema projector, which is like a 1.9 aspect ratio. And if you had one of those proper IMAX screens, like the giant towering ones, it would expand all the way to 1.43 to 1, right? This has been a somewhat common thing in recent years for these big epic movies. I'm not really convinced that this is a good thing. I like shooting. I like the idea of shooting things on larger formats like 70 millimeter film because it's a really cool format. There's a lot of great stuff you can do. But in terms of the expanding the aspect ratio of the film for certain sequences, I rarely find that it adds anything of value. And I'll explain why. Because, well, first of all, I didn't see a version of this film that did that, but I have seen what the stills look like, and I've seen other films that do this. I find that mostly what happens is that you get more unnecessary headroom, and that's about it. Because the film is always going to be composed and the shot's going to be framed in a way to keep the main things you need to see in the original aspect ratio, because not every screening of the film will expand to a larger image. You don't want anything super important that you need to see in that expanded image. So mostly when the shot expands, you get a bunch of stuff that you don't really need to see. And I find that often people don't appreciate that unnecessary headroom and shot of the dirt on the ground is not actually adding much to the film and can actually subtly affect how you perceive the shots, because it changes where the main object of focus in the frame is in the composition in a way that often kind of reduces it. I don't see that as an unequivocally good thing the way some people do. Hugh, I don't know how you feel about it.
I didn't even know that. I didn't see a version of the movie that did that either.
Yeah.
So I wasn't aware. Like it.
But have you seen other movies that do that?
Yeah, I have, and it's always a little bit distracting to me, because I'm just kind of like, well, why are we shifting here, and and most of them, when they're played on regular screens, tended to be more effective just because they're keeping the framing the same, right? So it's like all I'm getting is like extraneous information, and it's kind of, yeah, not a huge. Not a huge.
Yeah, so I agree with Topaz that just seeing it in the original aspect ratio, which is quite a wide aspect ratio of 2.76 to 1, that it just stays there the whole time, is a perfectly good way of seeing the movie. However, I suppose now is as good a time as any to talk about it. I don't like the way this movie is lit or shot really at all. I think it's quite ugly, and as a result, I'm inclined to say that it's kind of a waste of the most expensive film format imaginable. I don't know that you're very well served by it, especially when you're going to light things this way. The focus is so shallow. Okay, we're coming up on a scene in a little bit, but I just want to talk about it now as an example, right? There's a scene where we have the two Michael B. Jordans, and Preacher Boy is in the back seat, and this is a 3 shot where we can see all 3 of them in the frame. It is broad daylight, and the camera cannot have all 3 of them in focus because the focus is so shallow. They're using ND filters and they're shooting it completely wide open so that the depth of field is incredibly shallow, even though it's broad fucking daylight, right? Which it should not be normally. There's so much available light that you should be able to get a deep enough depth of field that you can keep all 3 characters who are sitting basically right next to each other in focus, but they don't, because they want that shallow depth of field style. And as a result, you're looking at it and the focus is trying to rack between the different characters depending on who's talking, but it's not doing an especially good job of racking to where your eye naturally wants to go throughout the conversation. It's really ugly and distracting to look at. I think it sucks. It's not there are a lot of examples of that in this movie where the lighting, people have really bad skeleton eyes and you can't really see people's eyes at all. Sometimes it works for the vampires, but otherwise, I think the film is just not incredibly well lit. There's certain scenes where they just use such little light that the film is actually really noisy in like a really kind of gross way. I This is just not a visually stunning movie to me. Hugh, if you want to briefly go back to the intro frame of the movie,
Sure.
like the horrible orange yellow kind of sickly look that they have for most of the scenes in this movie, because most of them take place at night. Like, I'm looking at this lighting and I'm like, am I supposed to be wowed by this? I think this looks ugly. I don't get it. I don't get the appeal. I mean, I'm sure this is just a matter of taste, but I don't look at that and go, wow, that's one of the best looking movies I've ever seen. I'm sure glad it was shot on the most expensive film format possible. I don't know, man. I just feel like lighting standards have dramatically declined in the past 10 years. Partly, I made a tweet about this, Hugh, but you don't know this yet. I just started rewatching Mad Men. Mad Men is one of the best looking things I've ever fucking seen in my life.
Yeah.
And when you watch it, you're like, damn, we used to know how to light things. Like, look at those hair lights.
That wasn't
and
even
eye
that long
lights.
ago.
No, and it really wasn't. So I don't know. Some people really like this, and I guess there's just, no accounting for taste. But
it's funny, and like until you mentioned this, I had no idea the movie took place in Mexico.
Yes, it does. It does have the Mexico filter. You're right. Yeah. So I don't know. Anyway, that's just a note.
Me that I spreading misinformation because it's actually set in Mississippi.
Yeah. It's a bunch of lies, a bunch of misinformation. Anyway, I don't like the look of the film. I think it's rather ugly to look at, especially the outdoor scenes. It's just, anyway, not a huge fan. Anyway, but we can get back to the story now. Where were we?
We were like right at the beginning. We just met
the. We did not get very far.
We have so not,
we're introduced to Smoke and Stack. And there is a white man there who is there. They are looking to buy this old timber sawmill, right?
Yes.
And they have good old-fashioned American money, and they want to buy this mill. Now, I'm just going to flash forward to the end, because we will eventually learn that this man is intentionally selling them this mill so that he can come back with his KKK goons and massacre them. That's his explicit intention from the beginning, as stated by the movie. And that turns out to be true later, because they come back, but also in the stupidest way possible. We'll talk about it. So they want to buy this mill so they can turn it into a juke joint of their own. A bar where people can gamble and drink booze and listen to blues music and dance and all that sort of fun stuff. They want to have this business of their own. And so they have returned from Chicago with a bunch of money, and they want to buy this old mill. And the way we foreshadow the evil, sinister, gnarly plan that the KKK guy wants to enact is that when they're looking through the mill, they notice that the floors have been recently washed. And they're like, did you wash these floors? And he's like, yep. He's like, what was on them? And he spits on the ground to imply that, like, yeah, it was just, tobacco and all sorts of other stuff.
Gross.
But the implication is that it was blood. And the music tells us this, because we haven't talked about it yet, but the use of music in this movie is incredibly insistent. It's so unbelievably overbearing and unsubtle and ham-fisted. It's one of the truest examples of the music tells you how to feel that I've seen in a movie in a long time. I was not impressed by the use of music. Some of the score was neat, like as a standalone thing. I'm like, it's got a cool sound to it. But the way it was used was almost always in the most overbearing way possible, I would say, in terms of making it exactly what it wants you to think at any given moment. That's less than ideal in my opinion, but if that's your cup of tea, go for it. So that's their explicit intention from the beginning. They don't know anything about these guys, the KKK members, that is, except that they're black, and so they're going to sell them a mill so they can steal their money and then come back and kill them.
Yeah. As they do.
As
Yeah.
they do. So here's the thing I think would have been more interesting, and I mentioned earlier that the movie takes every opportunity it can to not do what would be more interesting. We are going to see Smoke and Stack portrayed as criminals returning to a town that they used to cause trouble in, and everyone is kind of worried about the trouble that they're bringing back to the town. That comes up constantly, and for good reason, because one of the first things they do when they get back is shoot two people in the middle of the street in broad daylight in front of a bunch of black and white people. Everyone sees it. He just shoots two people in the middle of the street. Now, you might expect something like consequences for that, but there aren't any. I think it would be
Well,
more dramatic.
he tells the doctor to take care of him, and he'll pay for it. So why would there
Yeah,
be consequences?
yeah, and no one
That's just a
reacts the way
totally
they should.
normal and
Yes.
well-adjusted thing to do.
Meanwhile, they're also portrayed as incredibly infamous. So they try to have it both ways, which is quite annoying. But I think it would be more narratively interesting if the KKK members were reacting to that, and also and they were sort of indiscriminate because they're evil, terrible people in their sort of treatment of everyone at the juke joint, as if they're all part of this criminal element that's returning to corrupt the city or whatever. And it's sort of partly brought on because there's plenty of things to imply that they're bad omens, that they are, that they're infamous and that they're bringing trouble. And then they do a lot of things that you would think would result in a lot of consequences and backlash that just don't happen for some reason. And you would, and it could be more dramatically interesting if they want to do something by their community, but they do it in a sort of, but they do it by like robbing from gangs up in Chicago. Like that never factors back into what happens to them either. Like, do you know what I'm trying to get at? That like the consequences for like the deals with the devil they've made and for the criminal things they've done and their sort of very reckless and violent and criminal behavior comes back to
Well, I
to
mean,
bite them.
I think narratively it's a little more interesting if and we'll find out later that the way that they got the startup for the juke joint, right? Like the way that they got the big draw being the Irish beer and the Italian wine and all the money and everything is they stole a lot of it from the Italian and Irish mafia and then pitted them against each other so that they would fight it out and then before realizing that they had made off with the goods, right? And
Yeah.
narratively I think it might be a little stronger if either or both of those two groups figure it out and kind of come back to to get their revenge
Yeah.
or
If
get
there were
their
any sort
due.
of consequences to the thing that they established at the beginning of the movie, yeah.
You could even turn it into a four-way chaotic brawl because it's not like the
Yeah.
KKK are exactly fans of the Irish or the Italians, so like
Yes. So if you had vampires and the mob and the KKK all sort of like coming, that would be a fun opportunity as well. Mostly what I would just be looking for is just any sort of consequences or their sort of infamous criminal behavior, narrative consequences. And I think it'd be more interesting in a dramatically complicated sense if they want to do something for their community, but the way they go about it ends up like causing harm to them. You know what I mean? Because the KKK comes to try and rid them of the criminal element, and then a whole bunch of people who just wanted to dance and drink and all that sort of stuff, they get caught in the crossfire in a horrible, tragic sort of way. That would be much more narratively interesting to me, but they don't do it. Um, yeah, so I'll talk about this guy, Jimmy Slim Tricks, in the chat. I think I might just boot him because he's saying a bunch of obviously retarded
like
shit. So,
it's just
Jimmy
shit
Slim
that's
Tricks.
like trying to like clearly bait us into something. Like I'm not even
Yeah,
sure.
so the last thing we'll mention before we just get rid of you because you're not contributing anything of value is that you mentioned that the juke point used to be a butcher shop, gentlemen. No, it's not. It's explicitly a sawmill. You just don't know what you're talking about. And on that note, we're gonna remove you. Bye bye.
See you,
You're
buddy.
not contributing anything of constructive value to the conversation. So
Yeah.
see you later. Um, Put user in timeout for 24 hours. Maybe you can come back later.
Sit and think about what you've done.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
just
take a
you
trip
don't
to
know.
New Orleans and educate
You might
yourself.
you might learn something. Yes. No, I mean it's obviously a sawmill. Everyone refers it as the old saw. Everyone refers to it as the old sawmill throughout the movie. So you don't know what you're talking about. All right. So yes. So they are buying this sawmill, and the guy's like, "Come on, are you gonna buy it or what?" And they're like, "Hey, there's a little bit of tension there because he calls them boys." And it's unclear whether he's just saying that as a sort of like Southern colloquialism or whether he's being dismissive and derogatory towards them.
Well,
As
I don't know if it even is all that unclear. You kind of know, like, there's a certain way that most movies is set in this. Most movies set in this era, written by Black Americans, tend to have this exact line. I would say, like, it
yeah,
is, it's a staple. In that,
it's a little cliche. It's a
yeah.
little bit, it's not. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, real quick, super chat specifically for me. Hey, Adam. Thank you for recommending *The Sailor Who Fell from Grace with the Sea*. It's now one of my favorite books. I'm so glad you liked it. Anybody else in the chat looking for a nice, short, incredibly dark, funny read? Go for it. I think it's a good choice.
yeah, I still haven't read that, even though you've recommended it to me, but I will at some point.
Yeah,
um,
it's pretty good. Anyway, um,
and then so the other thing that happens here is that like they have that brief altercation where it's a little unclear whether he's was trying to be dismissive or derogatory or whether it was just a miscommunication. And of course, by the end of the movie, we learn that any sort of interesting subtlety is not what happened. He's just obviously evil, and the whole plan is to kill them from the beginning just because they're black,
yeah,
which I just think
yeah,
it's far less
I mean,
interesting and obvious, and it's actually obviously stupid when we get to the end, but we'll get to that
yeah, and
later.
I'd like not to say that that was never something that occurred. It's just, narratively speaking, it doesn't drive the way that
No,
like some of these other conflicts could have, especially given the setup. Could have made
no,
this a
because
little bit stronger.
you have a bunch of loose threads and extraneous information that doesn't actually factor into the drama of the story when it obviously could have, and we could have done something more interesting otherwise. And then the last thing he says, and they're like, "Hey, all right, once we give you this money, we're not going to hear or see from you ever again, and don't bring any of your KKK buddies around the property either." So they also seem to know that he's in the KKK.
Yeah, well, I mean, they could just be making threats, like just
Yeah,
in case,
I suppose
covering
you're
their
right.
bases.
And
But
he says, "Oh,
he
come
says,
on,
"Oh no,
the K."
they don't exist. Clan don't exist no more." In like the most obvious
Yeah.
like fake out attempt. Like, yeah, okay, sure. Um
Yeah.
yeah, and
And to
interesting. Well, I mean,
manipulate. Yep.
let's just chase this thread down because this is really like this is going to disappear for the next 2 hours of movie and then come back again in the last 7 minutes. So, I just want to chase this like these two scenes down real quick. So what we'll end up
Sure.
finding out is that the KKK's plan, this guy is not just a member of the KKK. He is the Grand Wizard, the big boss of the KKK, and his plan was
Hmm.
always to
Big
come
bad
back
guy.
tomorrow morning after opening night, where everybody would be inside the building, and kill Smoke and Stack. That was always their plan, and that's what they were gonna like. That's what he was planning to do right here. He got all that money right now. Why didn't they just mob them now while they're here? Good question. They got the money. They don't need to let them go if that's their plan and they feel like they can get away with it. That's going to be a theme for most of the villains throughout the duration of the movie. Not taking the opportunity to just kill somebody when they easily could at the moment. He's not going to play any roles later on. It's not like he's going to like it would make way more sense if you wanted to stick with this one, right? The vampires are outside and the KKK shows up in full regalia to attack them, And then the vampires turn the KKK members, forcing them into an egalitarian society with people of all races and creeds, the Irish and blacks included. And then we get KKK vampires on the outside of your
Mhm.
juke joint, which is much more fun, like blaxploitation type stuff. Like that's the
Sure.
Black Dynamite plot right there, you know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that'd be great, right? Like that could be kind of fun. We don't do
It's
that.
funny.
They just show
No,
up
we
the next
don't.
morning in broad daylight.
In broad daylight, which also doesn't track with what they would do and why they would do it, that they just show up in the middle of the day when presumably almost everyone would be gone. That was a very odd choice that they did that. Yeah, but the other you mentioned it. So at the beginning, I said that it's not really funny enough to be a good comedy, not really scary enough to be a good horror movie. I would also add that it's not really campy enough to be a fun kind of camp blaxploitation type fun movie. But it does have bits of that stand out like sore thumbs when they happen. It's like this doesn't belong in this movie. You're trying to be so serious elsewhere, but you do sort of engage in like really kind of corny camp fun stuff. Like, I don't.
Yeah,
It's just I wish they would lean harder in that direction. For example.
yeah. Hopecat brings up a good point. The son of the clan leader is one
Hmm.
of the first vampires to be turned into a vampire,
Yeah, we don't do
and
anything with that,
they
as
don't do
Hopecat
anything
points
with
out.
like
Yeah,
with yeah. It's just like that could have been a confrontation between the son and the father, but he like we're not going to leverage that for drama.
if
It's just a bit of
Kevo's also correct that the whole point of the hoods and nighttime raids was anonymity. Yeah, yes, it was.
yeah.
But
If
they
you
come
want
back.
the iconography for your goofy vampire shootout movie at the end, though, I'm willing to look past that. Right? Like if that's if you're gonna do something like something like that, where they all burn up
Yeah,
in the daylight in funny, grotesque ways, I'm fine with that. You know,
yeah,
like we
yeah,
can get that going.
yeah.
It might be his nephew, not his son. You might be right, Kino. But related,
Related,
relation.
related, but we don't do anything with that anyway. Yeah, the KKK members are, it turns out, the final antagonists of the movie, and they don't interact with the vampire plot even a little bit, which is kind of funny. So, we've established that they bought the old sawmill to turn it into a juke joint. Now, um, we introduce Preacher Boy. I suppose we introduce him again, and he's with his dad. Well, actually, I think the first thing we see him, we just see him like around town. We see
He's
him.
working. He's
Yeah,
sharecropping, and
he's sharecropping, and then he goes home and he kind of washes up, and he has a little like a nice moment with his mom. Then he goes in and wakes up all the rest of the kids. Then he goes to the church, and he meets his dad, and the dad's like, "Hey, look at this guitar I got," and it's like, "I want you to help me with the sermon next week or tomorrow or tonight," whatever he says. And he's like, "Can you read this passage?" And he starts to read the passage. And then Preacher Boy closes the book to demonstrate to his dad that he has the whole thing memorized, right? But he picks up the guitar and he's like, "I gotta go." He's like, "Where do you have to be that's better than being in the house of God?" And he basically he wants to go play music. And his dad is like, "Oh, you're gonna go play music for a bunch of drunks and philanderers who shirk their responsibilities to their families?" And basically he doesn't have an answer to that. This is another opportunity, I would say, where the movie missed an opportunity to do something more interesting, but it's because the movie has a very anti-Christian bent to it. It could have been more interesting, I think, if the preacher himself was like, "Why are you spending time with a bunch of degenerates who are committing adultery and gambling and getting drunk and sweating all over each other and getting up to all sorts of criminal behavior?" And he takes the approach that like, "Oh, well, maybe we should meet them where they are, and we can, you're not going to reach them, if you will, by just not interacting with them and just like shunning them and all that sort of stuff." That could be an interesting thing to do with him, but instead he just like, "No, I'd rather go hang out with them than with you because you're only Christian because the white people forced this on us." That's the sort of major theme of the movie. in that regard. So it's a missed opportunity to do something more interesting. And the movie doesn't really have any good answer to the fact that the preacher dad is like, these people are engaging in all sorts of sort of unsavory behavior. The movie actually revels in a lot of that, which is interesting because someone mentioned earlier that blues was considered the devil's
That
music.
was
Blues
Jimmy, and
was,
I was gonna say like it was associated with it for sure, right? Like it because it
well, it
was
was
played in bars and clubs, and
where prostitution and gambling
yeah,
and adultery and all that sort of stuff was happening. That's why it was associated. That's why it was considered the devil's music, because he was associated with all sorts of unsavory behavior. Same with jazz in New Orleans and stuff like that. But then this movie just revels in all that stuff. Like there is, for example, Preacher Boy will later just be openly trying very, very hard to sleep with a married woman and has no sort of qualms about doing that. Like, there's a lot of behavior in this movie that is just kind of like gross. And the movie doesn't really have any good answer to the preacher when he's like against that, except that, like, I don't even know. How would you describe the movie's attitude towards the preacher?
I- it's well, okay. So the main attitude I think that comes, the main, and this is a good answer to Clamp 20XX, who asks, what leads you to believe it's anti-Christian. Um, the main answers come from the harmonica player who Delta Sam, and from the lead vampire.
Yeah.
Um,
And
when
from Ellis in the end.
and from Ellis in the end. But Delta Sam, when Preacher Boy is getting ready to play his song that's going to summon the vampires, Delta Sam says the blues wasn't forced on us by the white man the way that religion was. This we brought from home, which we've already discussed why that's not an accurate depiction of where blues music entirely originates, comes from. I mean, like it has to, it doesn't evolve on its own without the influences of European folk music.
Well, the simple version is that they don't play the music they don't play blues in West Africa.
Yeah.
All right. You didn't bring the blues from West Africa to America. All right. The blues itself is very much influenced by Christian hymns. All right.
Yes.
So this is historically illiterate, but also he says that like religion, that religion being
Was
Christianity
forced on
was
us,
forced
yeah.
on us
And
by
later
the white
on,
man.
the Irish vampire takes the exact same stance. So when towards the
Mhm.
end, Preacher Boy is caught out because we'll get to it. No, we'll get to it. But Preacher Boy is out and he's caught by the vampire, and he starts reciting the Our Father, and the vampire starts kind of quoting him, or saying it along with him, and says the same thing about like, oh, I remember when the English came and forced those words on us, and I still find comfort
Mhm.
in them, even though they're not, they're not familiar. Which
Yeah.
again, very strange take that the Irish are only Catholic or Christian because of the English, and that black people are only Christian because the white man forced them to be. That's a
And so
strange thing to assert.
so far you could yeah.
Yeah, go
You
ahead.
could just take those two examples as evidence of like what, a sort of troubled drunkard character and the villain have to say. But ultimately, Ellis, when he goes back to the church after all the horrible things that happened to him over the course of this story, his dad tells him, you need to renounce your sinful ways and drop the guitar, as if those two things are inextricably linked, which I find problematic as well. But then, so ultimately, he has to choose whether to come back to religion and renounce his sinful ways, or to leave and go on his own and keep his music. And he decides to leave the church and go on his own and keep his music. So he ultimately rejects Christianity as well.
Yeah. So Kino says, "I thought the film was painting that idea in a negative light." don't. I don't think
No,
it
because
is,
Ellis
and
rejects Christianity at the end of the movie.
well, I think he plays Light of Mine in the final scene, but the Delta Sam's insistence that the religion was forced on black people by white men that isn't portrayed as something that is incorrect. That's portrayed as like
No.
him imparting wisdom right before a performance.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
I
and
don't
so
think
this,
that
here's the other
follows.
example because there are several. So the core heart of the movie is when Ellis sings a song, and it summons. It's the most powerful song in the whole movie, and it summons the ancestors, and it summons black people from the future, and even some Chinese ribbon dancers for some reason.
Yeah,
And
because that was the
hold
funniest
on, hold
part
on.
of that.
Hold on. It unites all of these things together, and he plays the music so true. Remember that. This is how the movie starts. They played music so true that it pierced the veil between the living and the dead. And remember, this is not a Christian vision, right? This is not a Christian metaphysic that we're seeing here. This is not a Christian cosmology. This is a sort of um, modern sort of retelling or reductionist vision of a sort of a West African spiritual tradition, um, in terms of piercing the veil between the living and the dead and summoning the spirits of the ancestors and all that sort of stuff. That's not a Christian vision. Um, and so he plays music so true that it does all of that. And the song he sings is about how he's sorry to his preacher father, but he wants to play the blues instead. All right, like
That's the song
that's
that's
the
true
movie.
enough to
Yes.
summon the spirits of all the descendants and ancestors throughout time
And
and
ultimately,
space.
he decides not to renounce sin and instead because sin and the blues are inextricably linked in this movie in a way that I don't enjoy, but that's what the movie thinks. And so
Yeah.
ultimately, he rejects the church and he rejects his father to go out his own, and because he wants to play blues music, and he refuses to condemn the sin of the people that he just went through that traumatic experience with. So, and the movie insists, and no one ever says anything to the contrary, that the black people are only religious because it was forced on them by white people. So the movie
Yeah.
is pretty anti-Christian, and
I would
it's not
yeah, I
subtle.
don't know how you can get like the fact that he I don't know what song he's playing at the end. I think it might be a like a jazzy blues rendition of Little Light of Mine,
Hmm.
but it happens so quickly at the end of the movie that if I were to say like if I were to lend an interpretation to that, I would call it rushed. Rushed character resolution that maybe both
Confused.
is okay because it doesn't really we don't drive that home. We
It is
have
not portrayed as a final resolution of the conflict between him and his father in the
yeah.
slightest. It's just the song he's playing at the end because it's kind of a blues standard now.
Yeah.
That's real. That's it.
So Kino's asking, what did you think about him attracting spirits from not only the past but the future as well? So I the funniest part to me was the Chinese ribbon dancers and imagining that they like a Ming Dynasty Chinese performer would be okay with hip hop as like a musical style or as if the Chinese and black people get along like as if there's not historic animosity between those two groups. Um, that was an odd thing for me. But the we mentioned it earlier. The scene where all the musical styles are sort of overlapping on one another. It's not good. It's really not good. I mean, like it is a cacophony of chaos, and it's just kind of like they don't blend. They don't try to find a harmonious integration of them all. It's just one after another of them stepping on each other. And then it sort of
Yeah.
slows down to show us the vampire, realize seeing you're hearing the music kind of being drawn spiritually to it and then making the walk to the to the juke
And
joint.
so the other thing, I'm glad you remembered it because I had forgotten about this detail. Preacher Boy does not say the Lord's Prayer as is. He rewrites it.
Oh,
Do you remember that?
no, I didn't catch it.
Hold on. I'll get the exact words, but he doesn't say. Hold on.
And it's
Do-do-do-do-do.
interesting though that like you say that he's saved after reciting it because he's saved by monologuing, not by the prayer. Um,
Yeah. And he doesn't say, hold on, I just want to make sure I get the right transcript here. So keep talking. I just want to make
yeah.
sure I
Well,
get it
it like
right because sometimes.
I think I would agree with you if there was like some idea, like maybe it's trying to get at the idea that the vampire is hypnotized by the words, of to the prayer. And like in the same way that like if you, the old story is like if you throw rice in front of them, they're compelled to count it, right? Like if you say the prayer, he's compelled to give you his graduate thesis on why he thinks that Christianity was forced upon the Irish, even and what the good and bad aspects of it are. But really, he's just saved by stalling, and it doesn't come across to me as like the prayer itself being the thing that it draws everything out. It strikes me
Mhm.
more as the vampire kind of just wanting to talk a little bit longer and forgetting that the sun is about to come up. You know, it doesn't feel like divine intervention to me. And the movie doesn't seem to think that it is.
No, and
I
also this
wouldn't.
is also this comes before he goes back to church and then ultimately decides not to reunite with his father and decides to reject his father and the church and go off on his own. So, and also, okay, so I found I don't think this is a perfectly accurate transcript because some of the words are weird, but he says, "Our Father with art in heaven, hello would hello would be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done as art as it is in heaven." So he's like
Is that
this is doing yeah, yeah, I'm telling you, he doesn't read it the exact same way. I'm trying to find the exact okay. I'm telling you, he changes the words to it, but I'll find it exactly. You keep talking.
I I just yeah, I don't know. That's sort of the end of that thought for me. There is
All
I
right,
don't
keep
think
going because I'm gonna find this. This is important.
I
This is
don't
important
think
to me.
it doesn't to me it didn't seem like that's what the movie was trying to do. Was trying to say that he says the prayer and then is saved by having recited it. And I feel and it does come later on with him rejecting his father and moving to like I mean he's playing Light of Mine at the end in a bluesy rendition, but that's more because it's become a blues standard than yeah. Um, I don't know. And Hope Cat is saying the dancing scene, is so surreal. The twerking girl had me confused. Yeah, it was a strange choice too. I don't know that I. Again, like I feel like there's a lot of elements there that are stepping on each other, and that's kind of emblematic of what the movie is doing overall. Is like it's incorporating a lot of things. Also, again, the the ironic the irony of making a movie about culture vultures because so we haven't exactly explicitly mentioned this yet, but the reason that the vampires are drawn to the music is because like when they bite and change people into other vampires, they form a hive mind and they get all of their memories and all of their, like all of every, basically, they get access to all of their intellectual property, right? And so the vampire loves Preacher Boy's music so much that he wants to bite Preacher Boy and turn him into a vampire so that he and his coven have the music access to the music, right? Which is blatant culture vulture culture vulture metaphor. And the reason why they didn't decide to go with a voodoo monster, they went with a vampire because maybe I mean honestly I don't know. Like there doesn't seem to be, I don't know of a voodoo monster that does the same thing. I don't see why you couldn't just have them be zombies and do like a interesting voodoo zombie version where like the zombies bite people to convert them, like a modern thing, and then we keep the original tradition in there. But we went with vampires, ironically stealing an Eastern European tradition and making it your own, which is exactly what he's sort of like what the villains of the movie are doing. But they also have Chinese ribbon dancers coming in to dance to the hip hop song. and to the mix of the Preacher Boy blues. And it's like, well, what are you doing there? That's not like that's not yours. Like, I know that there's an Asian person in the room, but does that make it like does that equate? Right, like the blues music
No.
summons the ancient spirits of the Chinese too. Like that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a picking and choosing of the elements that you like because it looks
Yeah.
neat, right?
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
exactly
it's
what you're excoriating with the movie, like,
yeah.
which
Yeah.
is
The inclusion of the Asian characters in the group just feels like oh, they're cool because they're down with the culture, as evidenced by the fact that they're fine with them coming in and just shooting people in broad daylight in front of their store. You would think they would be upset about that, but they're just not for some reason. It's very strange. So I looked into it. I was misremembering the scene slightly. He doesn't do a variation on the Our Father like I thought. It's he starts to say it, and then the vampire joins in, and then all the other vampires join in a mocking way, as if to say that has no power over us.
yeah.
Yeah, that's not a Christian depiction. It is. And I think when you put that in sum total with the characters were meant to like decrying Christianity as something forced on them by white people, the fact that ultimately Ellis decides to reject it and his father because he doesn't want to give up the blues, and the fact that it's just constantly portrayed as something that has no power over the forces of evil, I think it's quite obvious that the movie has a very anti-Christian message. I think that's pretty cut and dried. Um, so and then the other thing with the like uniting of the ancestors and the people in the future, I got a little distracted because I was trying to hunt down the specifics of that scene. What did you mention about that already?
I mentioned that I thought it was a like an odd choice, and also like to like essentially to bring the ribbon dancers, the Chinese ribbon dancers, and the like one of them starts doing martial arts. The male Chinese dancer starts like punching air and doing like martial arts and kung
Yes.
fu, towards the end, which is like it's not in rhythm with the music. So it's just
No.
there's also a deep irony in the fact that there's a scene where Delta Sam talks about how funny it is that white folks can't follow on beat very often when they listen to the blues. And then
Yes.
none of the people in the scene are dancing on beat or in rhythm to the music because there's
Yes. To
clearly
be
not music on the day. So all the actors are miming, but they're not miming in tandem because there's no beat. So it's like
To
kind
be
of, yeah.
perfectly clear, there are several scenes in this movie. It's not every scene, but there are several scenes where, for the reasons you just mentioned, there is not a perfect sync between the way people are dancing and the music being played. And it's kind of funny that you would make a joke about white people having no rhythm when the result of your
Of
not
the way that
great
you
editing.
shot your
Yeah.
film makes it look like nobody has rhythm in the movie. Yeah, it's like it's just, there's something ironic about that. In the same
There's
way that
another
there's
pretty.
something ironic about you taking the aspects of Irish folk music or vampiric traditions, vampiric stories, and
Or
kind of like using
Chinese
them,
ribbon dancing.
yeah,
Yeah.
and using them to excoriate people taking your stuff when they don't
Yeah.
understand it. There's a little something ironic about that.
There's another funny irony. We're just jumping around now, I've noticed, and that's fine. Later in the movie, when the vampires show up to the juke joint and they're like, "Hey, can we come in and party with y'all?" They're like, no, you can't." For several reasons. One of them is that they're white people and they don't trust them, and they're worried that like, oh, well, if someone looks at their woman wrong, we could have trouble. We'd rather just turn them away. One of the other reasons is that, well, the white people, they start playing music because they're like, hey, we're musicians. They are attracted by the singing that Ellis does, that pierces the veil, and the vampires, the evil, are attracted to it, as mentioned in the opening monologue. So they show up with banjos and mandolins and all that sort of stuff. And they're like, hey, let us play music. We love music. So they play a little song. It's called Pick Poor Robin Clean. It's a nice little ditty. I like it a lot. They do a fun little choreographed dance with their instruments, like their ZZ Top. It's a good time. I like it. But they're playing that, and then they're interrupted, and they're like, "No, sorry, that's great and all, but this is a blues joint. We play blues music." And he's like, well, come on, can't we just come in and listen? And we have good money. We can buy food and beer and all that sort of stuff. And they're turned away. And there's also a funny little moment where as they're walking away, where they're like, well, we won't go too far in case y'all change your
We're gonna
mind.
walk real slow in case y'all change your
Yes.
minds.
And they kind of like slowly amble and strut away in a way that I think is really funny. They're quite humorous in the movie. The reason I mention this is because the immediate next scene, they're all singing it, they're all dancing to bluegrass music. They're not playing the blues. It's a black person with a fiddle and I think maybe a harmonica on stage or something like that, and they're playing like a bluegrass tune. It's not blues. So immediately after saying, "Hey, none of that Irish folk shit. We're a blues joint, all right? Do you know how to play the blues? No? Then get the fuck out of here." Immediately, they're not playing a blues song. They're playing a bluegrass song. Where do you think bluegrass comes from, guys? Any thoughts on where bluegrass comes from culturally?
Could it could it be
Could it be
Kentucky
Irish and Scottish folk music
hillbillies?
and hillbillies? You think maybe could have something to do with that? Anyway, so that's kind of ironic that clearly no one noticed or thought that was weird. That the immediate next thing that happens is they play music that isn't the blues. And it's also sort of vaguely culturally appropriative. So here's the thing. It's culturally appropriative in the movie's logic, not mine. I don't give a shit. Black people can play bluegrass music and they can like Irish music and all that sort of fun stuff because it's great. And white people can like and enjoy the blues. So, but in the movie's own logic, that's just hypocrisy, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and Clamp, we'll get we're jumping around a little bit, kind of just like picking at it, but we'll get to some of the poor writing choices.
okay, so poor writing would include incongruent themes and moral and thematic confusion.
Yeah,
that is poor
that's a
writing,
big
but
one.
we'll get more to the plot. We've already talked about a number of things that should have resulted in consequences naturally based on human behavior and everything we know about the world of this movie and don't. That's poor writing choices. But we're going to get to the worst of the plot in the final act because that's when it really, really starts to go south. Because the plot is actually pretty thin for the first half of the movie. They want to start a juke joint, and so they start doing the things to start the juke joint. There's not a whole lot that can really happen in the way of plot holes in that section because not a lot is actually happening. We're doing a lot of character work and all that sort of stuff, and we'll talk about it. But where the plot and the conflict really starts to get going is the halfway point, and that's where things start to go south. But there's plenty of poor writing in the thematic aspects of the movie as well.
Yeah. So in order to get so we've got two sets of protagonists here, right? We've got the two Michael B. Jordans and we've got Preacher Boy. And our dramatic question with Preacher Boy is brought up in the scene with his father, right? Like that's what we're looking at is like, is he going to accept, like it sets up the conflict there. Is he going to accept, his father's wisdom or, what appears to be what his father believes to be wisdom, right? And reject the blues and all of the sin associated with it in order to be a more responsible church-going young lad, or will he, fully commit to his career as a musician? And then with the Michael B. Jordans, it's will they manage to get their juke joint up and running, and will they profit? Right, that's basically our dramatic questions there. We're going to spend a lot of time with the two Michael B. Jordans rolling around getting people on board for the juke joint. That's pretty much the next, what would you say, like 30 minutes of this movie? Is
quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of going around and convincing they need musicians. They need supplies, food and somebody to cook.
Cooks. Yep.
They need signs. They need, they need branding. They need all of it. And so they're going to all their friends in their town that they came from or everybody that they know with the huge pile of cash that they have, basically in order to get them to do last minute work so that they can open tonight. They want to open their bar tonight. And we're going to find that out when he goes to talk to the Chinese grocer who his wife is gonna, do the cooking, and he's gonna provide them with all the food and everything that they can do because they can pay him. They can pay him good, and she negotiates, for the sign making and to be the cook and everything. And while they're in the Chinese grocer, they've got a little well, oh, they split up here, right? They split up.
Yes.
So is it
Smoke is on his own.
Smoke's on his own.
Smoke,
Stack
yeah.
and Preacher Boy are in the car going around to get some other people, signed up. So Smoke pays a little girl to sit in the truck and watch it because he's worried that people might come up and try to steal his stuff, right?
Yeah. He's got a bunch of booze in the back of the truck, among other things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stolen booze from the Italian and Irish mobs in Chicago that he's going to use to start this juke joint. So he pays this little girl to wash his truck for him.
Yes.
And this is where we learned, for example, that they are infamous in this town because he's like, hey, have you ever heard of the Smokestack twins? And she's like, yeah, of course. And he's like, oh, yeah, well, I'm Smoke. And she looks very scared and wants to run away.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're trouble. Everyone knows that. And this doesn't really factor into anything. But continue.
Well, yeah, and I think the Chinese grocer guy says to him, like, I thought you were up in Chicago working for Capone. Like,
Yeah.
just kind of giving us, it's like, yeah, people would rightfully be scared of anyone who is associated. In this era, in particular, people would be terrified of anybody who's working for Al Capone. Very famous famous gangster, famously brutal, I would say, gangster of this era. But they start working out the deal, and the little girl starts calling out that somebody's in the truck, and he walks out and finds two people going through the back of the truck, and he shoots them
Immediately in full view of everyone, and there are black people and white people lining the streets. Everyone sees it. Hard to miss. He just shoots him immediately. Asks questions later.
Yes. And they're like, well, the guy who gets, the guy who has had the gun pointed at him and is like friends with the guy who got shot. He's like, well, I didn't know it was your truck. Again, the infamy of the two twins is like, I would never have tried to steal from you if I knew it was you, which, it's kind of a funny scene, right? But it's one of those things where like we're starting to get to a problem with how they're going about what they're doing, right? Like, that's not exactly lying low to start shooting people in the street, right? And like keeping it on.
It certainly isn't. If anything, it's like, hey, we're back in town. Better not, like, I hope you didn't forget us, and we're here to stay, and we're here to cause trouble. That's what that says. Because immediately, like, the other guy, he shoots him too instead of letting him walk away because he doesn't want him to go around saying how he got to almost rob the Smokestack twins without a limp or something to show for it. So this is obviously a sort of criminal, instinct to like show force and toughness. And he's like, hey, I'm the alpha man. I'm back in town. Don't fuck with me. And this is in full view of everyone. He just shoots two guys.
Yeah. We did forget to talk about the rattlesnake, the CGI rattlesnake scene.
We have a brief jump scare with a CGI rattlesnake. It's not the best looking CGI I've ever seen. It's not terrible, but it's just a quick little jump scare to try to remind you that yes, this is supposed to be a horror movie and a thriller, even though you might forget for long periods of time. That's really the only reason it's there. All that happens is they use a knife to kill it, and then they keep talking about what they were talking about. That's really all that amounts. That's all that comes of that.
Yeah. And that's where, because they go to get the truck from where they've hidden it, the truck full of the goods, and then Stack and Preacher Boy take off in the car. Smoke takes the truck back to the town to get the Chinese guy and his wife on board with feeding their party for the whole city. At the
couple
joint.
Quick things. The cops can ignore a lot, but dead bodies and gunfire tend to be noticed. They didn't die, though they might potentially.
He blows one of their kneecaps clean off, and then goes back to the store and says, here's some money, pay a doctor to fix it.
Get them cleaned up, essentially. But yeah, this would not go unnoticed. This is the kind of thing that might attract the attention of the KKK, for example, who might feel compelled to do something about it. You know what I mean? That's the kind of consequences you might expect naturally to occur from a situation like this. Yes, and so the other thing is it's a neat, tiny little detail that I think is like there's some character work here that I don't hate. For example, when Smoke is talking to the little girl about watching the truck for him, he's like, "Hey, I'll pay you, 10 cents a minute or whatever to do, or like whatever he says," and she accepts, and then immediately is like, "No, numbers need to be in conversation with each other. Like you need to negotiate," and so he's trying to teach her to negotiate for herself and to demand more because he clearly values that being the businessman of the group, and that will kind of shine through the movie that he's very concerned with that.
Well,
And he's trying in his own small way to help his fellow people become more business savvy, and that's sort of what he's trying to do with the girl. It's a tiny little detail.
I did like that. I liked that
Yes.
interaction, right? I do think though that calling him a savvy businessman is a stretch considering
I
where
don't
we
think
end up. Yeah.
I don't think he's a savvy businessman. He's clearly concerned with that. Like that's part of
Yeah.
his
No,
character.
I like that when he tells her like I'll pay you 10 cents a minute and she says yes, and then he goes like no, you'll do it for your time's worth more than that basically.
Yeah.
You'll do it for you'll say 20 or you'll say 25 and I'll say 20 and we'll leave it at that, right? Like that's the best I can do. And she kind of he gives her a little nice little it's fun, it shows that he does care, like we were saying, but it shows that he he values his community, right? And he values
To a degree, yeah. To a degree. He also just shot 2 guys.
Well, that was before he shot 2 guys, but he shoots 2 guys afterward. And but then he pays again. He gives the doctor business, keeps the doctor busy. So there's that, right? And then somebody was saying that Azure was saying that the rattlesnake is sort of intended to show the teamwork of the twins with the knife throw.
That's so basic.
It's
though.
very
That's
and it's also
nothing.
rather unnecessary too. It's just like you throw me the knife. Why? It's in this.
Why?
I don't get it.
The tag team there is such a nothing burger. So we said they split up. Stack is with Preacher Boy,
and he's giving him a lecture on how to eat pussy. That's
that's how we cut into the conversation. He's just describing to his cousin, his younger cousin. Now what you want to do is, and then describes, technique for eating a woman out. And it's like, oh, okay. Why? So here's the wild thing. Okay, so this movie is very horny. Unbelievably
yes.
horny.
Now, granted, the answer to the why is because that's actually going to pay off later on in the movie. Of all the things that they're setting up that are not going to pay off in a satisfactory way, this one will. This one is perhaps the most complete instance of foreshadowing that he does throughout the whole film.
Because later he's like, when he seduces that married woman, he's like, "Hey, I want to try something. Check this out." She doesn't say this.
He goes, "I want to try something," and she goes, "What, dude? I'm sweaty and I walked here." And he just goes, "I don't care," and dives right in.
Yeah. So that's the payoff for that.
Is so nasty. Jesus Christ.
So let's talk about this conversation, right? This is the first conversation they have alone together. This is what I mean in terms of just bad, clumsy, ham-fisted, amateurish writing, right? Nothing. The 3 topics of conversation, I think it's 4, that happen in this conversation are not connected by anything, by any sort of logical through line. Let's work through them. You ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, the conversation goes from Stack describing how to eat a woman's pussy. We don't know how that conversation started. Presumably unprompted. Like, hey, guess what?
He just had it on his mind, man. He's just
Yeah,
like,
he was just thinking
he's
about
just
it.
like,
Hey,
check
by
this
the way,
out.
little cousin, I've been thinking a lot about this. You'll want to know this. This is gonna be important later in the movie. And so he starts describing technique for how to eat a woman out, and then Ellis is like, "Hey, can I drive the car?" Unprompted, unmotivated by anything that came before it. And he's like, "Oh, you want to drive the car?" He's like, "Yeah, okay, maybe later. On the way back, I'll let you drive the car." Uh, and immediately after that, without missing a beat, without even a long pause for him to have had time for his thought to change gears, like we immediately go from like, I'll let you drive the car later. And he goes, "Hey, by the way, you told me that when I got older, you tell me about what happened to your dad, and I'm older now." And immediately the conversation shifts into sad backstory mode. And it's the whiplash here is fucking crazy. It's crazy. It's like, here's how you eat a woman out. Hey, can I drive this car? Hey, maybe later. Hey, by the way, tell me about how your dad died. And so
The other thing too, right? Real quick, because you would say maybe if we hadn't watched Preacher Boy drive this car back to the church at the like minute one of the movie, that this
yeah,
could be foreshadowing that would pay off too. That is not foreshadowing.
no,
That's
no.
just a callback at that point.
Yeah,
Like,
he just wants to drive the car because it seems like a nice car.
so how's your sex life?
Yeah.
uh,
So okay, so sad backstory time, and he's like, "You told me when I got older, you tell me how what happened with your dad. Is it true that you guys killed him?" And Stack says, "No, we didn't kill him. Smoke killed him. He used to beat me. I got the worst of it. One time he knocked me unconscious, and Smoke killed him." So that's their backstory. They had an abusive, drunkard, evil father. We'll get a little more detail on that later. But he was a bad dude, and he was beating Stack. So Smoke killed their dad.
cool.
Um, cool. Like I
All
don't want
right.
to say that that it adds nothing because it
Well,
adds
I mean, it gives
something.
you that like Smoke is the one who takes action to protect his brother, right? And that's gonna try. They're gonna try to use that for some
Hmm.
conflict later on. Later on,
Yeah.
like that's why Stack is the one who gets transformed first. Basically, like that's to give Smoke that sort of conflict. It's not. It's not. It's not great. I mean, it
Yeah,
follows,
it's a little
but
thin,
it's a little
is how I
thin.
would describe
Yeah.
that. So Periwinkle, he doesn't jump into the conversation about the dad because he doesn't want to hear Stack talk about cunnilingus anymore. He jumps into, "Hey, can I drive the car?" because he doesn't want to talk about cunnilingus anymore. And then as soon as he said, "Hey, maybe you can drive it later," there's like 1.5 seconds at most, and then he jumps into sad backstory time. The pacing of that conversation doesn't work for me at all. I don't think it follows any sort of logical through line at all. It's just, oh, we need to establish this now. So I guess now's as good a time as any.
Yeah, well, and
He's
I
not
think
he's not changing subjects here.
it's
He
also
was the one.
interesting too that like because Periwinkle is saying like hard conversation shift, but what he's asking is like, hey, can you confirm for me that you murdered your dad? Like
Yeah,
that's what he
yeah,
because that he has an idea of what
hmm,
happened. So
yeah.
it's like
He thinks they both killed him. That's what
yeah,
he thinks.
it's a little bit of a and it's not
It's
unbelievable. It's just
ham-fisted.
very
It's
ham-fisted.
ham-fisted.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's it's just a very easy way to get us some conversation to some exposition through a conversation that doesn't really follow. It's not particularly well written.
yeah. No, I felt it clumsy and amateurish is how I would describe that. Um, so and then we go from that, and I think this change in conversation does actually make a bit more sense because after like we get the full weight of that, and he's like, "Oh, by the way, I like your guitar." Like they start talking about the guitar to change
Yeah.
subjects from the serious one that they were just talking about it.
Hope Cat, we have spoiled this movie
Yeah, we're deep into
time and time.
spoilers.
We are so balls deep in spoilers on this movie. Like, don't even worry about it. We've
Don't
already,
hesitate.
yeah.
Yeah, because we're jumping around a little bit because sometimes topics take us away from the chronology of things, but we're slowly moving through though. Like we've talked about a few things from the end already, so we won't have to go over those again when we get there. So
Well, he has Preacher Boy
then
play
they
him a tune on the guitar while they're driving.
and I really like this bit.
Yes.
I really like this bit. This is one of the few times in the movie where I think the blues is actually done justice. Because this is actually one of the few bits in the movie where we get to hear the blues uninterrupted for any length of time. For example, the big climactic scene of like summoning the ancestors is not done on the strength from the audience's perspective of the blues alone, because we immediately start bringing in score and then bringing in 90s hip hop and then bringing in old West African folk traditions. And so this is one of the few moments in the movie about the blues that the blues actually gets to shine, and it's a nice little piece. I like it. He performs it quite well. I think he mimes the guitar part quite well as well.
Yeah.
Um,
I thought he did a
I
great
wasn't
job.
I wasn't distracted by his fingers not matching like I am in many things, so I was impressed by that. I think he's got a decent voice. It's a nice little tune, and I think it's well written. That was cool. I like that. It did follow a rather whiplashy sort of whiplash-inducing conversation, but I do like that moment. It was nice.
Yeah, it's good. And then they get to so they
Delta
get to
Slim,
town
yeah.
where Delta Slim is playing the harmonica on the corner.
hmm
And they are trying they're trying to convince him to come and play at the juke joint tonight. And this is one of the interactions that I actually kind of liked, right? We've had the first interaction with Smoke where he's getting the food and the branding and everything put together, and that's a question of money, right? He has to offer basically, whatever the going rate is, and he's got the woman, the wife, who's negotiating with him on how much he's going to spend to get her skills to put everything together,
for all the
right?
catfish and the sign
Yeah.
and blah blah blah. Yeah.
And so then they get to Delta Slim, and or Delta Sam, and he's playing the harmonica.
Oh, it's Slim. It's Slim.
Oh, it's Slim?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's playing the harmonica and he's drinking, and they offer him money, and then they try to offer him like a chance to play with Preacher Boy, because Preacher Boy goes to play the guitar, and he's like, no, this is my corner. Don't use like, I'm busking here. This is my territory. Yes. You don't get to do that, right? Yes. So that's stopped. The money, they offer him money. He's like, no, I don't care how much money you offer me.
Oh, it's even better than that. I want to talk about it because this is actually one of the bits of like, I think, interesting dialogue that I wish they did more with, but I quite like it. So Delta Slim, he's like, I'll pay you $20 a night or whatever. He's like, you ain't paying me $20 a night. You're paying maybe $20 tonight, but will you be tomorrow and the day after that? He's like, I've been playing at this place for 10 years, every night for 10 years now. And basically he's like, I don't know, you might pay me $20 tonight, maybe, but then you'll be gone and I'll have like blown up my relationship with this place that I've been playing for years. And I like the stability here. They pay me in corn liquor, and I have as much corn liquor as I want to drink, and I get to play my music, and that's all I really need. I think he says, like, what more could a sinner like me ask for? And I was like, I like that. Yeah, this has been a great scene for this guy so far. I feel like he's well characterized.
It gets still a little better because he Stack kind of goes like, oh, I mean, if that's how you feel, and then he cracks open a bottle of beer, which is
an Irish beer,
which like instantly from cracking open that bottle, we get the information from Delta Slim's reaction that this is a luxury, this is a rarity, something that he does not get to experience very often while playing.
He's used to cheap corn liquor. Yeah.
And what Stack ends up saying is like, I'll still pay you the $20 a night, plus you can have as much of that as you can drink, and that's what gets him on board. And I was like, see, I like this, right? We've got the money one that worked out. We've got the luring him in with the ability to luring Preacher Boy in to play his music, right? We've got that. That's established. So we've got pride, we've got money, and we've got drunkenness, which is, I guess, like not one of the cardinal sins, but it's still
Booze.
like boozing is still, a time honored
Yeah, yeah,
tradition amongst sinners of such as ourselves. But that
yeah.
convinces him to, come and play for them. And then they play a little ditty together. They play a little tune as promo for the club. And
Yes.
Stack kind of gets up there and says, "Hey, if you want to hear more of these two guys playing together, come on down to this new place that we opened. It'll be open tonight with, big opening night." And
Hmm.
right as this is happening, this is when Preacher Boy locks eyes with the married woman that he's going to
Yes.
immediately attempt to seduce here.
Hmm.
Uh,
Well, he approaches her because she's a pretty young lady, and he's like, he introduces himself or whatever, and then he's like, "Hey, I've heard about you. You can sing, right?" And she's like, "Yeah, from time to time." Yeah, her name is Perline, I believe, or some Pearline, something like that. And then she goes, "I'm like," because he's hitting on her, obviously, and she goes, "I'm married, by the way." And he goes, "Happily?" He's like, "Oh, careful, boy. You might bite off more than you can chew." And then she kind of turns around in a very obviously flirtatious manner and walks away. Um, we'll get way more of that later, but
yeah,
yes.
she she is, and as someone as Defrosted Robot mentioned, she is a very thin character. This is one of the examples that I would suggest is poor writing for anyone who was curious about that earlier. She is
Yes.
married,
Yes.
and we see that Preacher Boy doesn't quite care about that, right? He's fine
Hmm.
with that. Are we going to leverage her marital situation for drama in the second or third act of the film? Are we going to build that relationship? Is her husband going
Yeah.
to show up at some
Hmm.
point? Is any of that going to play into the second or third act? No. It's never going to come up
No.
in a meaningful way,
Nope.
except that
Nope.
Preacher Boy seduces her in the bar, and she's like, it's never going to come back up before she dies, which she does before the movie is out.
Hmm.
It's never going to
Yeah.
be leveraged whatsoever. It starts to make you wonder why you would write her as that for, like, in the first place. Like, she could just as easily not have been married, and this would
Yeah.
still come across as something that is a little bit risque and, maybe on the
Hmm.
edge
Yeah.
in that relationship.
Because because they're not married and all that sort of stuff, and he's coming from a rather strict Christian home. The other thing that I don't like about this and is I feel like it's a missed opportunity for something more interesting, as is the case for much of this movie. Um, we could have had him be sort of corrupted by the twins, you know, but he's not. He's just kind of already willing to just like have sex with a married woman and is the one aggressively pursuing it
Yeah.
instantly. It would be like, you know what? Because they kind of do.
Well, the
They
corruption by the twins is that, like, in the scene where they end up having sex is like that's where we'll get the fulfillment of the foreshadowing of pussy eating earlier in the movie. He's gonna
yeah,
try out this technique that his cousin told him about on her in the
yes,
bar. That's
yes,
the fulfillment. That's the fulfillment of the foreshadowing and of the drama between these two characters. It doesn't
yeah,
go any
and
further than that, and it's a
it is
big waste.
and it's more complicated than this. But they do a little bit of the she devil seductress thing with Mary, played by Haley. What's her name?
Steinfeld.
Uh, Seinfeld. They do. It's more complicated, but they do a little bit of that with her. I feel like it might have been better to do that with this woman instead, where like she's the sort of temptress character.
Yeah.
Right? Like I just feel like that would make more sense with him
Isn't
being
she
sort of
sort of
corrupt.
though? Like, she is kind
I mean,
of.
she is, but he does not need to be tempted. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? He's like, "Oh, are you, like you're married? Are you happily married?" Like he's very aggressive from the get-go and like has no problem with it at all. You know what I mean? He's not lured into anything. He's not really tempted into anything. He's the one doing the tempting, if anything.
Yeah.
So it's like that's just way less interesting and also makes him a bit unlikable, I would say. It makes a lot like there's a lot of things that happen in this movie that really kind of pick away at any sort of likability and sympathy you might have for these characters. Um,
Yeah.
and that kind of ruins the back half of the movie in a way because I'm like, I don't really care about any of you really. It's
I
you know
mean, like, yeah,
I would have cared more about Delta Slim if they didn't have him be the mouthpiece for like some of the most aggressively anti-Christian and
anti-historical. Yeah.
historically illiterate, and then also really just kind of cringe and unfunny jokes that happens in the
Oh
back half
God,
of the
yeah, the
movie.
back half. Oh my God, he's so
Yeah, because
obnoxious.
he was interesting at
I
first, and
really
then
like
he's
him in this scene. Like
yes.
in this scene, I'm like, oh,
Mhm.
he's shrewd. Like he knows his way around. He's been on the tour, right? And he's been busking for a while. He knows how the game works, right? I liked him in this. And then like later on he's just gonna devolve into a caricature who makes
Yeah,
really shitty childish jokes and doesn't contribute much of it. Well, I mean, like the movie doesn't know how to end, and we'll get to that point when we get there. But
yeah.
um, Haley
I want to
Steinfeld shows up
hold
immediately
on
after
before
this,
we get
so
there.
on
I want to
theme.
respond. I want to respond to a couple things in chat that I appreciated. So Kyle R says the elephant in the room for this whole movie is that most modern audiences find the blues and jazz boring and unexciting and have no interest in that type of music. I think that is part of it, and I'm so glad you followed up that message with bringing up Baz Luhrmann because you mentioned The Great
Yeah,
Gatsby, though I would
he did that with
also throw
Elvis too.
Elvis. Yes, Elvis is the perfect example. Elvis is a movie about Elvis that is so not confident that that Elvis's music can carry the movie that he throws in a bunch of anachronistic pop music. Like this movie isn't on the level of Baz Luhrmann having no respect for the music that he's making a movie about, but there's a little bit of that because of that climactic scene, which is Ellis's biggest scene that they don't let the blues speak for itself, and they have to do that weird anachronistic genre mashup, which I don't even think is good on its own as a musical thing, by the way. But
Well,
I think
funnily
that
enough,
is
the only song that they let stand on its own legs is an
mhm.
Irish folk tune later on, sung by the villains of the movie.
That and the very first thing that Ellis plays in the
Yes,
car, and
yeah,
it's short.
and
That's
this
like a
scene,
minute
which is
long.
another reason why I liked this scene so much, is like this is my kind of music, man.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
I love the blues and jazz. Like that's
yeah.
half the reason I even went to New Orleans in the first place. That is like I could listen to it all day. And when they start playing in this scene, I'm like, damn, this is great.
Yeah.
Give me more of this. But this one, you
What?
know, this doesn't
Yeah.
summon demons. So like for some reason, these songs are not as true as the hip hoppy remixed R&B one that will come in later.
Yeah. Two quick comments before we introduce Mary. So one is very serious. Mita says, "How can someone explain why 270 million on a budget of 90 million is breaking even?" Well, it's simple because they spent like 50 to 60 million on marketing, and theaters take roughly 40% of all box office gross.
Yeah.
That's why.
And Ryan
Um,
Coogler's taking a big cut of it because of the contract that he negotiated with the studio.
well, yeah, there's also that in terms of, but we're just sort of lumping in the filmmakers and the studio for profitability conversations. But
Yeah.
yes. And then the other one I wanted to respond to was Hope Cat says there's two instances where husbands could have shown up to cause trouble. The women didn't need to be married, really. Yes.
Yes. And we're about
You,
here's the second one we're about to
you
get
know what it
into.
comes across as?
A kink.
Is the writer's kink. That's what it feels like. There's a couple things in this movie regarding the very very horny nature of it. One of them is married women sleeping with married women that really just feel like what the writer is into. Because they don't the marriedness doesn't factor into the drama really at all, except to make it more, I guess, titillating. Like that's really it.
Yeah.
So on that note, let's introduce Mary.
Our
Take it
second
away.
married woman, Mary, yeah, a white woman is staring at Stack, and Preacher Boy is like, "Uh-oh, this isn't good news. This never works out well in the Jim Crow South." Um, but she comes up to him, and it becomes clear that they have a relationship when she says, "You stuck your tongue in my cooch and fucked me." What does she say? Fucked me till I couldn't see straight. So
So hard or something like
if
that. Yeah.
yeah,
You
something
got the
along those
gist.
lines.
You got the
You
gist.
told me you loved me, stuck your tongue in my cooch, and fucked me till I couldn't see straight. Actual line of dialogue from the movie, from this scene.
Pretty close. Pretty close. Anyway.
Pretty damn close. Which is again rather horny. And he kind of makes it like it's funny that he gets very modest here, right? He's doing a pretty good job playing against her in
Hmm.
this. Um, but as it turns out, she's in town because her mother just died. And why would this be important? Well, because her mother is essentially who raised Smoke and Stack. So she's
Yeah.
sort of like their adopted sister and
Yes.
also his ex fuck buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Um, so that's a little strange, but the majority of the conflict that will occur between Mary and Stack is A, that they used to be lovers and he ran off on her. We'll talk about why. But the other conflict is that they didn't come to her mother's funeral. And
yes.
it's going to be made explicit in the movie that Mary's mother actually raised Smoke and Stack. She helped deliver them, and when their mother died, presumably early on in their lives, she nursed them as her own. So she must have died like in childbirth or very shortly after. So she actually like raised Smoke and Stack, and they didn't show up to the funeral. And so Mary is upset about that. Q, what is Stack's answer to why they didn't show up to the funeral,
From later or from here?
or just in general in the movie?
Well, in general, isn't it Smoke who basically just says like, "Wow, we gave her enough in life that we didn't feel like it was necessary to go to the funeral." That's pretty much how he
Yeah,
puts it, right?
that's the only answer. He's like, you didn't. She's like, because later she'll say, "Oh, you didn't even send flowers," and he's like, "Well, we sent her flowers when she was alive." It's like, yeah, but
Yeah,
dude,
like and
dude,
they treat that as if she's won the argument, or as if
yeah,
he's won the argument by saying it.
yes,
Essentially,
yes,
just like, yeah, that's not the point. The point is you didn't go to the funeral. Like that was important to your adopted sister who you were raised with and who you
hmm,
have one of you has a sexual relationship with.
yeah.
Like it was important to her and you didn't do it. And like and you
Everyone else
making the
treats Mary
excuses.
as family,
Yeah.
essentially. Yes.
He does, yeah, so Defrosted Robot. He doesn't say they sent flowers to the funeral. He says we sent her enough flowers while she was alive,
Yeah. It's
which
like,
is not the same.
why didn't you show up to your mother's funeral? It's like, well, I was nice to her when she was alive. So,
Yeah, and as we'll find out, this isn't just any like just a random white woman in the
no.
community. She's
No.
actually a quarter black because her father was half black, and she was
Yeah.
raised in this community as family
Yeah.
with the rest of the community. They all treat her as
Yes.
such, even though like
Yes.
they forget what she looks like every now and then they
Well,
treat her
because
like a
she
regular
moved
white person.
away.
Yeah.
She moved away, and so when she comes to the juke joint later, Cornbread won't recognize her at first, and then he's like, "Oh shit, Mary!" Like so, and then once he realizes who she is, he like welcomes her like family. Everyone basically treats her like family except for Smoke and Stack, who treat her um well, it's complicated, but because we get more of it in the later scenes. But Stack is very cruel to her in this initial scene. She basically says, you didn't like. I'm here in town for my mother's funeral. You didn't even come to that. I guess you just used her for her love while she was alive, and then she doesn't matter to you now that she's dead. She says something to that effect. And because he wants her to go away, Stack says, "Yep, you're right. Now get out of here." That's all she meant to me. Get out of here. It's like, wow, that's a horrible thing to say.
Yeah, and so real quick, the Georgius in the chat, like they were gangsters under Al Capone, and we're surprised they're not nice people. Not necessarily. It's just that like
No.
what we're setting up here and the way the movie is going to treat it at like as if they're in the right later.
Yeah.
Like the movie treats it as if they were in the right to do the things that they did, right? And that she just
Yeah.
didn't understand that they were doing what they thought was best. It's not really interested in interrogating that the fact that they thought that was what was best makes them really bad people. Like it's not
Yeah.
interested in interrogating that. It's basically interested in saying like, well, I tried, so
The
you're
movie
wrong.
the movie is trying to portray them as criminals with hearts of gold. Like deep down, they're good people, but I'm not convinced.
Yeah,
Actually, essentially, there's a disconnect between what the movie thinks of their character and what it's trying to. Because
yeah,
the movie is so unsubtle about what it wants you to think. This is not a movie that just presents a situation and like lets you make up your own mind about it. The movie, especially with the use of music and editing and dialogue, like it is very clear what it wants you to think about these people. And there are incongruities that if you think about how the characters are presented with how, like I lost my train of thought on that one,
yeah.
but you get the idea.
Yeah, no, the
The, the
point is that like the movie's treating them like they're criminals with hearts of gold who have noble intentions beneath their rough
yeah.
exteriors. But
Mhm.
when you start to break it down like that, it becomes difficult to see where that lines up, because this
Yes.
isn't like the movie thinks that this is a good intended thing, right? But it's absolutely
Mhm.
not even a little
Yes.
bit. Um, Capone was mentioned. Yeah, they did work under Al Capone. It's I think what Kevo's saying there is like he doesn't believe that these two would have cut it under Al Capone's leadership, I believe.
Yes. Yes. I
And
don't believe that
I don't
either.
believe that
That's a good
either,
point.
but they did leave, so I can give them a pat. Like they quit, right? They quit and
Yeah.
they pulled a caper on the way out, and I can accept that. That's fine. Um, I did want to also mention. So Periwinkle said they couldn't go to the funeral because they were black. It's mentioned or it's implied Cornbread and his wife didn't come because they were black. I don't think that's true. I think Cornbread says we had to work, and that's why
Yeah.
we couldn't make it.
So
It's not implied that like black people
the
weren't
woman
welcome.
who
She was also
died,
raised in the black community. The woman who died
yes.
was
Yeah.
a member of the black community. So
The woman who died raised two black children of her own. Like she raised the smoke and stack. Like she, so I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. I don't believe that that's the reason because they don't say that either. They don't have an answer for why they didn't go to the funeral. They just say, "Well, we sent flowers while she was alive." The logic for why Stack and Mary can't be together is Jim Crow laws, though he did flee to a place that doesn't have Jim Crow laws and he didn't bring her with him.
yeah,
There's that
now so
as
he
well.
did flee to a place that didn't have Jim Crow laws, and they come back to Mississippi, basically saying like, well, it's basically the exact same. So he is
Yeah,
disillusioned. I mean, we can argue that if we want
yeah,
to,
we don't have to bother. That's what
but
he thinks.
that's what he thinks, and so
But it
he
was
comes
never a
back. But
question
like
in his
he
mind that
believe the
maybe
point
he
is
could
that he
bring her.
believed it when he left, and
Yes.
that could have meant that like maybe they could have gone up there and been in a relationship together, right? And he chose deliberately not to do that. He chose to have sex with her and then just sneak out of the room and disappear and never come back.
Yes,
Like,
and
which is yeah.
his logic is that like they couldn't be together. But then the other thing that is really confusing about all this, and like because we continue this conversation at the juke joint later, so let's just talk about that now. The other thing that is mentioned is he says, "I got you a rich white husband," and she says, "But I didn't want any of that." Ew, what the fuck? How did he get her a rich white husband in Arkansas that she didn't want? How did that happen?
That's a great question. And we're not going to go any further into it because that's
No.
all the movie's going to say. And the husband's not going to come up at all. Maybe he got her engaged to one of his buddies from the Capone organization? Is that what we're
Um,
implying?
I don't know. That I don't know what we're implying. We're implying that he got her a husband, a rich white husband. And but she didn't want it, but she still got married to him anyway because that's what we're implying. Um I don't understand how any of that is meant to work. I don't believe it. Like
Yeah.
that doesn't make any that doesn't follow for me. Not only did he run out on her because he obviously has strong feelings for her. Later in the movie, he will say that I do love you, but he feels like it's a sort of like doomed romance. They can't be together because of, segregation and Jim Crow laws and all that sort of stuff. But also, he's rather cruel to her in a way that is not sort of becoming of him as a
Yeah,
character.
and I don't mind him doing that.
That's
Like,
that's not the
yeah,
Go ahead.
I don't mind him doing that because like that's a natural response from
Sure.
like the way that the movie then later tries to make it seem like he had noble intentions the whole time, right?
Yeah.
That's
That it
the
wasn't
part.
a moral failing
Yeah,
to some degree.
it,
Yeah.
that yeah that it was the right thing to do is where I take issue, right? That
I
like
agree with
yeah
that. Yeah. So, like, yes, to put a fine point on it, it's not so much a problem that he would be cruel to her because he can't handle his true feelings for her, and he would rather just sort of run away than be more virtuous in the way he handles that situation. It's not that that's not believable for his character, is that the movie kind of treats it like, oh, he had the best of intentions and he actually did the right thing. That's the vibe that the movie presents. The movie doesn't really kind of give him the criticism he deserves for the way he handles it.
yeah it almost
Ultimately,
sort of absolves him of it by the end of their
to a
interaction.
degree,
Yeah,
yeah,
which is where I take a little bit of an issue with it, is that like the movie doesn't seem to acknowledge that he ever did the wrong thing. Like it's not
yeah,
even like him like, yeah, I fucked up. Yeah. I messed up and and I'm sorry for that, but like this is the way it has to be. It's not even that. It's no, I did what was right and you don't understand the full context of why I did it, and therefore I am not to blame. This is all sort of like you hurting yourself. And then he walks away. That's essentially the moral message of the scene that we
that's
get.
yeah, that's certainly how it feels anyway. So right after he is, this is just the initial scene. Some of this we get in the juke joint later, but in the initial scene, she says, "Oh, you didn't even show up to the funeral to the woman who raised you. What the fuck's that about?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's because she didn't mean anything to us." He's trying to be cruel to get her to go away, and he's very cruel to her. And she's like, "You rot in hell," and he's like, "I will, and I'll see you there." And then as she's walking away, we add insult to injury by having Ellis come up and go, "Hey, maybe she is black." Like what? Oh, really? After what they just did to her character in that scene, we're just gonna like tag that on? Like really? I don't know. That felt kind of gross.
That's a yeah. Well, that's a harbinger of the type of humor to come later
Yes,
on.
I did not find it funny, especially after what we just saw. Because I sort of thought going into this movie that she was going to be the sort of white she-devil temptress character. And then what it actually was like, oh, she's actually just completely sympathetic and wronged by this guy, and yet the
Until she
movie's kind of
becomes the
yeah,
she-devil
yes,
seductress character at the
yes,
halfway point. Do yeah. The next scene after this is when he goes to get cornbread from the field. And this one, like, okay, so just to bring us back and like calibrate us for where we're at again, right? So we've had the grocer and his wife that he gets to help them with money. We've had Preacher Boy with the music. We've had Sam or Slim with the beer and the alcohol. And so now we've got to get cornbread to be the bouncer at the club, basically. Which this is where like we're starting to feel a little extraneous here. This doesn't feel super necessary moving forward, right? Because like, yeah, it's good to have a bouncer, but is cornbread really like the only? I don't know. Is cornbread the only guy who can do it? Do we need a scene dedicated to him, based on where his usage is going later? Like, do we need all of that?
yeah.
Um,
I don't know.
I
And
don't
also
know.
I don't like the way this scene plays out either. I'm gonna talk about it too because he approaches cornbread. He's out in the fields with his wife and a few other people picking cotton as sharecroppers. And he's like, "Hey, like, I want to talk to you about a business proposition. He's like, nah, I don't want to hear about any of your scheming. I don't want anything to do with your scheming. And he's like, well, hey, like, you're going to want to hear about this. And he's like, hey, man, come on. I got my quota to meet. And he says, fuck your quota. And Cornbread's like, hey, my wife's right here. Like, have some respect. Don't talk like that. And he says, well, fuck your wife, too. And he gets mad. Cornbread gets mad, as you would, because he's like one of the few like decent characters to show up so far. That yeah, like I liked that he got mad at that and was like, hey, listen, you don't talk to my wife like that. And then
he doubles
starts,
down.
he pivots. He doubles down and sort of pivots, and he's like, well, she's really gonna fuck you when she hears about how much money you're about to make. She might even let you put your pecker in her mouth. And so he doubles down on the being gross in front of his wife and being disrespectful. And Cornbread's like, I'm going to beat the black off you.
I'm gonna beat the black off you. And then his wife goes, hold on.
How much money are we talking? And just like kind of complete. And then he's like, now that's a good woman. And I'm just like, oh, so we just kind of completely emasculate him a little bit there. Like, I just felt like, oh, fuck her. You know what I mean? I don't know. I liked that someone was like standing up to him a little bit, and then he just immediately gets undercut by his own wife, and it's just like, oh, okay. This might be a good time to mention that I don't really believe any of these people as existing in 1932. The way they talk, the attitudes they have, all feel very modern to me. And this is not helped by the fact that the accents are horribly inconsistent. Some people are trying to do like a Southern Mississippi accent. Some people aren't really at all. The main character, Preacher Boy, just kind of talks like Ryan Coogler, actually. I couldn't help but notice that after hearing Ryan Coogler talk, that he sounds a lot like the main character. I don't feel like the accent work is consistent. I don't feel like the dialogue is fitting of the time period like you might expect in like a like a good period piece.
Yeah.
I would say that this is not really a good enough period piece to be successful in that regard either. But in terms of there are little moments like the initial scene with Delta Slim and Cornbread's initial reaction to like him using vulgar language and being like, hey, don't talk like that in front of my wife. I was like, okay, that kind of feels like more how people would have reacted in the time. But then immediately it's dropped. You know what I mean?
Well, it's immediately dropped, and like essentially the wife is like, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I will suck his dick. How much money are you talking about? And it's just like,
yeah,
really?
I don't know,
like
man.
that doesn't feel like it belongs in the time period, but
No, it's not impossible.
It's not
just,
impossible. It's just it's and the thing about it, right, is that like we're back to money, right? And so
yes.
it's like it's a little boring now. We've got 4 in a row of these like recruiting, getting the band together things. And this doesn't require any creative thinking on Stack's part, really. It's just like flash some money and then the guy's wife will, make him come, essentially.
It's a double beat as well, like you said. We've done the different ways of getting people to join the team, and money is just okay, we've already done that. This is just kind of lame, and all it really does is sort of emasculate Cornbread a little bit.
Yeah.
In a way it doesn't feel especially worthwhile.
Yeah. And that's the end of that. Like, it's done. And then we're going with Smoke to now. I misspoke earlier. The Chinese people, the wife of the Chinese guy, she's gonna do the branding.
The Chinese couple is Grace and Bo.
Okay, Grace is gonna do the branding. Bo is gonna provide all the supplies, like the raw materials and everything, the fish and everything like that.
He's the grocer. He's the town grocer.
And Smoke now is with his ex-wife, or I guess his ex-wife. Yeah, his wife, or the mother of his child, who he's separated from, and he's gonna try to convince her to cook for the party tonight. And this is like, we're back into an interesting scene here because he offers money when he sees what she's doing for a living. She's selling like homemade remedies and medicinal cures to local kids for Confederate or plantation money, right? And he's deeply offended by this. He's like, this isn't even real. This won't spend anywhere else. And she kind of like, he's like, I'm offering you real money here. You could take it and, make something with it. And she's like, I don't want it. This is fine for me. I want, like, and so he has to kind of adapt his tactic a little bit. He really has to, yeah, like, he really has to, like, work to sort of get her over the relationship that they have, the strained relationship of, we'll find out here that their child died, and this is really where his, like, questioning of religion and of the effectiveness of magic and voodoo, hoodoo in this scene is where, like, we introduce, the guiding spiritual framework of the story. And I liked that he can't win her over with money, right? Like, that was I was like, okay,
Yes.
because we had one where the money worked, and now they're trying to throw the money around. It works twice now, and then, like, we're trying to do it again, and she's like, no, I'm not interested. I don't care about that. I'm fine with the plantation dollars that these kids are bringing me. It's it's a little something different. They have to adapt
Well,
to
yeah,
get the band together, right?
well, first of all, she says, like, your money comes with blood. He tries
Yes.
to say all money comes with blood, and she says, not like yours, which is a
Yes.
great response. I'm so glad that the movie had a good answer to that. And then the other thing is she sees right through that he has so much money.
Yes.
He's like, you must have robbed the gang, like the gangs or the mobs blind, and like they're gonna be coming after you. Like, I don't want anything to do with your money. So she sees right through him. Like, I know you didn't come by all that money in a natural way or a way that isn't dangerous. She sees right through him, and I like that. It's good.
And so Periwinkle is saying, you think this is called root work. This in this scene specifically, it might be, but they refer to it as voodoo or hoodoo throughout the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
Like, what she's doing, like, maybe what she's doing right there isn't specific to voodoo or hoodoo, but she's like the one who knows the rituals, the voodoo rituals. Like, she asks him in this scene about the mojo bag that he has around his neck, and about how all of those rituals and everything that she did, how do you know that didn't keep you safe during the war and while you were up in Chicago? Which, by the way, we forgot to mention, Smoke and Stack were soldiers in World War One.
Yeah, I don't believe that, and for reasons that are explicitly obvious at the very end of the movie. We'll come
Yeah.
back to it, but yes, they are allegedly World War One veterans. You wouldn't know it by anything they do, but they are.
Yeah, they are. They allegedly were in the trenches, at least for a while. As much as the Americans would have been in Europe uh,
Mhm.
during World War One. It does it play into their characters? Not really, but we're just gonna keep on moving right past it. Um, how does he convince her again to, like, come and do this? Doesn't she just basically go like, well, because I love you, I'll come and do the cooking and
So
everything?
yeah, so I think this is actually the closest thing to a good scene,
Yeah.
like from beginning to end in the entire movie. There have been good moments from a number of different scenes. I think maybe the closest competitor right now is the scene where they bring on board Delta Slim. But I think this might be the best one. A, because she sees right through them and has like good responses to some of the things she says. And I actually like that this is probably the most I like Smoke as a character, right? Because he
Yes.
comes in as the hardened criminal, but then he's with this woman that clearly he,
They had a
once
child who
once had
died.
a child
There's
together who
history.
died. There's history there, and he's actually relatively quick to admit that he actually does love her, and it's hard. And it's like coming the idea of coming back her and coming back here, seeing you again, seeing the grave of the child. That's all hard on him, but he does love her. All that sort of stuff. This is actually pretty good. I think this is probably the best in terms of Michael B. Jordan's performance in the
Yeah,
movie
I
as
would
well.
say absolutely by a long shot, this is his best part of the film.
Hmm.
And it's like this is where we really start to, like, feel for the character, right? Like, this is one where we actually get to see that character sort of grow a little bit. We get to see him his walls are breaking down, and
Yeah.
he's questioning every like all of his relationship to like to spirituality. He's questioning his
Yes.
relationship to the world, and he's come to ask a favor, and it's very difficult of him, and he tries at first to do it with overwhelming cash, and he gets frustrated when she won't accept it, and then
Hmm.
they have an argument, and they have a little bit of soul searching, and then they have some sex, and she's on
Yeah,
board.
the movie it lingers on the sex too much, but that's just part of the horniness of this scene. But it feels in a way that's kind of like kind of sleazy and as a capstone to a scene that shouldn't feel sleazy. I don't know
Yeah.
if you felt that way, but like the way they handled the sex in this particular scene, I'm just like, oh, this shouldn't be the sleazy scene though. Like it's not total sleaze, obviously, but I don't know. They just hung on it a little too long. That's the only thing I didn't like about it. But so basically, they start talking. He says, I don't believe in anything supernatural. Essentially, I believe in power, and money gets you power. And she's like, well, how do you know that the my mojo bag isn't what kept you safe when you were a soldier and when you're in Chicago? And he says, like, well, it didn't keep our daughter safe. Like,
Yeah,
how do you explain that?
how come it didn't save our baby then? And she doesn't have an
Yeah.
answer for it, which is,
And that's a nice moment. And I
yeah.
thought she performed that scene well. And that's an interesting, and she says, I don't know, but it kept you safe. And she's like, sure of that. Um, And then he says, basically, he says he admits that he does love her and that it hurts him to come back here, but he loves her and that it's important to him. And basically, when he sort of lets his guard down and is sort of honest, instead of just putting up the sort of criminal bravado, then she's like, oh, okay, the man I love is still in there kind of deal. You know what I mean? And then she agrees to help him, essentially. Then they start having sex even though they don't close the door and there were just children nearby and like stuff like that. It just kind of
It is a little
just
sleazy.
sours.
It's a little sleazy on the tone because it's not necessary, right? Like
And it's not necessary,
they've
like close
rekindled
up
their
shots of,
relationship, and
yeah, it
like
could,
it's been
yeah,
enough, right? Like you were just
yes,
throwing the sex in to have it at this point.
yeah, yeah, like the close up shots of her licking his ear and then grabbing his dick and stuff like that. It just like it's not bad, but it just this could have been a better scene. You didn't need to do that here.
Yeah.
It just didn't. It doesn't feel as right with these two characters. They've had a child that died together. You know what I mean? Like they've been through a lot. I don't know.
Yeah.
It would have been nicer if it was a bit more subtle and just kind of let it be and then left the scene. And also because the fact that they just go into it when they were like children right outside just a moment ago and that anyone could walk in, it just adds a little unnecessary distraction from the emotion of the scene, which is otherwise quite good. I think
Yeah.
it probably is the best scene in the movie, all things
Periwinkle's
considered.
bringing up a good point too. She has a line about how his brother Stack is crazy, and it seems like she doesn't like him, but that doesn't come up again. And actually, in fact, later on, when all three of them together have an argument, she takes Stack's side
Yeah,
because,
it
which
does.
is like again like a little extraneous things that's like it feels like in another pass of the script you might have been able to iron that out. Like
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense because okay, the way they basically characterize Smoke and Stack for the most part is that Smoke is obsessed with the business and money. And to the degree there's any conflict between him and his brother, it's because his brother takes a more, I don't know, people-oriented approach. Like he wants to do something for his community. These people have worked hard and I want to give them something nice. They can come here and dance and drink or whatever. And Smoke's like, hey man, like that's all well and good, but we
we
can't
got to
make a
be making
living
money. Yeah.
on these wooden nickels from the plantation credits that we can't actually use beyond the
Yeah.
plantation.
We'll
Like,
get
and
to
so there's,
that because I have problems with
yeah,
that.
we'll talk about it, but that is the sort of central conflict. Like Smoke is much more he's much more aggressive, like business minded, quote unquote, soldier gangster man. And Stack is kind of a bit more like wild, fun loving, but actually like good natured. Like he doesn't seem as mean actually. So like if anything, when she's like, oh, I don't like your brother, he's trouble, like Smoke is the one who's more trouble, honestly.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that he's a total dick to Mary. Otherwise, he seems like the chill one to a degree. Smoke is the one
Yeah, a
who
little
shot
bit.
people in the street, for example.
Yeah, Smoke is
Like,
the
that
one
was
who
Smoke.
shot a guy for touching his truck because he didn't want his reputation to be harmed, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So but we get a little bit of a touching moment with him here, and I think that's nice, right? Like, that's good.
hmm
And then we move to finally, we're 40 minutes in. Let's introduce our vampire, shall we?
Yes. Really quick, really quick. There was one little thing we didn't touch on before. It's when they're riding in a car with Delta Slim, and
Oh,
Slim
right,
is
yeah.
talking about a horrible story that happened to him. It's not super important because it doesn't come back. It just establishes that like the KKK is bad and horrible things happened.
And
Which is
white people have no rhythm. Except
yeah.
sometimes when they do, so we change the rhythm up on them to confuse them because we
So
don't
we
want
change
them
it up on
stealing
them.
our language or stealing our music.
Yeah. So the thing he says in this scene that I want to highlight because I hate it is he says like, oh, we played music for the white people and they were loving it. And he says white people like the blues just fine. They just don't like the people that make it. This is more historical illiteracy. The people that liked blues music didn't hate black people in the same way that the people who hated blues music hated black people. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so in the history of blues and jazz in places like New Orleans, for example, which before the Jim Crow South, like the Jim Crow laws went into effect, were actually much more diverse before like segregation was imposed legally because New Orleans is a very like
Integrated
unusual
place.
city
Yeah.
in that regard, or at least it was before Jim Crow laws went into effect. Like the white people that went to blues bars didn't like loathe black people. They weren't like members of the KKK were not listening to blues music, you understand. They didn't like it. They thought it was degenerate devil's music. All right. Like have you seen these famous pictures of like white people at jazz clubs and they're just going fucking crazy and the guy's wailing on the sax? Those people didn't hate black people.
Yeah.
It's the people that hated jazz and hated those kind of cultures and thought they were like degrading society and all that sort of stuff. Like they did. They hated. So like this whole it's just a really sort of ahistorical modern imposition on history that like, oh, white people because it's a very modern attitude and it's like but it's not true in modern times either. It's like people that love rap music aren't like horribly horribly racist, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's just I don't know, it bothers me, it
Yeah.
annoys
Well,
me.
like, yeah, because like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, no, the racists don't like any of it. They don't like anything where that has entered the realm. It's like
Yeah.
it's a little yeah. And Jay Jameson is asking, is this just projection? Because he's fine taking European culture, but separates it from the people.
Ooh,
I mean,
it's
yeah,
something to think about, I'll say
that sure
that.
is. I
Something to
mean,
ponder.
I can't come up with much of a different read on this, right? Like
Yeah.
and this is really where I got very annoyed with the movie is because it's like it's really insistent that cultural appropriation or like people from different races people from different races enjoying other music or the traditional music of like black people for example, that's not genuine. it's not
Yeah.
it's not
Or they want to
fair.
take it,
It's
they
not
want
real.
to
They want to
possess
take
it.
it and possess it, and it's like there's an evil twinge to it, right?
Yes.
But the movie is so comfortable taking aspects of white folklore, or like not even white folklore, just like general European folklore,
Culture and music
people
and
that he would
folklore, yes.
consider to be white. It's perfectly
Yes.
fine with taking that and using it to his advantage.
Yeah.
But when everybody else does it, then it like it's a real cultural problem that the movie needed to
Yeah.
exist to address, right? Like this is where it bothers me the most.
There is no better proverb for modern culture than "It's okay when we do it." I just think that that's at the core of so many things, and it's crazy the double standards that emerge from that.
Yeah.
But it gets worse. We'll get to the real heart of that criticism later. Now it's time to introduce vampires. You take it away.
Well, this is an interesting scene, right? Because he comes seemingly like out of the sky, right? Like he falls from a height as
He falls into the frame,
yeah,
and
he falls
is
into frame.
blistered and bloodied and like he's been burning up in the sunshine. So he's rushing to the house quickly,
Well,
but
where
he's
does he
like,
fall from? Because it looks like he's jumping off of something, but
well,
there's nothing behind him.
they can sort of
Oh,
fly.
that's true. They can.
So
He,
that's what's happening there.
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if they can fly short distances like a chicken or whether they can fly like long distances like a vulture. I don't actually know, but they can fly a little bit and we'll see that later. So they don't need to flap their arms or anything. They can just sort of levitate and fly
Yeah, they can
at least
Superman it.
short distances.
At
Yeah.
least for a little bit. But he shows up at the like beaten and burned and bloodied at the doorstep of a couple of white people who open the door with shotguns in this, or muskets or rifles, something big honking guns pointed right in his face, and he's asking to be invited in.
Yes.
And it's not working. They're not convinced. They're a little like he's telling a story about how some Indians are chasing him, and
Hmm.
they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? There are no Indians here. Get out of here. Leave." And he looks in and sees the KKK robe out on the sofa, basically prepared for a night of antics, you can assume. And this gives him an idea to offer gold in exchange for housing him, hiding him from the Indians that are coming to, that are coming after him. Um, it works. They
Hmm.
lower the guns, and the Indians show up. They show
Yeah.
up in yeah.
Before we get to the Indians showing up, there's a couple things to mention here. One, Periwinkle says there are cases where black performers would be hired to play for all white audiences and were basically considered performing monkeys. So we're not talking about minstrel shows here, and we're not talking about music being performed as like haha, be silly, do funny dances. Like they're playing the blues and music like that for white audiences who liked the music and were dancing and singing along. It's not described like a minstrel show. So this isn't to say that like
This
that's
isn't to say
never
that
happened.
never happened. It's just to
And
say
also
that like
the movie says, and there's no reason to think like a character says in the movie seems to agree wholeheartedly that white people like the blues, they just don't like the people that make it. And I think that's more untrue than it is true. That's the central contention I have with it.
yeah.
That's the central contention I have with it is that like that's the cultural commentary the movie puts forth, and I think that's more untrue than true. Now, when it comes to the vampire scene, first of all, it's daylight.
It's
It is
dusk.
day.
It's dusk.
No, because it's dusk when the Indians arrived. It's like the sun is going down when he arrives, which means he's flown there a
Oh.
long way while the sun is up. Later in the movie, the sun will come up and almost instantly kill all the vampires. So, that's just not especially great storytelling because I don't believe that this vampire made it here. They're out in the middle of nowhere, this giant farm.
Yeah, like the sunlight instantly converts him into an inferno by the end of the movie. When he sees
Yes.
it, like as soon as it comes creeping over the horizon. So we're not talking like, Buffy Angel type vampires that can like we can do a little bit of sun. We can get a little bit of sun, but like if we're there very much longer, we'll catch fire, we'll die, right? Like they can't dip a toe and like get in and out and use it tactically. We're not going to see that. That's not how this works. We will see them just immediately engulfed in flame as soon as it
Yeah.
comes up. They're dead.
Well, we will see the sun rise in the span of 30 seconds instead of like 15 minutes or whatever, like how it might happen in real life. And they're burned up instantly. Meanwhile, in this scene, he's flown here a long way being chased by Choctaw vampire hunters during the day, and he only arrives here while the sun is still up, and then Choctaw arrive right as the sun is starting to go down. So I don't believe that. He should be dead. So there's that. And then I like that when he gets to the door and he's pleading his case, he says, "There are Indians chasing me," and they're like, "There aren't even Indians around here. What are you talking about?" And then he looks in and he sees the very, very conveniently placed KKK outfits, which is just I don't know. It made me laugh how obviously they were displayed so he can happen to see them. It was just funny.
Yeah, and but
Um,
then like, and that gives him the idea to be like, well, I've got gold. Look, doubloons. Like
yeah,
that's
yeah,
that's what the KKK love, right? Like somebody
yeah.
asked us, like, are the KKK, do they crave gold? I suppose they do.
So then the vampire hunters show up and they say, "Hello, ma'am. We're chasing a very dangerous man. He could be around your property. We're trying to find him before he can hurt anyone." And meanwhile, they're like, "Get the hell out of here!" They're pointing guns at him the whole time. She never lowers the guns. Just get the hell out of here. And then the Native American guy is like, "Hey, it's getting near. The sun's about to go down. We better get out of here."
Yeah, leave this white bitch. Let's go.
And so George Buck says, "I flew in last night. Boy, are my arms tired." Yeah. So here's the thing about that: the movie doesn't portray it in a way that, like in Dracula, vampires can be out in the sun during the day. They just don't have their powers, to transform into different animals and to sort of shapeshift to a degree. There's no implication. Actually, we see them fly during the day, so there's no reason to think that they're any less powerful during the day. So the idea that, like, oh, we're hunting this vampire, it's getting near nighttime. Oh my gosh, the sun's about to go down. We better get the hell out of here. Just like I don't quite understand that.
Yeah,
Like why like
that's interesting, right? Because like what we'll end up finding out is that there's not really, apart from like wooden stakes to the heart and like splashing them with garlic juice, there's not really a reliable way of killing them. Now, you would expect the Native Americans who are hunting the vampire to have one, right? But they're not confident enough to use it at night when the vampire would be active. They have to do it in the sun. Like
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I understand that the homeowners here are obviously hostile to you and don't believe you. You could probably try to explain yourself better, but that aside, like it just seems like the ticking clock of, oh, the sun's about to go down, better get out of here. I don't quite understand that. I mean, maybe they just have a ways to travel. Maybe that's the logic. But I feel like they have strong reason to believe the vampire is here, and then they just don't do a lot of things you might expect them to do if they're actually
yeah,
trying to hunt vampires. And
yeah,
Periwinkle says it's interesting that they mention God and they seem to be explicitly Christian. And like that seems, believable enough. But it is an interesting choice to have because the Choctaw vampire hunters are presented in the movie as just noble and good, trying to hunt evil, right? But it's interesting that they're presented in a sort of Christian light.
yeah. Yeah, kind
Sort
of.
of, sort of.
It's very ambiguous. In
Yeah.
the way that, like, and you could read that as the movie trying to be ambiguous about it just in general, because maybe it will alienate the type of audience that would approve of the Ryan Coogler metaphor that the movie is pushing. But
Hmm.
you could also read it as sort of being like non-committal in this, like, in order to avoid and like answering those questions later, right? Like
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
could
I'm
go
not
either way.
sure.
It could go
I
either
I
way.
would attribute. See, we've talked a little bit before, and there was some disagreement in the chat about the anti-Christian stuff. I feel like there's a very strong vein of anti-Christian themes happening in this movie that are impossible to ignore. To the degree there's anything that actually runs counter to that, I would attribute to like a sort of thematic confusion more than nuance. I feel like there's a lot of things in this movie that to the degree they don't make sense feels more like confusion than a sort of mature nuance to me.
Yeah,
And I feel like that's how it reads to me anyway because it doesn't feel coherent.
yeah.
Um
But so the Native Americans leave, and they're gone
mhm.
from the movie.
Yeah.
They will
They
not show back up. They seemed
yeah.
like, I mean, it's only one evening, right? But like they're like, night,
They're
nope,
not too far
bye.
away from town, and the vampires are basically drawn to and summoned by the piercing of the veil by Preacher Boy. You would think maybe they would be too if they are supposedly firekeepers or, Indian
Vampire
vampire
hunters.
hunters.
Yeah.
You think maybe they would be
Well,
sensitive to
again,
that? I don't know.
another opportunity to sort of like to sort of create like the world race war, right? Like right at the end of the movie.
Or just
You got
the
Irish
confluence of
mob,
all these.
Italian mob, KKK, vampires, Indians, black people. Like a battle royale for the ages, right?
You
Like
know
you
what?
could have
That
created that at the end, and it would have been hilarious if you had done it
Yes,
right. You know?
it could have been great, and that could have been like the perfect sort of like camp $90 million B movie ending you could imagine, right? Where it's just you throw all of these things together into this big bombastic finale. But as a instead of doing that, they just do something lame instead.
Yeah.
It's like that's the kind of stuff I would want in a movie like this, to just sort of like you got something of a B movie premise here, and there's some camp, and like there's some blaxploitation, elements to it. Like, what if you leaned more into that? Like there's
Well,
some
he's
comedy,
going to at the end.
kind of. Yes,
Like
yes,
the end is really like a kind of you could call it even an homage to the end of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, just not executed quite as well, where Tarantino sets the Manson family on fire in a pool, right?
yeah,
Or like the
yeah,
end of Inglorious
yeah,
Bastards, where a Jew shoots Hitler's face off with a machine gun. Like that's what we're watching at the end of this movie. By like because
yeah,
it has nothing left to do with the central conflict. It's
yeah.
it's a black guy killing a bunch of KKK members, just massacring them in
Yeah,
like
because they're
easily.
obviously evil, and it's just like it's very removed from the central narrative drama of the movie. It's just kind of tacked on at the end. And I feel like now is a good time to mention this because I saw a tweet that really annoyed me, right? And comes courtesy of a man whose YouTube channel name is High Top Films.
Oh
And
boy.
you might have heard of High Top Films before.
Oh, do I need
And
another drink of this?
no, well, you might need another drink. Hold on. Let me find the tweet. This will be worth it. So this is relevant to the tacked on ending you just described. This is a tweet with 59,000 likes, by the way. He says, had some older white dude walk out of Sinners during the scene where smoke shoots up the KKK. They still around.
Is he
Yes, he is.
No, see, High Top. If you're watching, you're not, but if you are, the reason that the guy left during that scene is not because he's a secret racist. It's not because he goes around in a hood burning crosses in black people's yards. It's because the movie's over. The movie is over. That scene is extraneous.
Yes.
There's
The central
nothing
drama
happening.
of
The drama is done.
Yes. And it's been like 2 hours and 17 minutes or something like that of a lot of boredom. And we've solved the main conflict, and now we have this tacked on sequence where a bunch of obviously full-throated evil KKK members are just killed. And actually it's just a really dumb scene logistically as well. We'll talk about it when we get to it. But it's not connected to the central drama of the story. It's tacked on. The central drama is over. It's extraneous. It's an overly long movie to begin with. And maybe he just needed to pee.
Yeah, it could have been that too.
And you decide you're going to go on Twitter and be like, wow, this guy who sat through all of Sinners up until that point is probably sympathetic to the KKK, and that's why he left the theater at that point. Like, you're retarded. You're it's unbelievable.
He
It's
probably made a
unbelievable.
judgment call. He looked at his watch and was like,
Yeah.
dude, I don't know if I can. Is anything important going to happen? It's just going to be this. It's just going to be this for 15 minutes. Okay, I got a chance. And then he got up and then he got up and left
Yeah.
and ran to the bathroom. And then he was like, it's probably done. I don't need to go back to catch the credits. I know Michael B. Jordan was in it twice. I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He sat through 90% of Sinners, but he's a secret racist. Yeah, exactly. That's how stupid High Top is. I mean, we already knew he was not the brightest bulb in the bunch. We already knew he was pretty dumb, but holy shit, he's actually just that stupid. And also, I think he's kind of a bad person to just kind of throw that random old white guy under the bus. A guy who went and paid to see Sinners, which was not unsubtle about what type of movie it was going to be, guys. Like, it wasn't a twist reveal that the movie was actually going to be about racism. It's the most obvious, predictable thing you can imagine.
Yeah. All the vampires in the trailer were white. Like,
it could not have been more obvious. And so, yeah. And also, Jay Jameson says the demand for racism is vastly outstripping the supply. 100%. And you can tell because it's a national story that someone called someone the N-word this week. It's a national, hullabaloo.
Jesus.
So, yeah, we don't need to get into that, but
Like
it's
a regular
evident, I
Tuesday
think.
night in Baltimore.
Well, Hugh, it matters who's saying it. You silly
Yeah,
goose.
it's a regular Tuesday night in Baltimore.
All right. So, yeah, where the fuck were we? Oh, we
We're at so
introduced the vampires.
the Injuns have left and the Whiteys are alone in their house. And her husband's not answering her calls as she comes back in. She's like, "Oh no, the Eustace or whatever his name is," and she walks in to where her husband is now dead on the floor, and
Hmm.
the guy who she's let in has blood dripping from his mouth, um, and then
And he says, "Oh, don't worry about him. He's just sleeping." And then he stands up and he goes, "He's all better now." Like, here's here's the thing. Like, that is only funny, like, separate from the actual tone of how the scene is portrayed, because some of the lines of dialogue that the vampires have, like, weren't funny really when I watched them the first time, but then, like, in hindsight are very funny. Like, later they have a scene with Mary, the vampires do, and they're like, "Mary, it seems like you have a hurt that money can't fix. Is that right?" And she's like, "Yeah, my mom just died recently." And they're like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." One of them says, like, "Losing a mom is a hurting kind of pain," or something. Like, I swear that's the line. Hold on. Like, it's a hurting feeling or something like that. And it's like, "Oh yeah, you think?" Yeah, you don't say. Like, that's kind of a funny line if this were a more consistently goofy, campy movie, but it's not. And so it just comes across as kind of a stupid line. And so, like, when she walks in and he's like, "Oh, don't worry about him. He's just sleeping." And then he immediately stands up and he goes, "He's all better now." Like, like, that's kind of amusing in
Kind of,
theory.
yeah. In theory, it could have been funny, but it's not delivered. It's delivered very dramatically, and then
Yes.
there they go, the KKK family. They're vampires now. I wonder what's gonna happen. When's the next time they're gonna show up? It's gonna be a while.
A
A while because
long
like
time.
so we've talked at length about a lot of this next bit already,
Yeah,
right?
we can breeze through what we've covered already. Yeah.
So at 44 minutes, the KKK family has become vampires.
Yes.
Then we've got all the stuff in the bar, the conflict between Mary and Stack, the escalation of Preacher Boy and the married woman who doesn't really need to be married. We're going to have a business decision that I do want to talk about in a little bit more depth. But the next time the vampires show up is at 59 minutes. So 15 more minutes go by in your and 59 minutes, that's an hour. We're an hour in. The vampires have been on screen twice.
Yeah.
We're starting to stretch a lot. The
Yeah.
business decision that I wanted to bring up here is like, because we're
Let's
gonna
talk about it.
yeah, let's talk about it, right? Because they're selling the beer, they're selling the wine, and their big draw is that they've got Italian wine and Irish beer luxuries for this part of Mississippi. People have never seen them, and like not in this quantity before, and they they're charging not a premium, but they're charging what you might expect for them. And one of the guys at the bar says, "Well, I don't have that kind of money, but I do have these," and he puts a couple wooden nickels on the thing. He says, "Those are good. Those are good at that plantation up the road." And the bartender's like, "Yep, sounds good," and cracks the beer. And Smoke starts to get like, he's like shocked. He's like, "What the fuck? What is this?
What are we doing?
What are we doing
Yeah.
here?" And he pulls Stack and his lover, yeah, the mother of his child, into the back room to talk about it, and he's like, "What the hell is this? We can't. Wooden nickels are not going to keep us solvent here. We can't do this with wooden nickels, right?"
Yeah.
And what they explain to him, rightly so, is that the people that he's catering to don't have money,
Not a
which
lot
he
of it
should
anyway.
have known
Yes.
because he grew up here and he drove around and looked at it. Like, the money that he's waving around is life-changing kind of money, and unless he brings it back, they're not making it. So I don't know what he fucking expected. His plan was to open a business in this poor part of Mississippi for the poor people that he grew up with, and then he gets upset when they can't pay in real money and they have to use the money that they have because
Yeah.
they're poor,
Yes.
which is insane.
And he's very upset about it. The other thing is, like, it is Defrosted Robot just mentioned it. It is perfectly normal and standard when you're starting a business like that, if you want to attract customers, to have the prices lower, right? Maybe even a grand opening sale where everything's like half off or something. You're trying to lure people in. You're trying to start a new juke joint in a town with several already, but there aren't any that are like black owned and operated. This one's way out in the sticks as opposed to all the other ones that are closer in town. You want to get people to come, right? And you're running this as infamous criminals that everyone is kind of afraid of a little bit. You want people to show up. You've done like a
You're
little
gonna be
tiny bit of
gambling.
promotion. You're going to be gambling and all that sort of stuff, and you're offering all this stuff. Like, this isn't, the other thing they says is like, oh, this happens later in the movie, but this is basically all the same conversation. This is just spread out throughout the back half of the movie. He's like, look, I looked at the till, what we have so far, and he's like, what's the damage? He's like, well, we have about 2 weeks. No, is it 2 weeks or 2 months? I can't remember anymore. Hold on. We have 2 months. Yes, he says they conclude that if they keep this up as they're currently going, they have 2 months before they're broke. Like, that's fine to start.
Not, yeah, that actually.
Like,
Honestly, I thought that I could have sworn that they got more urgent with it than that when I was watching it. I could have sworn that he was basically like pulling the ripcord. He's like, "We're gonna be broke by the end of the night. Like, we're fucked."
He
Like,
does
I could
not
have
say
sworn
that.
that he was doing that, but no.
That would make more sense considering how they act. But
Yeah.
what they say is, hey, I've looked at the till, and this is later in the night. It's not the first time they talk about this. This is later. He says, I have looked at the till. This is the real money. This is the plantation money that we don't really have any use for. If we keep it up like this, we'll be broke in 2 months.
That's not bad for a business. You have a lot of time to figure it out.
Especially when, as you mentioned, all the customers are poor.
Yeah.
And you know that. And like, you can raise prices later. You're trying to attract people to your business. Like, it's not, I thought he was supposed to be the business guy.
He is. He's supposed to be the business guy, but he didn't consider that poor people don't have money to spend at his place on beer. Like, you're not going to be able to create that kind of a business.
Harry Winkle says, I wonder if he forgot they used plantation money like everyone forgot what Mary looks like. That's pretty funny.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that.
And like, he has to have it like slowly explained to him by his brother and his ex-wife that, like, well, this is all they've got. Like, it's like, no, like, you would have known that. And if you didn't, and you still came to start that business, you're really dumb. Like, to have expected that this would work and take off.
Yeah. And the other thing is, considering all of their inventory, all of the alcoholic inventory is stolen.
Yeah. Wait a minute. They have everything's a profit.
Well, not everything. They had to spend money on the sign and the food, and they're paying some of the musicians to be there, for sure. And they had to buy the place, but they had a ton of money to buy this place outright. Like, it's not. They have 2 months. if they operated exactly how they're operating on opening night when they're just trying to get people in the door, they'd have 2 months. So obviously you're going to have to start raising the prices, and you might get to a point where you say, hey, we can't accept wooden nickels anymore. Sorry. But you've already like hooked them, if you will, because they like the place, they like being here. And maybe they try to find a way to make it work or whatever. Like they're treating it like it's such an urgent problem that Mary needs to go try to get the sketchy vampires that they turned away to come back.
Yeah.
And there is just
Like,
no reason for it to be that pressing. It really isn't.
No, not even like
it's not a problem.
She's like, oh, let me
be...
go back and check and see if those white folks actually have money to spend. And to the point where she comes back eventually and shows Smoke the gold, like the doubloons, and he's just like, well, shit. Like, that's pretty good. Like that,
Yeah. A couple things that are funny. One, Periwinkle says, I wonder why the plantation money is no good. If you can use it to buy things at plantation stores, why can't they use it to get basic supplies from the stores? And the Chinese couple. That's a good question. I don't know all the ins and outs of that. Because you should, if they can use it as credits on the plantation to buy things, then surely so can the twins. So I don't know.
You would expect that the Chinese grocer takes that money, because there's no other money.
You would think so. I don't actually know, but I think it's more reasonable than not to conclude that they would.
Yeah,
considering their clientele and everything. The other thing that's funny is Kylar says, "I've seen enough bar rescue to say just don't serve food." That's funny. Yeah. Obviously, this is the grand opening where they have like a big, catfish bake and all sorts of stuff like that. We don't really see much of the food actually, probably because they didn't want to spend the money on the day to have all the food. But they don't have a ton of you wouldn't have the big grand opening level
grand opening celebrations every single day. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So, but all of this is presented as such a pressing problem that it will be the reason we have to go back to the vampires that we already turned away, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And when we're talking about the bad writing and how the whole last half of the movie kind of falls apart, this is the start of that.
This is the beginning. Yeah.
This is the start of that. Because the whole because they turned away the vampires. They didn't invite them in. And then they have to go, and then Mary's like, let me go talk to them because you guys need money. It's like, this is not a problem you need to solve right now, to the degree that you're going to approach the people that you were terrified of letting in because they could cause a problem and get like a lynch mob. You know what I mean? Because they frame it like, oh, well, what happens if they come in, we let them in, and someone looks at his woman wrong, and then next thing you know, we got a lynch mob coming to our door. That's why we don't want the white people, the white Irish musicians in the bar. That's why we turn them away, because we're worried about all of that. But then later it's like, oh man, we're hemorrhaging money. They're not, but they act like they are. And Mary's like, well, let me go talk to them. Maybe they're still around. Maybe they can come spend their money.
Yeah, and like what? Put you at even? Like break you even for the whole expense of running like immediately? Like what did you think was going to happen? Yeah, so that's like that starts to fall apart. There's also a scene.
Tyler says it's a nightclub who's trying to eat ribs or catfish on the dance floor. Well, they also have gambling. It's definitely more. It's like a dance club.
It's like an illegal casino, right? It's like a black version of Al Capone's speakeasy hangout type place, right?
A saloon, and a saloon as well. And they often had food at saloons, and they have food at casinos and stuff like that. So it's not unreasonable, especially if you're trying to attract a bunch of people. Especially you're way out in the sticks. It's also worth mentioning. Like this is kind of way out of the way. They mentioned that there are plenty of barrel houses or whatever they call them in town, and we're kind of everyone had to walk away to get here. That's mentioned many times.
Yeah. Or drive if they had the car. The Chinese.
Oh yeah, if they had it. Yeah, he does. Yeah.
So in this mix of scenes and like in between when the arguments start and everything, this is when Preacher Boy eats out the married lady, the sweaty married lady. This is when we get the conversation about how Smoke and Stack didn't go to Mary's mother's funeral. This is where the song happens, the big cacophony of nonsensical chaos that summons the vampires. The vampires
Yes.
show up to the door and play their little Irish ditty, and they don't get let in. And they make a couple of jokes or jabs, I should say, about how like, oh, it's because we're white. Well, how did she get in then? Because Mary's at the door. And like they do all
Referring
that.
to Mary, and they're like, well, Mary's family. See, everyone refers to Mary as family except for Stack
Yeah.
for some reason.
Well, because he fucked her, and if it was family, that'd be weird.
Well, I
He has
suppose
that
that.
much. He has that much honor and sense. Although everybody like eavesdrops on Preacher Boy and the married lady, like while they're fucking, which is weird too. They're like, "Oh, good for little cousin. Look at him getting some in
Mhm.
the supply closet where we keep
Miss
the food. Where we keep the food."
Miss I didn't think about that, but that's pretty funny. Yeah, the food safety inspector is gonna have a field day with this place. Anyway, Mr. Redhead says something that I disagree with. How dare you? He says they're still doing the whole "you need to invite vampires in" thing. You know, it would be cool, a vampire that just goes in whenever he wants without needing to be invited in. I disagree. I think needing to invite vampires in is a really interesting part of their lore because it's pretty heavily symbolic in terms of like, you have to invite sort of, there's a degree to which to like be taken in by a sort of demonic force, you need to have let it in or invited it in or been, tempted by it to a degree. And I think that's sort of the symbolism happening there. And it's pretty good. And also, if we lose too many of the hallmarks of vampire lore, then this ceases to be a movie about vampires at all. I think there is a balance you need to strike with things like this,
Yes.
where you need to have enough vampire things for everyone to recognize them as vampires, and then a couple new twists and wrinkles, and like, we'll take this bit from this kind of vampire story and this bit, provided they cohere in a way that serves your story. I think that's the right approach. I think, except for the fact that it undermines their cultural appropriation theme, the fact that they kept some of the basic hallmarks of vampire stuff, I think is good.
Yeah. So
And
somebody earlier mentioned something about how this is just Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah, it's boiling
it
down
is.
to it. It is, but it's way lamer. It's a lot less interesting.
I agree. Even the thing I like about Dusk Till Dawn the least, which is that it feels like two movies sewn together at the hip,
Yeah.
is at least that's kind of a fun surprise when it turns into a vampire movie. Like this turns into a vampire movie halfway through, but without any of the surprise because they make it clear sort of from the beginning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that's an odd choice. And I think, Mr. Redhead, that vampires need some sort of like restrictions, like needing to be invited into a home to balance them. Otherwise, they get a little OP. So I think it's a kind of a necessary part of them, and I don't think having to invite them in makes them any less scary, especially when you're like trapped in a location like this. You know what I mean? I just don't think this movie does a good job of handling that threat. And we'll talk all about it because it's one of the worst aspects of the movie. But I disagree. I think the needing to invite them in, I think it works better when it's a home than just a random public building. But we'll set that aside.
Real quick, because the chat has jumped ahead of us, and I want to get up to this point because this bugged me too. Mary will become a vampire eventually. We've talked about that a little bit as well. She gets a re-invite, so she leaves to go and go and talk to the vampires and maybe convince them to come and spend the money or feel them out and see if they're worth letting in, right? And she immediately gets like a bad vibe when they start asking her questions about like, oh, isn't it like a real pain to have lost your mom, and like psychologically analyzing her and everything.
I don't want to breeze through that scene in general, but is there a point you wanted to make?
The point I want to make
it?
is that she gets invited in when she's a vampire, and she'll cause some chaos in the bar, and then immediately just like run outside for no good reason, and then forget for the rest of the movie that she has already been invited in.
Yes.
Now
let's just jump ahead to that now because it's funny.
Yes.
She gets turned into a vampire. We'll talk about how that scene plays out. She gets turned into a vampire, like you just said. She gets invited back in by Cornbread, who has no idea that she's a vampire or that vampires are even a thing here.
Yes.
Yes. And so she gets back in. She will kill Stack. She will seduce him, and then when they're in a private room about to get it on, she kills him. Then Smoke comes into the room, sees her, fangs bared, glowing eyes. We'll talk about those details in a minute. Blood coming out of her mouth, Stack writhing on the ground with, bleeding profusely from the neck. And she's
Well, and this is another thing that is important to note. He immediately whips out his akimbo pistols and lights her the fuck up. He empties both clips right into her, and she stands right back up. That is important to keep in mind for later, because he's going to try to use that gun to leverage his position against the vampires multiple times, despite knowing that it does not fucking work. It will do nothing.
It slows them down for a moment at best. So he unloads 2 clips or magazines, whatever the fucking phrase is, into her. She stands back up after, 7 seconds?
I would say less than 7 seconds. Yeah.
We'll call it 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And then she runs away.
She says, "We're going to kill you all." And she goes, and she just runs out of the building. Just runs out. Now, why does she run out? Nobody knows they're vampires yet. So she could literally kill them all, probably instantly right there. And then we'll see, the turn rate.
Hold on. Yes, you're okay. You're just about to say it. Stole the words from my mouth. They get turned so quickly and so easily. This is not like, for example, Dracula, where they need to be buried in the earth to come back again. This is not like Buffy or Angel, where the mere act of having your blood drunk, they drink your blood and you drink their blood in return. All of these things make it a bit more complicated and time-consuming to turn someone. If you get bitten, you turn almost instantly. I think it's at most a minute or 2. It does not take long.
I think the longest one is Stack, because it takes him a while to die and then he turns. But the husband turned immediately. The KKK husband, he turned immediately. And everybody else is going to turn pretty immediately when they do get bit.
It's very, very quick, and you just need to get bit. So, and shooting them with a bunch of bullets does basically nothing but slow them down for about 5 seconds. So, why does she run away? No good reason. She could kill them all pretty handily and pretty quickly. She just needs to go bite, knock a few people over, incapacitate them, bite them, then they all get turned and the movie's over. But she runs away for no good reason. She's clearly not cornered. She can just run right past them. Getting shot does nothing to her. They are not prepared at all for what she is and how to kill her and the threat she poses. She could have killed them all instantly, and she just doesn't, because then the movie would be over. This is bad writing.
That's very bad writing, actually. And then the idea that so I'm okay with a vampire being inside and then leaving and needing to be re-invited in, right? I'm okay with that if you explain to me a little bit of how that works, right? Because that's the other thing you mentioned about just to put a final point on it. She leaves, and then there's no reason to think she can't just come and go as she pleases now because she's been invited in already. Right.
And you're just saying, it could be that if you leave, you have to be re-invited. That would be a little clumsy, but you'd have to explain why.
Oh, look who's back.
Oh, that's so great. Slim, welcome back. You gotta hopped on a different channel. You didn't correct us, but that's great. Yeah. I'm glad you think we're evil, because we corrected you on things you're wrong about. Anyway, let's continue. So, the vampire lore. So when Mary gets turned, it's because she goes out because she's like, hey, you guys need money. I'll go find the vampires and we'll get money from them. So she goes out to them in the moonlight, and they're playing a nice little Irish ballad. It's pretty. It's good stuff. And then she's like, that was a very nice song. And they're like, how can I help you? And it's like, oh, just coming in to see if you was good people. And they're like, oh, well, that's very nice of you. And she sits down and she says, hey, if you have money, you want to spend it, we can make something happen. And then he pulls out some money, and it's these gold coins. It's not clear where they're from, but they're clearly not modern US money. So she's like, where's this money come from? And she's like, oh, he's like, oh, it comes from a different time, a different place, but it spends just as good. And he's like, but it won't help you out though. And she's like, what do you mean by that? He says, like, you have a kind of hurt, a kind of pain the money can't fix. Is that right? And she says, yeah, my mother died recently. And that's where we get the line like, oh, losing a mother's a hurting kind of pain, which is a really funny, like, thank you, Captain Obvious kind of line. And then we, oh, okay. So after they say that, this is where we get a little bit of something interesting, I think. And I think in a better movie, this would have been something closer to the central theme, especially because it's ostensibly a movie about the blues, right? So he says like, "Oh man, I sure wish we could have met you earlier. I wish we could have saved your mother from that pain." And she could have like, implying that the vampires wish they could have turned the mother before she died so she could be with her together and then she wouldn't have to die and suffer and all that sort of stuff. And Mary is a little bit, off put by this. She doesn't quite understand the implication of that. And so the implication there is that the vampires, their view is that no, they're helping people. They're saving people. They're saving people from suffering and mortality and things of that nature, the sort of pains of being alive. And then they can live on in harmony. We'll talk about what that harmony looks like because that's part of a different theme. But that's their sort of pitch to people. Now, I think if this movie were more focused on the blues, especially like the lyrical and emotional content of the blues, and the movie were more consistently about suffering and like in pain and emotional anguish and all that sort of stuff, and the vampires represent something of a relief of that, like a way to be free of that.
I mean, he tries, right? Like they try to make that to sort of make that case.
Only really in this scene, really.
Yeah,
like it's not a consistent thing.
It's not consistent. I mean, like they play it off a lot like demonic tricks, right? Like he reaches into his bag for a bunch of different tricks, right? And this is one of those, attempts to sort of like get her guard down. But like the other way that they do it, right, is that they offer, like later on, they're going to offer to go and kill the KKK. And like they refer to the KKK members. They're like, oh, we'll go kill those old bigots and make them a part of our tribe, basically, right? Like we'll bring them into the hive mind. Like once we are done here, right? We'll go get them too. And it's essentially like offering an egalitarian, equitable society from the vampires, presented as like a trick of the devil, right?
Yeah, which is a demonic trick. Yes, because so the vampires are summoned to this whole shindig by him, piercing the veil and playing the music, and they show up, and they're so attracted to this place specifically because they sort of want to possess his music for their like hive mind. So there's a sort of hive mindness. The vampires, sort of, not like a proper hive mind like the Borg or Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but they
they get all their memories and
they share each other's memories, and the sort of the ones that are sired by Remick kind of feel his pain. It's not the other way around, and they don't do a whole lot with that, but there's a sort of connection. There's a sort of cultural assimilation and cultural homogenization that they sort of represent.
That's a good term.
And they are culture vultures, and when they are often associated with actual vultures, like when we first, when the house is surrounded by vampires, or when the juke joint is surrounded by vampires, or maybe it's one of the houses, there are actual vultures on the roofs. Like, so it's making it quite clear, but they're summoned here because they're drawn in by the beauty of the music and they want to sort of control and possess it for themselves. That's the sort of basic gist of what they're doing. And so the problem with that thematically is that the movie basically says that like that everything they say about racial and equality and sort of cultural harmony, like why can't we be all one big human family and share in each other's cultures and all that sort of stuff, is presented as a demonic trick.
Yeah, the movie sets
not to be
itself up in
trusted.
like in an antagonistic way to it, right? Like
Yes.
it is.
And that's what we mean by the fact that by the claim that the movie is very segregationist,
Yeah,
because it is trying to argue that basically black culture in its sort of authentic beauty. Remember, it already believes that blues is purely West African music and is not already a sort of cultural blending of different traditions and peoples. It thinks it's something pure and untainted. And so, like, pure, authentic black culture is presented as something that like vultures are trying to steal for themselves as to for like an assimilationist sort of like, oh, we're all just one big happy family, and that they're going to sort of lose their authenticity and individuality if they assimilate. And so it needs to be segregated off from that, and we shouldn't trust people who say things like, oh, why can't we just like, we should all just be. Oh, there's a line that the vampires say to each other. Oh, I can't remember what it is. It's like beauty and fellowship, or like truth and fellowship. Do you remember what it
yeah.
is?
Oh no, I don't. I remember it's some kind of vague sort of platitude about living together in harmony and sharing minds
Yes.
and songs and cultures and souls and everything.
Yeah,
Um,
it's yes, and this is portrayed. All of that is portrayed as a devilish trick.
yeah,
So like we have the KKK, who are obviously the villains. They're obviously hostile and antagonistic to black people and black culture. Sure. But then there's the people who say like, "Hey, maybe we can leave all this like racial essentialism and racism and racial segregation and division and behind and be one sort of cultural family where we share music and we share culture and we all just, you know, get along." And like it's sort of a liberal American melting pot sort of vision of culture, and that is portrayed as a demonic trick that is not to be trusted.
yeah.
And they're essentially the real villains of the story in a way.
In a way, because
More
they're the
explicitly.
ones that get all the screen time, right?
Yeah, and
Like
they're
the
the main
KKK is the
conflict of
looming
the movie.
evil off screen until the end,
Yes.
from at the beginning. And I mean, like he's not like blatantly KKK at the beginning, right? So like it's really the end is where it all that bit shows up. Um,
Yes.
yeah. So yeah, the underlying idea of the movie is essentially that like allowing cultural assimilation is bad, I
Hmm.
suppose. It's sort of
Yes.
like thematically that's sort of what they're getting at.
Not even sort of. That is what they're getting at.
Yeah,
It's pretty explicit, unavoidable. Movie is a very sort of like culturally segregationist, racial essentialist. Because here's the thing. Um, for the most part, this might be sort of putting it harshly, but I don't get the vibe from watching the movie that like what is being celebrated here is blues music and blues culture for its own sake. What's being celebrated here is blues music because it's black.
yeah.
Like that's the reason it's being celebrated, essentially. Because especially when we do that giant sort of clusterfuck summoning the ancestors and people from the future, we're blending all these things together that don't blend well into a very coherent whole, as if they're all one and the same. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of, people that like modern hip hop aren't actually big on the blues, actually,
That would yeah.
really.
I think you could probably that I had that thought myself when I was watching it, where I was just like, are we really like getting at the idea that all all black fans of black music love every track that has been produced by black
It's
artists?
just here's the
Like
thing, if you wanna trace
every
the
style?
evolution and, like, because okay, certain aspects of the blues live on kind of how they were when they became really popular. Like, people still play the blues at blues fests and blues bars and stuff like that. And, there are modern developments, the same way that, like, jazz is still around more or less as jazz. But in terms of, like, how popular a music evolves from the blues and beyond the blues, like, where the real torch bearing direction goes is towards rock music. rock music has more in common with the blues than hip hop does. For example, musically.
Yeah.
Right? So like I just don't like when you're showing like people twerking to modern hip hop as if that's the like evolution of the blues, and it's just like I don't, not really. There's a little bit there for sure. There's
Yeah.
not no connection, but it's tenuous. It's tenuous at best. And I feel like the reason the blues is being celebrated is not because the blues is great and the blues is interesting, it's because it's black. The movie is a very racial essentialist kind of to its core.
Yeah.
And I don't care for it. I don't care for it.
Neither do I. Yeah. So I mean,
Okay.
yeah. So
So
that,
there's
yeah.
a couple things regarding the vampires. We talked a little bit about how they need to be invited in. Here's a couple other things we established about vampires. I like I said, I like the notion that they're saving people from hurt and pain, death and mortality and stuff like that, and the blues, if you will. But we do very little to capitalize on that potential narratively. Uh, let's see.
Real
The
quick though,
idea that vampires.
I just want to talk
Go
to
ahead.
like to Mr. Redhead here. I'm shocked Elvis didn't end up becoming the big bad of this movie because he stole blues music. That would have been hilarious. Like if the big
That would.
vampire villain of the movie was Elvis. I mean, like I know it's like this is before Elvis, right? Like, but it like this that could have been really funny. Like
Well, yeah, he's evil summoned from
from
the
the past,
future.
from the future.
From
Yeah.
the-
Oh,
yeah,
yeah. Like he could have been there. They could have had.
yeah,
You had the opportunity. You wrote it in. I
yeah.
would. Yeah. Would have loved that.
Um, Periwinkle says, "Well, considering Mary, the quote unquote white girl, gets turned into a vampire and then turns Stack, the black man who wants the white girl, and they both set out to kill the other black people. Yeah, there's some interesting
Yeah.
implications uh, as a result of all these creative decisions that I don't know if he entirely understands, or
Yeah. I would
or
hope.
maybe he does.
Maybe he
I don't
does.
know.
Maybe he does. I'm not
Who
sure.
knows?
I mean, I would hope that
But
that's not what he's implying. But you know,
the exact quote that makes me laugh is "Losing a mother is a hurtin' feeling."
sure
uh,
is.
it's so funny. Okay, so there's an idea here, or the way they're portrayed in this movie that's different to a lot of other vampires is that their eyes glow and they kind of drool uncontrollably when they're close to getting a kill because they just sort of can't help or control themselves.
Which leads to the nastiest scene in the movie.
Yes, it sure does. We'll get to that in a minute, but on its own, I think that's kind of neat, except
Yeah.
that they're not consistent about it. Like they're not consistent about it. So like a Remick, they're sort of like getting closer and closer to grabbing Mary. And as he sort of leans in for the kill, his eyes glow and he starts to drool a little bit because he just can't help himself. And that's when she kind of like steps away.
Yeah.
And so if you establish that, then I'm going to wonder why you don't do it in later scenes in the movie. For example, when Cornbread is standing outside the door and he's like, "Well, give me my money then." He's not drooling and his eyes aren't glowing red until after he does the like dramatic jump scare grabbing of Smoke,
Yeah.
pulling him out. Then his eyes glow and then he's drooling. And it's like, well, if you're not going to be consistent with it, I'm not going to praise it as an interesting visual choice.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, as interesting as it can be, like
Yeah.
playing kind of fast and loose with that. But yeah, she pulls. So when he starts drooling at her, she pulls the gun out, right, and points it at him. And this is also where we establish that he can fly for like on the screen. So we're getting some of the power set. Like we're getting some of the rules laid out. We know they have to be invited in. We know they can fly. And we know that for some reason guns give them pause, even though they really don't harm them much.
Even though they shouldn't.
They shouldn't. They should be well aware of that.
Here's a random thing, just in terms of the general sort of nastiness of the movie. Cornbread's like, "Watch the door for me, Delta Slim. I gotta go pee." And so he goes outside to go pee. And then we see him peeing, and like you can see the head of his penis. I'm just like, fucking why?
Why? It's because it's kind of funny. I mean, like,
It's
I was
mildly
laughing.
amusing.
It's like
Yeah,
it would be really funny in a movie like This Is the End. Um,
it's just like I just choices like that. I
it's
just feel
yeah,
like you're just making it like you know what it feels like. I know this is a rated R movie. It's not a TV show, but it does feel like the sort of oh we have a show on HBO. We gotta show tits
yeah.
because we're on HBO. Like I don't know why that was necessary. It is mildly amusing, but I don't get it
Yeah,
because I guess.
just because.
Um,
There's also the
Here's
scene
the
where
thing.
so like when Haley Steinfeld is having sex with Stack and she's drooling and he notices and she goes, "Oh, you want
Mhm.
some?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he opens this so she spits in his mouth. It's like this is
Yeah.
bro, this is nasty. This is
Yep.
nasty.
Yeah.
Normally you have to pay for that.
Yeah.
It's so gross.
It's
Uh,
yeah, it was gross. I didn't care for it. Um, so then we got a little sort of montage of Mary seduces Stack. Smoke beats up a guy who is trying to cheat or steal at cards. It's not exactly clear, something like that. We get a montage of sex and violence and degeneracy, which the movie
somebody gets
seems to
cut right for trying to cheat at cards. I doesn't somebody get sliced by a razor or a bottle or something?
I don't remember exactly, but like he's like some guy is accused of cheating and then they kind of beat him up. Or maybe he got sliced. It's something like that. Either way, the point is that we see,
It's important. I'm gonna go
all
look for it, but you keep talking.
okay. We see all sorts of, violence and aggression and, animalistic, gross, sexual behavior and all this stuff. And this is all sort of intrinsically associated by the movie's own logic with blues and blues culture, all while implying other places in the movie that like quote unquote proper black folk culture isn't really black. I don't like that implication very much personally. I feel like if I were black, I would be a little bit insulted by that. But that's just me, I suppose. Um, so Mary bites Stack's neck, drinks his blood. Smoke shoots Mary. We've gone through this. So she leaves, even though there's no reason she should have fled. Mary, that is. She could have killed them all instantly. Whatever. That's pretty major plot hole that would just end the movie right there. Now, here's the question: why don't they just think vampires immediately at this
Well, because they're
point?
thinking voodoo. They're thinking a voodoo creature, or like
Well,
say, like at first.
Annie
That's
thinks Annie thinks of voodoo first. Everyone else just seems to have no opinion about what they think is happening, other than, oh my God, Mary killed Stack.
yeah,
Like she had glowing demon eyes and fangs and blood coming out of her mouth, and she bit him on the neck to death. And they're just like, man, I can't believe Mary would kill Stack. It's like I feel like Andy's the only one who goes, this must be some sort of hate, as she calls it, some sort of like evil voodoo spirit. And later, when the garlic thing is revealed, she's like, oh, this is vampires specifically. But until
yeah.
then, no one seems to, because immediately after she flees, what do? They're like, get everyone out of here. And so I feel like if they jumped to something like vampires quicker, uh, other than Annie, that is, they might have realized that kicking everyone out is dooming them all to death. But
Yeah.
because that's what
Okay.
happened.
I did
That's
I
exactly
did
what
go and
happened.
find it, and somebody does get cut on the face, which is going to be important for later. We will get to that. They all see it.
Yeah.
They all watch it happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. And so they, she kills him by biting him to death, then threatens to kill them all. She has glowing demon eyes and fangs, and then she runs away. And it takes them a while to come to the conclusion that anything other than just Mary killed him. I can't believe why she would do that. So then they
She
kick
survived
everyone
all
out,
those gunshots.
and she survived all those gunshots. So Annie is like, that thing isn't that's we're dealing with something like a hate here. What we need to do, Mary, before she even concludes that it's vampires, when she thinks it's a voodoo monster, she's like, we need to keep everyone in here where they're safe and get this body out of here. And Smoke is just like, no. So they kick everyone out, and they all die because they all get killed by the vampires. We don't see it happen, but next time we tune in, everyone that fleed is now a vampire, right?
Yeah.
So
Everyone
they
who
got
left
him.
because they shut the party down is now a vampire. Because we
Yes.
gotta get our main cast isolated
Yes.
in the juke joint.
In the juke joint. Yeah, and
Yeah.
so this
But
one
where's
is a bit.
Cornbread?
He's pissing. He's pissing outside. Cornbread tries to get invited back in.
Yeah, and
He's
it takes
like,
them a little
"Hey."
bit. It's a very long scene of them
It's so long.
a
It's so
very long
long.
scene of them debating like why it's weird that he doesn't just come right in.
Yes.
Which is like no, I think by now, we're
all the
over an
clues
hour
are
and
in.
20 minutes
Guys.
in. Like,
All
come
the
on.
clues are in. Come on. Come on. What do you think happened with Mary 2 minutes ago?
Yeah.
She had glowing demon eyes. She couldn't be killed with a gun. She had fangs. She bit him on the neck. And she said, "We're going to kill all of you." What do you think is happening here? They're just like, Cornbread. That's weird that you think you need to be invited in. What's up with that? I don't know. Something's a little fishy here.
Yeah,
Annie's the only one that's like he's a hate now, and Smoke doesn't believe her, but he is suspicious of him. He just doesn't know what to make of it, and so
when
eventually,
Cornbread asks to be paid,
yes,
he will stick his arm out of the door with the money slowly, but like he still does it, right? And then
yeah.
he gets grabbed, and Cornbread goes to bite him. He shoots Cornbread in the face and knocks him down, right? Gets him off of him, fucks his face up a little bit. Cornbread stands right the fuck back up. They get Smoke back into the juke joint, and Cornbread can't get in, right? Which should be yet another clue for Smoke that the gun will not help you. But he is going to continue to point that gun at vampires in an attempt to get what he wants out of them for the rest of the movie.
Yeah. He's not the brightest bulb in the bunch, by implication. So,
and while this is all happening, they get the door closed. Cornbread's outside. Stack turns. Stack wakes up. He's like, "Hey, let me out of this room. Let me out of this."
He's stuck in the room. There's a really kind of cheap allusion to The Shining based on the way they frame it, but he's stuck in that room, and he's like, "Oh, I'm feeling much better now." And Smoke is an idiot, and he's just like, because when they don't let him out immediately, he gets very angry in a way that doesn't make sense unless he's evil. Like, it really doesn't. And so, but Smoke's like, "Hold on, let me go get the key," because he's about to let him out. And first of all, no one says, "Smoke, no, stop. What are you doing? Don't let him out." But as he's walking away to go get the key, Ellis walks towards the door. Preacher Boy walks towards the door. And then Stack is like, "Ha, I got you, bitch." And he like knocks down the door.
He just breaks the door down.
He just breaks the door down.
Yeah, of course. Like, now for a second, I thought it was going to be like, he has to be invited from that room into the main bar, which I thought would be kind of funny. But like,
that's what you would do if this was a full-throated comedy. Yeah.
But it's just like, no, he's in, and he can break down the door. He does. He goes to bite Preacher Boy, and Annie runs over and like dumps some pickled garlic on him, and he runs away.
Yeah.
Now, in this instance, if you were to tell me, like, oh, doing something like that, the garlic juice, or hitting them with the garlic, something like that. If you were to tell me that banishes them from your property, and then they have to get out, like, as quick as they can, or something like that, like they've been, like, tag you're it, maybe. It's a stretch, but it's more than we got for Haley Steinfeld's character. It's more than we got for Mary, who gets discovered and just flees.
Yeah, but they don't establish that, so there's no reason to believe it. So now we have two superhumanly strong vampires that look like the loved ones of the characters. Now the characters know that they're a vampire, but they're still not really fully prepared for it. As soon as he recovers, because he recovers fairly quickly, all things considered, from the burn of the pickled garlic on him, that's two vampires that can now just get in at any point that they want to. They just don't. They
Yep.
could sneak in and dispatch with them easily, but they don't.
Unless like they have to be like, and again, unless they have to be consistently reinvited, which I'm not a huge fan of if they are,
Well, no,
right?
they don't establish it. There's no reason to suspect it.
Yeah,
I think
exactly. There is no
the
reason
com
to believe because it's
yes,
never discussed, right? So like
yeah.
you're going to have this question in the back of your head like why is she not just walking like shouldn't they fortify the windows or something just in case she comes crawling up the side and sneaks in up top,
Crawling up the walls.
crawling
Yeah.
up the walls or anything?
Yeah.
Is any of this going to happen? No, don't worry
Nope.
about it. That's not going to be what's going to happen instead is we're going to get a really lame joke from Delta Slim where he says, I just shit myself. And then we cut to the next scene where we've determined these are not voodoo spirits or haiths. These are indeed vampires, which, again,
Yes.
funny that you
so we're
make a
doing
movie excoriating culture vultures and then deliberately take the hard right turn away from the traditional monster of like that particular group that you're propping up there.
Mhm.
Yeah, you had a chance. You could have. It would have been interesting. I would have liked to see
It would have
that.
been interesting. It would have been original. So we get a little montage of like her describing what to do to kill a vampire. She says things like a wooden stake to the heart, garlic, holy water. They don't have. I don't think she says holy
She
water.
says silver.
Partly, she doesn't say holy water because they don't have any here, obviously. But I think the other reason that things like the crucifix and holy water aren't mentioned is because the movie doesn't believe that Christianity is real,
Poop
and would have any
yourself.
power
That's
over
a
them.
hurting kind of pain. That's a. Oh, that's a
That's
good
a
one.
hurting kind of pain. That's a hurting kind of feeling. That's great. That's pretty great. Yeah. So remember when Delta Slim was kind of an interesting, like, kind of shrewd character at the
Yeah,
beginning of
now
the
he's just
movie?
a
Well,
clown.
now he's the clown who says like, "Does anyone smell anything? Because I just shat myself." And so that's the kind of jokes they do
He's
with
gonna
him
make
now.
those kinds of jokes throughout the rest of the movie. I think like at the point where they
Yeah.
establish vampires in this scene where they're establishing what to do to kill vampires, he says, "I knew a white chick once was a vampire. She bit me everywhere but my neck." Doesn't That's it. That's the joke. And then he
No one
starts.
laughs.
Yeah, nobody laughs. Like it doesn't help. Doesn't help the mood of them
Yeah.
like realizing what they're facing down out there. It doesn't help anything. He just basically says like, "Well, if the devil's coming for you, preacher boy, he's gonna have to go through me." And it's like, okay, well that I like. I don't mind that like rallying around your guy, but
Yeah.
like,
That's
why the
that's
joke? The joke doesn't add anything. It's not even
no.
really funny. Like it barely even plays off as a joke. Yeah.
No. Yeah, it's really bad.
It's an awkward
Um,
tone shift in that
So
scene.
yes, we're doing a montage now where we're seeing that she describes wooden stakes, like we see them breaking apart chairs to use them as wooden stakes, things like that. Doing a sort of montage while she's describing vampires and garlic, wooden stakes, silver, sunlight, things like that. None of the Christian ones; those are specifically not included. So at one point, she talks
This is
about.
my favorite. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I thought we were
Oh, go
moving to
ahead.
the next scene.
Not quite yet, because Smoke asks like, is there any way of saving them? Is there any way to like get them back, turn them back into humans? And she says that like hates are different because the soul of the person and the soul of the spirit switch places, meaning that the human is now in whatever their version of the afterlife is with the ancestors and all that sort of stuff. In this, the soul is with vampires. She says the soul is trapped inside, but it's being controlled by the sort of vampire demon, and so it's even more tragic in her telling because the soul can't be with the ancestors in the afterlife because it's trapped in the body. And when he's like, "Can we save them?" She's like, "No." Well, actually, hold on. Smoke asks if they can bring them back, and she says they have a connection, even if the ones that made them are
He
killed.
says maybe if I killed the one who made him, right? Because like that's a common
Yeah.
trope in some other vampire stories. I don't know where, because I like the ones that I'm familiar with. That's not a thing, right? Dracula doesn't like
And
it
I've never heard
relinquishes
it
his
be.
hold on Mina, but she's not fully turned yet.
I've never heard it be that if you kill the one that sired them, they stop being a vampire now. I've never heard that before, but he
I feel
offers it
like I
as like
have.
as a
Oh yeah.
possibility, and she says, "No, that's not how it works. You just gotta kill them, and then that releases their soul into the afterlife." So that's what we establish there about the vampires. Um, do you want to move on to the next scene? You
Well,
had
I
another
was
scene
gonna
you
move
wanted
on to. I was just gonna move on to the next scene because this is we're gonna get a really like. So this is the reason why I went scrubbing back through it to try to find if they do witness that guy being cut on the face. And
to.
this is an important one because this is setting up a really shitty ripoff of The Thing. Um,
Yeah.
so what happens is after they've discovered all of this, they find one of the guys who, like, somebody who did not leave the party when they were told to, face down on the floor and bleeding. Like, there's a pool of blood beneath him. And they're all like,
Yeah.
oh shit, wait, who bit him? I didn't see anybody who got him. What happened here? So they decide, well, we got to get him outside before he turns, right?
Yes.
Because he must have been bit by a vampire in here. They all watched him get, or not all of them, but at least one or two of them watched him get cut on the face in that brawl that happened earlier. They
Hmm.
don't check for bites. They just pick him up. They
Yes.
carry him face up out of the bar, looking right down at, and throw him outside. And this is where they witness the Irish jig by the vampires, the communal Irish jig, the intimidation. Um,
The Matt
that
Reward dance.
that comes from the Rocky Road to Dublin, which, by the way, best song in the movie, I would say, probably. Like,
It's up
maybe
there.
it's up there. I mean, maybe second fiddle to the blues that Delta Slim and Preacher Boy play when they're promoting the club on the street at the beginning of the movie. But like, this is one
It's
of
a,
the better
it's a
musical
fun song.
sequences, and it's a fun
I've heard
song.
better. I've heard better versions of it elsewhere, but it is one of the better songs in the movie for sure. But get back to your point because they find a body. They're like, wait, when did a vampire kill this one? He's sitting in a pool of dark red liquid. Um, and they're like, well, we got to get him out of here before he turns. So they pick him up. No one ever notices in this process that he hasn't been actually killed or bitten by a vampire, that he hasn't bled to death from his neck or anything of the sort. Like you mentioned, a lot of them saw him get hit in the face when that altercation during a game of cards happened. And no one checks any of this. They toss him outside. And then we have an incredibly overlong sequence where we rip off the blood testing scene from The Thing, except stupid, where they all decide they need to eat a clove of garlic to prove that they're not a vampire. And this drags on for a hella long time.
It's funny
Only
too
to
because like when one of them doesn't want to do it, Smoke points a gun at her as if that would do anything if she was a
Yeah.
vampire. He knows it won't. Like, if she's a vampire, they're all dead. Like,
Yeah.
there's no reason
Yes.
to hide at this point.
Yeah, no, there really isn't. Except for that they kind of know what to do a little bit now, but he still points a gun at her, even though that would do nothing but slow her down for 5 seconds. Periwinkle says, "Isn't it later confirmed to be wine?" Yes, that's what we're getting to right now. After we get the ripoff of the blood testing scene from The Thing, but stupid and way too long. They're like, well, if none of us are a vampire, then we should check to see if that guy really was killed by a vampire. Was that really blood? First of all, that's a non sequitur because any of the vampires that have left could have come back in at any point because that's not how that works.
Yeah.
But they go and they find that, oh my gosh, it was
Oh,
wine.
shit. we
It was
threw
wine on the
we
floor.
threw him out
instead
there
of
to the
blood.
vampires. Oh
Yeah.
fuck.
And even though he was passed out on the ground for a long time, it turns out he's not dead because then he wakes up and he's like, "Hey guys, let me back in. I'm not dead. There's some weird shit going out here, man." And so they go to try and rescue him because they feel bad for throwing him to the wolves, but they don't get there in time and Cornbread kills him. Right? Great. So think about how much time we wasted in that sequence. really.
A lot.
It's crazy because no one happened to notice when moving the body
That was
that
wine instead, and that he
that was
had a cut on
wine.
his face. Like,
Yes.
yeah. And this is where it even it starts to deteriorate even further, right? Because like we wasted all this time, and then like they killed this guy. This scene, this whole sequence, has no purpose. It does not belong in this movie. It could have easily been taken out and replaced with the negotiation that's going to happen in the next scene, where the head vampire threatens the Chinese lady's daughter, who's alone at home minding the store. Right?
Yeah. Hold
We,
on.
yeah.
Before we jump into that part, I missed a couple of super chats. My bad on that. I want to respond to them. Matthew Leach, a little while ago now, says, "How's the acting for Haley in particular? I think she's good. I don't think the story serves her particularly well, but I think she's good in the movie. Um, one of the better performances in the movie, I would say." Grand Dark Fang says, "There's not much to think about. Ryan Coogler and creatives like him hate white people and want all of their cultural achievements and relevance." I wouldn't put it quite that strongly, but he certainly has double standards regarding when cultural assimilation and cultural appropriation are good and when they're not, and the implications of which are racist.
Yes.
He definitely has some racial essentialist views that kind of that result in aspects of this movie that I would comfortably describe as racist. So I don't know that he hates white people, wants all their cultural achievements and stuff like that. I think he takes certain things for granted because he has a really sort of myopic view of cultural exchange and things of the sort. I don't want to assume he's a terrible person, because that feels a little uncharitable, but there are some worrying implications from his movies, to say the very least. To say the very least.
Very least.
I mean, I saw Black Panther. I would not be surprised if he's actually just racist towards white people. But I want to be a little more charitable than that if I can. Hellark says, "Got here late this week, but wanted to pass along some shekels for your troubles. I always look forward to these streams. Really appreciate all your thorough breakdowns." Well, thank you very much, Hellark. We appreciate you.
So
where were we?
We were on the garlic scene where they pass the jar of garlic around, and then they do a fake out with Slim where he, eats a whole clove of garlic and almost vomits because he drank a bunch of beer, and that's pretty gross. There's that. That doesn't really end up going anywhere, and they all find out that none of them are vampires. Then it just sort of like, they're like, oh shit, that guy. And then he's dead. But they go to the door, they open it up, and they find out that the Chinese guy, Bo, he has also been turned. Because he's just walking around like nothing's happened, like trying to gaslight his wife into coming outside, just pretending that nothing is happening, which is really fucking funny.
It is funny. It is funny if this movie was campier.
Yeah.
But this ruse makes no fucking sense. Like, give up. You're a hive mind. You all know what they know. Give up the pretense here. Like, why is she like, oh, come on, honey, the car's all warmed up. Let's go.
Well, she watches Cornbread eat the guy, and then he
right
walks
there,
up
right
and like goes like, "Oh, come on,
him.
honey, don't mind Cornbread. He's just a goofball."
Like, it's funny, but if it would
was
be better
a campier
if the
movie, then I would have appreciated it a lot more. Yeah.
In the moment I'm watching it, I'm just like, why the fuck are they even trying with this ruse anymore? Like, it makes no fucking sense. Like why would this ever have worked? And so and then they threaten to kill Grace's daughter, like, because they think they're safe if they hole up here until sunrise. It's not true, because Mary and Stack ought to be able to come back in.
They should be able to just come in at any time. But
yes.
they're basically
they think they're safe.
They think they're safe,
except for the fact that now the vampires can threaten their loved ones back in town. Like, hey, if you don't let us in, if you don't join us, we'll kill your daughter. So it's a really dumb threat, honestly, because it's like, if you don't let us kill you, we're gonna kill your loved ones. It's like, I feel like you're going to kill my loved ones either way.
Yeah. Which, so
You
number
know?
one, she should think that, right? That should be her
Yeah,
first thought. But you know what? Mother panicking, daughter, in danger, worried, that kind of thing.
I get it. Yeah.
Maybe I can see her not quite thinking that through, right? I can see that.
Hmm.
What I can't see is everybody else not doing more to stop what she's about to do because of this.
Yeah. Well, it's because I can understand why she feels like she needs to leave to go and try and protect her daughter, but how she goes about it is monumentally retarded, and it's the most consequential thing that happens in the entire movie. And so much of everything that happens beyond this point rests on her making a decision so stupid it almost becomes evil.
Not even almost. I would argue is full on
Yeah.
is like so stupid it is evil because what we could have had here,
Hmm.
right, is a scene of conflict where she is convinced this is the only way that this will work, right? She's beyond like, but we've got Stack or Smoke, the former soldier from World War One, thinking tactically about this, right? They are in an
Yeah.
entrenched position. They cannot get to us for some reason because Mary can't just waltz back in.
Most most of them can't get
Most
to
of them
us.
can't get to us, right? So if we hold out here, are safe. And if she's just like, well, yeah, but if we do that, then we can't protect my daughter. And I can't let that, like, and he can make the argument, like, well, they're all out there right now. Like, go and look. They're outside. If they are here, they can't get there. And she can just be like, well, in that case, like, what's stopping them from leaving if we don't, do something? And they can plan around her crazy idea to maybe have a chance, right?
Yes.
Like, if this is an inevitability because they can't
Yeah.
reason with her, then they can plan to have a chance, and we can have a cool scene either way. We can have a nice fight scene.
Yes. Well, before you even get to that, did I space out for a minute? Did you mention all the things she could have done instead?
I have not mentioned all the things she could have done. She could have done
So
instead.
let's think of, she wants to go protect her daughter.
Yeah.
They're in a quote unquote safe entrenched position, and she wants to go save her daughter.
Oh, real quick
What?
before we get too much further, oiled and lubed
Mhm.
phalanx was asking, the Chinese lady doesn't own the place. Why can she give them permission? Cornbread asked Smoke for permission earlier in the movie. They do kind of play a little loose with that, but Cornbread also invited Mary in when he was the bouncer at the door, and that
Yeah.
worked. So it does. Like,
The
I
movie.
thought the same thing because, like, in that scene, Cornbread is only directing his attention at Smoke. He's not directing his attention at anybody else, which you would think he might try if anybody could give the invite. It
Sure.
seems like for that specific scene, it had to be the owner or it had to be Smoke specifically. Every other time, it
I
doesn't.
I disagree with that. I only think he was going for Smoke because he thought he was the most likely to do
Most
it.
likely to do it.
Because
Okay.
yeah, because he was like, "Don't listen to her. She doesn't know what she's talking about." He's obviously not going to get Annie, and he's the one in authority. And he seems, because honestly, he was almost stupid enough to do
He
it.
was. Yeah, that is true.
So I think that was just
He's
a
made a lot of
strategy
stupid
thing.
choices this throughout this movie. Jay
Yeah. So
Jameson is saying like this seems like an easily abusable loophole. Now I don't. That's true. I don't know why Smoke can't invite them in the way that the Chinese lady is about to, or Mary can't invite them in the way the Chinese lady is about to. I'm not sure if it's like, oh well, it's magic. Vampires can't invite other vampires in, but
well, I would that makes sense to
yeah,
me that the vampires can't invite other vampires in, because that kind of defeats the rule a little bit. Yeah, because of course it's magic,
yeah,
right? So yeah, I don't think the movie does anything to establish that you need to be the actual owner or proprietor, or of a certain, or resident of a location to invite someone in. I think you just got to be human, because that's clear from what happens as a result of what the
yeah.
Chinese woman does. It could have been maybe more interesting if they made that a specific rule, but not every vampire thing does do that. For example, in Dracula, one of the nurses invites Dracula in at one point, or like opens a window. after being manipulated by him. You know what I mean? So like, I think that's reasonable enough. What I was going to mention about what Chinese lady could have done instead of dooming all her friends and neighbors to certain death is she could have decided that she was going to go off on her own, and because the vampires are waiting for them. They don't want to leave to go into town yet because they want to get these musicians first because they're culture vultures. It's
Yeah.
like the main thing Remick wants. He came here after turning those two KKK family members because he heard the music. So he was drawn here like a moth towards the flame. And so she could have, I mean, people did walk here. It took a while, but if she was very worried about her daughter and didn't want to endanger all the loved ones and neighbors that she's spent all this movie with, she could have tried to sneak past them on her own. She could have left out the back, kind of worked her way around them and tried to get back to town before they could have. Because it doesn't seem like it could be an empty threat for one. It seems like an empty threat that they would go get the daughter first. They're waiting, hoping to get these people first. That seems pretty obvious. So that's something she could have done. That would put her life in danger rather than everyone's life in danger. But what she does instead, I think we're ready to say, is
Yeah.
just say, "Come on in, motherfuckers."
Yeah. She does a little prep of making herself a single Molotov cocktail, getting a steak and yelling, "Come on in."
And no one else is ready for it. No one else wanted that to happen. And so her plan, without any warning or preparation, is, well, I need to save my daughter. So I'm going to invite the vampires in
And we'll
to
just
kill
try to
all of
kill
us.
all of them.
And we'll just try to fight them and win, even though there is no reason to believe we would win this fight. There's like 30 of them, maybe, something like that. And there's like 5 or 6 of us left. And they have superhuman strength and can fly and can tank bullets. And so she just dooms all of them to near certain death. And the only reason anyone survives this is because the vampires are stupid, as we'll see in a bit, because the movie has horrible, cliche, bad action scene choreography where people just wait their turn and attack one by one like they're in a dumb video game.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only reason what she does here doesn't doom them all to certain death. So she decides to do that instead of just risking her own life. And this is so obviously counter to what she is trying to accomplish. It's such a stupid decision. I start to wonder if she just actually doesn't give a fuck about any of these people and would be more than happy seeing them all die. I don't have. Otherwise, it makes no fucking sense.
There's really not a good. There's not a good way to like the amount of plans that they could have come up with, right? Like something that I like to see from movies like this are when the protagonists basically play a chess match, right? They like try to outcoach the enemy, or like especially we've got this guy who's a hive mind. He can just control them, no big deal, right? He can just tell them what to do and they'll do it. You know, they're all under his control essentially. They're all one soul, one person. And you've got a soldier who could be coming into his own as a commander here, coming up with a plan to get his group out that he, uses his leadership skills cultivated during the war. Right? To get this going. We know that he knows that the vampires are after Preacher Boy. He knows that's who they want, right? He doesn't even attempt to leverage he doesn't attempt to leverage that. Like they never attempt to use him as, maybe as bait, if he's up for it, right? Like we're going to lure them away with him.
Yeah.
And you can go and try to find your daughter. They never attempt any of that. He never attempts to be a leader. He just kind of lets this happen, and now we're in a fight scene, right? Like he has it just happens to him. It's just agency, like a problem of agency. Like we don't give him a chance to be a competent leader, and I like that. That kind of bums me out because that's what I want to see from something like this. Like you've set all the pieces up in enough of an interesting way. Like why are we not utilizing what you've built here, right? Like, we got the Italian and Irish mob waiting in the background. We got the KKK waiting in the background. We don't have anything. We don't have
We have the
anything we
Native
can
American
do
vampire hunters.
to fuck with it. To
Oh
like,
man, what if the Native American vampire hunters showed up to like help or something? That could be an interesting way of reincorporating them because they're
yeah.
just gone from the movie, like so many other things wasted, gone from the movie. So she decides to doom all of her neighbors and friends, if they even are friends, to near certain death by inviting the horde of vampires in. And they come in and they start attacking people, and they're shooting at them with guns.
Well, interestingly enough, Jay, you ask, are they willing to burn to death to avoid fighting? She throws her Molotov straight at her husband, the vampire of her husband, and then sticks a stake in him and jumps on top of him, and they both burn to death. So, and that's pretty quickly in this scene. That doesn't take long for that to happen. So, she failed.
Utterly, horribly. And terrible plan. And so the vampires come in, but they don't, they sort of like attack one by one when they should just swarm them and easily defeat them. Because as we mentioned earlier, Mary could have dispatched with almost all of them in very short order. The bullets do nothing but slow them down temporarily, but because they come in waves and because they're stupid about it, they manage to kill a few of them. But nonetheless, we take heavy losses for our human friends. I guess we'll call them. So, Perline, the married woman, she dies. The sister Annie, she dies. Let's see, who else dies? Delta Slim, he dies.
They all die in like really ridiculous. Like Delta Slim, they kind of try to give him the whole like, I'm gonna go out a hero. You know, I'll sacrifice myself so you guys can run away. You know, I'll hold him off.
Yeah.
He doesn't hold them off. He just gets pulled in and eaten immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all of this whole sequence is awful. Like genuinely pretty awful. And so we're losing a bunch of people because everyone was stupid. So far, Ellis manages to get away. Then, of course,
well,
Remick,
the only thing that this scene ends up establishing, we should point out, is this is the first you will hear that the vampires, the being a hive mind isn't all butterflies and rainbows. They feel each other's pain.
But it only goes one direction.
Yeah.
They feel Remick, the leader, the one who sired them, they feel his pain. It does not go the other direction. And it doesn't go side to side. They all feel the leader's pain. Which sort of implies like whoever sired him isn't around anymore or something.
I guess, yeah. Like
I guess.
Is he just the white devil? I'm not.
I don't know. So it's a hive mind. So anytime Remick vampire is hurt or injured, they all feel it and go, That's really all that really comes of that. So Remick manages to grab a hold of Ellis, who tries to escape, but they get him. And so Remick, evil vampire, grabs him and he's about to kill him. And so regarding the sort of Christian aspect of the movie, this is where Ellis starts to recite the Our Father in a moment of like pure, I'm about to die, I don't know what else to do. He starts to recite the Our Father, and all the vampires join in and saying the Our Father with him in a mocking tone. And then he says, I remember when those words were forced upon us. You know, it brings me comfort, but, you know, it's not real kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that is like a desperate Ellis who doesn't know what to do, kind of sort of defaults to that, but ultimately the movie concludes that holds no supernatural power, which is quite different from most vampire movies. Yeah. Worth mentioning.
We also forgot to mention that when Smoke Annie gets bit, his baby mama gets bit, and she starts to change, and she is like, you promised me you wouldn't let this happen, right? Like, and so he goes to kill her, and Mary, Haley Steinfeld, sees what's happening and tries to stop him, and Stack, the evil one, stops her from going and killing Smoke and pulls her out of the room.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Why the fuck did that
Why?
happen?
Why does this happen? Why does any of this happen? Because then after that, they run up the stairs, and this is when Slim says, "Oh, go! I'll hold him off. I'll give you some time." And he cuts his wrist with a bottle, and is like, "Hey guys, blood! Look, you're drawn to it. Come and get me." And then they do, pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And he doesn't take any of them. We're not taking any of them with us. This is very clumsy. This is really where the bad writing starts to kick in. Okay, like all of this.
It's already started, but all of this
Yeah,
is awful.
This is
genuinely.
awful. This is all terrible. And then they get upstairs. Perline dies. Preacher Boy jumps out of the window and ends up in the water.
Yeah, and that's when Remick gets him, and then we do the Our Father thing where they sort of mock that because it doesn't do anything. And then Remick is about to kill him, and Ellis, instead of using religion, uses blues music. Get it? So he grabs the guitar and hits him in the head with it really hard.
Yeah, and there's a big what is that called on that kind of guitar?
I forget what that's called, but it's a certain kind of like metal topped acoustic guitar. What is that called? I'm gonna look it up, but that part gets it kind of looks like a hubcap gets unlodged.
It's silver, and it cuts right. A what?
Resonator guitar.
Oh, okay. The resin. Yeah, okay. So the resonator, the silver resonator in the guitar, gets stuck in Remick's head, and all the other hive mind vampires start to feel it.
Oh no! Ow! Owie! Ow! Ow! Owie! That hurts! Ow!
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens.
Yeah, that's what happens.
And so now he has the sort of the neck of the guitar is all that he has left. What he'll end up holding at the prologue and epilogue of the movie, or not the epilogue, but you know what I mean. That like guitar handle. Remick kind of runs up to him and he's about to kill him. He grabs him by the face. Oh no, he's about to kill him for real. And then he's saved at the very last minute by Smoke. Smoke stabs him with a wooden stake through the heart. He snuck up on him, even though they're in the water, and you definitely hear him coming. And none of the other vampires who were standing around watching this did anything to stop it. And he just killed the main vampire, and now he's going to die. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. That's how they defeat.
Yep, that's how they get him. That's how they defeat him.
Deus Ex Smoke shows up, even though it. Okay, so remind me, because he gets into a fight with Stack, who is a vampire, remember? And then, like, he's about to bite him, and then he doesn't. Is that because of the mojo bag? Like, why?
Yeah,
why
it's because of the
doesn't he
mojo bag. The mojo bag stops Stack from biting him.
Mm-hmm. And then he's about to, and then he kills Stack, right? He stakes him. Is that what happens? Because he hesitates. I remember that. I don't remember if he kills Stack or not.
He does. He kills him.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. It cuts away from it.
Okay, that's okay. That's why I was confused about it. I don't remember if he killed him or not. So, just to get the logistics of it, there's the juke joint, and then a little ways away from that is like a little pond or a river that you can stand in. It's sort of like knee deep. Ellis and Remick are out there, and so are a number of the other vampires. You know, Ellis hits him with the guitar, and the resonator gets lodged in his head. All the other vampires who are just standing around there go, owie, owie, owie. And then Remick lunges at him, grabs him again, is about to kill him for real. And meanwhile, Smoke, who was just upstairs in the juke joint, quite a ways away, was like standing over Stack and about to stake him through the heart. He doesn't, ? Because we don't see it on screen.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. So like I did not realize this because I left before it happened. There's a post-credit scene.
Oh, there is?
There is.
Okay. I did not stick around for the possibility of a post-credit scene because I didn't think there would be one. When
Neither
the
did
movie
I.
ended, I said, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. So,
It's funny because like I did have a moment where I wanted to get up immediately as soon as the credits started rolling, but I was worried because I was like, I don't want people like High Top to think I'm a racist and attack me in the parking lot, so I should probably wait a reasonable amount of time.
okay, well, I still have you've seen the post
I
credits?
know I just found it on it's on the copy that we
Yes,
have.
I imagine it is, but I didn't fucking watch it. All right,
No, I
so
haven't watched it, but they show back up later. Smoke or Stack and Mary both live, and they come to see Preacher Boy.
okay, hold on. Hold on a second. No, they don't live. They must be vampires.
Yeah, they're vampires, but they survive. They
Yes.
survive the night. Yeah, they're not one of the million vampires, or like all one, or they're
Wait
not
a
the two of the
fucking second.
vampires that all burn up.
No. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Let me think this through, right? Because where we were was Remick about to kill Ellis. A lot of the vampires are outside, including Perline, who was just instantly turned a moment ago. They're all outside. He's about to kill him. Smoke teleports from where he was instantly without anyone noticing or hearing him coming, right behind the main villain vampire. He stabs him, and they all feel it. And then the sun comes up in the span of 20 seconds instead of 20 minutes because it's convenient for the plot. And that causes them all to burn up. All the ones that are outside, they all burn up. So are you telling me that Smoke didn't kill Stack and left him as a vampire, and also what's her fucking name?
Mary.
Also managed to hide, yeah, Mary, inside of that freaking juke joint, and they all just lived to the point that they went to go visit Ellis, because right before the credits we do jump ahead to like 1992 or something, and is it Muddy Waters or Buddy Guy? Which one is it? I think it's Muddy Waters.
I'm,
The actual blues musician? No, it's not Muddy.
it's not Muddy
It's
Waters. He's
it's Buddy Guy,
yeah.
right? Yes, Buddy Guy. That's the name. Buddy Guy is playing a older Ellis. He's got the scars on his face to prove it, and now he's an adult playing blues music, and he's a famous blues musician. And then it cuts the credits, and then I leave the theater because that sucked. And you're telling me that in a post-credit scene, I just want to make sure I understand this. We established that two of the main vampires were just left alive for some reason, and they come to visit him, and what?
Well, I'm not sure. Do you want me to check it out right now? It seems like it's almost 10 minutes long.
Jesus fuck. Really? Why is there a 10 Why is there a 10-minute? Oh my god. Post credit
Okay,
scene
so
is insane.
they come in to see him, and he has a
Mhm.
flashback reminding us of what happened earlier in the movie.
Wait, no, fucking no. Stop it. That can't be real.
No, like they walk in, he sees them, and then it shows a flashback to him pointing a gun earlier, like pointing the rifle at the vampires in the juke joint earlier. Did I just cut out? He
You cut out a little bit for me. Can you say that again?
he they walk in like modern clothes or like 90s clothes to the bar,
Yeah.
and um he has Ellis sees them, and he has a flashback. Like there's a editing flashback of young Preacher Boy pointing a gun, like when he's pointing the rifle at the vampires in the bar right before they all come in.
And then he sees someone running off into the night. Is that supposed to be Mary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stack is dressed. That's a good way of putting it. Defrosted Robot. Stack is dressed like DJ Jazzy Jeff from Fresh Prince.
Okay, so a couple things in chat. Defrosted Robot says Smoke and Stack promise to let Sammy live his life and then offers to turn him now, and he's like, nah. No fucking way that's what happens. Really? Okay, let's think about that. I did not know this existed. This is like blowing my mind a little bit. All right. So they agree to let him live. Why the fuck would Smoke not kill Stack when he was a vampire? He killed his own like former baby mama and or ex-wife, whatever, because she told him explicitly that the soul is trapped inside that body and can't go on into the afterlife to be with the ancestors. And isn't that tragic? Such that she asked him to kill her before she turned, right? To save her from that fate. And she's also told him that, you know, once they're turned, the best thing you can do is to kill the vampire and set the soul free. And so he's got his brother, the closest sort of friend and ally he's ever had in the world. He's a demon now, and he has him dead to rights. He's got the stake right above him, and he decides to just let him go as a vampire forever. I mean,
Yep.
he'll eventually be killed later because he's a retard.
As long as he promises not to turn preacher boy and let him live.
But he's going to have to kill so many other people, dude. Does he not give a shit? Does he not give a shit about that?
I guess
Okay, so
not.
here's the thing. Okay, because to be clear, when you're doing something with vampires, what you need to establish are the basic things that will be consequential for your story. And I think a lot of people will assume other aspects of vampire lore unless you explicitly contradict them. Like the fact that vampires need to feed on people to live, right?
Yeah.
I think that's something you would assume about any vampire story unless they say, no, actually, not this time. So I think it is perfectly reasonable to conclude that Stack will go on to murder plenty of people. And he just says, nah, I'll let you live, even though you're a demon possessing my brother's body, as long as you promise not to kill Ellis specifically and only him. Go on and kill all the other people you want. Really?
Yeah, I guess so. It's also funny to me that, like, Stack, I keep, like, wanting to, like, fuck up the names, but I'm doing pretty good, I think. Stack must then be drawn by, like, people playing music to, like, playing music really good to, like, it's in this similar way as Remick would have been, right? Like, that, like, it has to be that has to be one of the mechanics. So essentially he is doomed to live out the rest of his life as someone who feeds off of other people's culture.
Because he's become the sort of cultural assimilationist, colorblind liberal demon, right? Because they all have.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. Is he somehow freed from that to actually be kind of a chill, cool black vampire because Remick died? Like, what are we doing? That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
That's fucking wild.
That's terrible. That's so much worse. I thought the movie was bad. It's so much worse.
I thought the ending, I was like, wow, that ending kind of just sucked. But all right, like, you know, I got up and left. This is wild, man. Okay, like,
So
how
that
long
makes
is it?
Smoke a terrible person as well. To be clear, right? He knows that this demon possessing his brother's body, keeping his soul trapped so he can't be with the ancestors, which is what he would believe at this point, is going to go on to kill more people, and decides to let him live even though he has him dead to rights because he just can't bring himself to kill someone who looks like himself, or more importantly, his brother, even though he knows he's going to kill more people, just so long as he doesn't kill Ellis. Let Ellis live. It's not, you don't have to negotiate with him. You can kill him instantly and save his soul so he can go be with the ancestors and all that wonderful crap. You don't have to negotiate with Stack. If you're in a position of like not
There's no way of, like, they've already lied and tried to use, the white honky devil magic on you to get inside your building to kill
Yes.
everybody, why would
Yes.
you believe that he's gonna keep his word?
Yes. Yeah, why the fuck would you? There's no you know that is a demon, not your brother. It's been said so many times and demonstrated so many times. And
The
that
scene,
he's
the after the credit scene, by the way,
uh,
is 6 minutes long.
what the fuck? That's mm, that's wild. That's pretty wild. That's terrible. That's so much worse. Okay. So okay. Okay.
And we haven't
Uh,
like this isn't
we're
even
not even at
so
the
we're not
end,
even at the
really.
actual end of the movie, like because well, I mean, the end of the movie is the KKK show up the next morning, and Smoke is hiding in the woods. They also okay. This isn't like he has a box of munitions buried in the woods, right? And we're talking
He has a
grenades,
trunk.
Tommy guns, ammo, a trunk. And he refers to it earlier as the trunk. I think at one point when things start getting weird, right? He says like I'm going to go get the trunk and somebody goes, "You don't need to do that right now. You don't need to go get the trunk right now. It's not trunk time yet."
It's not trunk time.
It's not why does that not come up when the vampires are like when the woman is freaking out and she's like, "Hey, I need to get out of here and go get my daughter." Why doesn't he just go, "Well, shit. Okay, maybe it's trunk time," right? Like, why doesn't he try to
Well,
argue her down first and then go, "Well, maybe I can
I think
distract
the
them"?
trunk time is not close by is probably the
It's in the
best
woods.
argument
It's like
there.
right across the parking lot. They just need to distract the vampires long enough for
Is it
him to run.
actually that
Yeah,
close? Okay, never mind. That's really stupid. That's pretty stupid. Yeah. So it is now the next morning. Everyone has died. At least all the human beings
hold
are
real quick.
dead.
Defrosted Robot is like, "Oh, well, bullets don't work, I guess." He doesn't seem to care at any other point
No.
in the movie that bullets don't fucking work. I know that. You know that. We all know that.
Here's
He doesn't
here's the
care.
other thing.
He's still going to
Yeah.
use them.
Well, here's the other thing. If you throw a grenade at a vampire and it blows it to bits, maybe technically those bits are still conscious, but it is in bits, right?
Yeah.
Like that's that's an improvement from your perspective. It's got to be. And if you're going to use guns as your main weapon in the final battle anyway, to try and slow them down, a Tommy gun would help. He
Yeah, like
has
a
one of
bigger
those.
gun than a 1911 would be great for this,
Yeah.
actually. Like the one with the drum mag that you've got buried in the fucking parking lot, dude.
So, because of that Chinese lady and everyone being stupid, all the human beings are dead except for Smoke and Ellis. Everyone else, they're all dead, or at least everyone who was here at the juke joint that night, all dead. And Smoke doesn't even tell Ellis. You know, it's funny because he makes the deal with Stack. He doesn't even know that Mary's still alive. Which
Yeah.
why is Mary still alive? Who cares? So
Because
now
they
it's just him
reunited together in loving interracial harmony at the end.
and
They
so
moved to Virginia. Virginia is for lovers.
Virginia is for lovers. It's true. So Smoke and Ellis they hug by the trunk, and then Ellis leaves. Oh, and now he's driving the car. Hugh, that's what we call a payoff. This is good writing, actually. So he drives the car, and now we are back at the very opening scene, or one of the first opening scenes. He comes into the church. And let's conclude his story before we go back to Smoke. He goes into the church, and his dad's like, "Hey, I want you to renounce sin and the blues because those are inextricably linked," the movie says. And he is like, "Well, is he going to renounce his sinful ways? Why is this the conflict and not, Dad, you won't believe fucking vampires attacked and killed a bunch of people. Look, I've been injured." And they're like, "Oh my God, son, are you okay?" Why does none of that happen? Because the movie has a anti-Christian and anti-assimilationist message to push. So he's like, "Do you renounce sin and the blues?" And we don't see his answer, but he drives off on his own later, implying that he has decided that no, he's not going to renounce the sinners that he spent this whole movie with, because those are his people, and he's not going to give up singing the blues because that's antithetical to religion because the movie said so. And so he's going to go off on his own, probably to Chicago or somewhere, to play the blues. And that's the end of his story. Nothing about all the people that died, nothing about the vampires, no reunion with the dad, no sort of happy middle ground between the extremes in terms of the religious message. It's just religion's not for me because the religion was forced on us by white people and blues wasn't. So therefore, I'm going to pick the blues. And that's the end of his story. It's garbage.
The end of his story until the after the credits scene where he's an old man playing the blues and he learns about the deal.
Yeah. Yeah, so I suppose that is the true end of the story. Obviously, he grows up to be a buddy guy with the scar on his face and playing the blues, and look at him playing the blues. And then he meets with the two vampires that he assumed died but aren't dead. They offer to turn him, and he says, what? He says, no thanks?
I'm good.
Or does he want them dead? Is he angry at them? What happens there?
He plays them a song, and then they leave, is what it looks like.
I'm gonna watch this scene after we're done with this. just to be done with this movie entirely. But I cannot believe that shit. That's crazy. So Ellis's story sucks through and through, and they waste any narrative opportunity they have to do anything interesting. Now let's return to Smoke. We've already done quite a bit of damage to Smoke's character, not just in terms of his intelligence level, but also agreeing to let the demon possessing his brother Stack's body live. That's crazy. He's a terrible person. Fuck him. So now he has his trunk, right? And by the way, worth mentioning, the only reason that Smoke will come to believe that the KKK members are actually, this has all been a ruse, a trap to take their money, and then they're going to come by when they least expect it and kill them all here. That's the KKK's plan the whole time. That was always their plan. The only reason he knows that, or even gets that as an idea, is because the evil vampire Remick tells him that. And the movie and everyone in it just believes that to be true, even though it should be highly suspicious, if nothing else. Doesn't that seem like a ruse?
I mean, he's throwing everything at the wall at that point, so you would think that maybe they'd be a little suspicious of it, but they kind of just play it. They're like, knew it.
I knew it. I knew they were no good. And so
the guy said they don't exist anymore, but I know that's not true. You think I'm stupid? I only started a gambling parlor / juke joint in the poorest part of Mississippi, and am upset that I'm not making money on my first night. And I threw a guy who had wine all around his face out to the wolves when vampires attacked, and I almost got killed by a vampire because I tried to hand him money, and I kept pointing guns at them. I'm not stupid. You fool me once. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He is a really dumb character.
He's pretty dumb. But he's got his trunk now. And we get a little scene where I think the lighting is really bad in the scene, but whatever. It's early morning hours. He's sitting on his trunk. He's trying to roll himself a cigarette, but he's so traumatized that his hands are shaking. And then now it's the next morning. And guess what? The KKK shows up. No, not under cover of darkness, not even in early morning anymore. They show up in what looks to be, based on shadows and everything, like 11 or 12, middle of the day. And they show up in their cars and they're like, come on, boys, let's go kill all the darkies in here. And so they pull out their guns, like no cover of anonymity.
The door's locked. Like,
so
there's nobody there.
Yeah, it looks like there's no one there. There's no cars. There's no nothing. There's no noise coming from inside. They didn't come here at night, which you might expect, or anything like that. They just show up in the morning when presumably no one would be there. I don't know why they expect everyone to be there, but basically no one's there except for Smoke, who's actually hiding in the woods not too far away with, like, I don't know,
high-powered rifle. Yeah.
Yes, with a little stand, like a World War I type gun. I don't know guns like that, but he's sitting in the woods and he's shooting them and he's mowing them down and he's killing a whole bunch of them. And then Hugh, what does he do? But he gets up from his cover to just walk through the wide open with no cover whatsoever to keep shooting at them. He switches guns to a Tommy gun and he's spraying and praying, killing all the ones he can instead of. Okay, so here's the thing, Hugh.
Tell
He
me the
talks
thing.
he talks so much shit in this movie about being a soldier, right? He's a terrible soldier.
Yeah, we've
He's
established
a
that with his tactical gamesmanship earlier.
Yes. This
He's
is the worst example of it. He has cover. They don't know where the bullets are coming from. He's mowing them down like crazy. And he's like a few, let's say 10 to 15 seconds away from having killed all of them. And then he just gets up from his cover to walk through the open to keep shooting at them. And then what do you know? He gets shot. Oh no. Who could have seen this coming except
a soldier.
everyone? Except for fucking everyone.
A soldier could have seen that. A soldier would have known. Don't do that. You'll get shot. But he doesn't
What do
want
you
like
know?
he's not intent on living. And like I think that's the idea, right? Is that he wants to die here, right? Like that's
Yeah,
got to be it.
I think that doesn't really follow from his character, to be perfectly frank. I
Yeah,
think
because he took off the mojo bag, which was clearly keeping him alive, which is why
like
Stack couldn't kill him.
so first of all, that would interfere with his plan to kill them all, right? Coming out into the open, because like one lucky shot, he's dead, and then there's so many of them. It doesn't accomplish his goal, so that's one dumb reason to do it. I just don't actually think it follows on from his character that he's just like, I'm
Like
gonna
I
kill
would be
myself
a
now
lot more
in a
okay
blaze
with
of
that,
glory.
right? Like if he's trying to do that, right, but he wants to take as many of them with him as he can, right? I'd be a lot more okay with it if he starts this off, gets up into the middle of it, right? Like walks into the shit and starts like and exposes himself. Nothing's happening, and then at the end, when the guy pulls a gun on him at the end, like right at the end, he pulls the mojo bag off, thus kind of giving us a little bit more of a hint, like, oh, okay, that thing was protecting him, and now he doesn't want to be protected anymore, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I guess. See, here's the part of the other reason that I'm annoyed with the explanation that he just wants to die at this point is that like you don't even have it that he lost I mean he did kind of lose everyone, but he also just let his brother live even though he's an evil vampire kind of thing. And then he's got Ellis, who's the only one that survived with him, and he's like, "You go live your life. I'm gonna kill myself now." Instead of like wanting to be with him and protect him and or anything like that. I don't know. It just
well, yeah, I mean, like he's trusting a demon in his brother's body to keep its word, not to kill. You would think that maybe he would want to like, I don't know, spend a year,
you.
maybe more before you decide to kill yourself like this.
Well,
Maybe
I
you
mean,
spend a little bit of
it's not like
time
I can't.
ensuring that the vampire sticks to its word. I don't know.
Yeah, well, he shouldn't have left him alive. Period. That's abjectly retarded. But the other thing is, he talked about earlier in the movie how like he went up to Chicago, found that it was just like down here, whatever. That's his perspective. And then when he's talking to Ellis, he's like, you don't need to go to Chicago. You need to go to this place that I don't remember the name of, but it's like a black owned town where it's a bunch of proper black folk. And, like like, all these black owned businesses, and it's this amazing place. You should go there instead. It's a sort of weird vision of like a promised land here on Earth. The reason he can't go, he tells Ellis, is because like, oh, the mayor knew my father and he thought that like since my father was evil that the evil wouldn't fall far from the tree, and so I'm not welcome there, but you should go there, Ellis. So he's got this sort of like idyllic place in his mind that he could go as well. And
Wakanda
then
forever.
Wakanda forever. I don't know. Maybe it does make some sense that he just wants to die at this point, but I just felt like
I don't think it's like too out of touch. It's just kind of the cheap way out, you know.
yeah.
It's like a cheap
I don't
heroic
know.
death, and it's not. It's a little bit stapled on, as somebody said too, because it's like, yeah, we know the clan are bad guys, but they had no bearing on the story, really, through
Not
90%
really.
of it. So, yeah,
Um, okay, yeah, you know what? Okay, maybe I can be convinced he just wants to kill himself. I just don't think it was very well handled, especially because like he risks the possibility of not killing them all, um, and like totally blowing his cover immediately. You know what I mean? Like he
yeah,
doesn't go about it in a way that seems congruent with wanting to kill them all and then just wanting to die. If that makes any sense.
yeah. I mean, yeah.
Anyway, it's not the strongest criticism, but it just something about it rubbed me the wrong way.
Well,
Anyway,
the whole scene is pretty dumb. Like,
yeah, it's yeah, like we said, it's tacked on. It's so cleaved away from like the rest of the main drama of the movie,
yeah,
and it's framed like a heroic ending, but it's just like so unsubtle and uninteresting and lame. And then after a result of everything that happens to him, instead of having any sort of feeling like he wants to live on and protect his cousin and anything like that, he just wants to die so he can be with his dead mother and child now. And so he's going to go out in a blaze of glory, killing all those obviously evil KKK men and then dying. And like, I don't know, it's just kind of lame. Maybe, okay, so I take back the bit about him blowing his cover because he wants to die.
yeah.
Sure, sure. And so he gets the KKK guy. The KKK guy says something racist, so he shoots him. And now he's left alone. He's just smoking a cigarette. And he looks over. Well, he doesn't kill him straight away. He looks over and he sees the mother of his child there in white, and she's got the baby. And she says, "If you put out the cigarette, like if you put out that smoke, you can hold him." And so,
Hey, get
you
it?
know,
Because his name is Smoke.
yeah, and the smoke is, it's not just his name, it's his like persona, right? And his life of crime and all that sort of stuff. And so he feels like the one last thing he has to do is kill this guy, and then he can finally be free of that and be with his child. Whatever. It's like in a better movie, maybe. In a better movie, there'd be something praiseworthy there. But everything about his character is just utterly destroyed surrounding this.
Yeah. Well,
So
there's not very many that survive.
yes. So he holds the baby, he sort of embraces Elijah instead of Smoke, So he's sort of like redeemed.
Sort of.
Well, the movie treats him as redeemed. Like the
Yes.
movie treats him as he gets to reunite with his family in heaven, or a sort
On
of
the
like,
ancestral plane, please.
yeah, yeah.
There is no
Sorry,
Christianity in this movie. It
no,
is
you're
all
right.
hoodoo and Wakandanese, all right?
But it is framed as something of a redemption, and I feel like it only really comes because he killed a bunch of KKK guys. Otherwise, what exactly did he do to redeem himself?
He let Stack live,
Yeah, well, that's totally incongruent with it. But is there anything else he did to really like redeem himself?
killed the White Devil. I don't.
Yeah, like I mean, that's really it. So like he sort of redeemed like, but he doesn't even. It's not like he even lets go of the criminal persona. He's just like, all right, let me just get one more in real quick, and then I
Yeah,
can
let
be
me
done.
just kill this one honky real quick.
Yeah, and it's like, well, sure, by the movie's logic, they're obviously murderous and evil, so
Yeah.
it's not unreasonable, but it's just like we haven't redeemed any of the negative parts of his character, but we're treating it like it's a redemption that is earned somehow.
Yeah, they're trying. They try. Not only
So it's like,
there is only voodoo and Chinese heaven in this universe. Chinese heaven is iffy. We don't know if they go to heaven. They both burn alive, and they're just gone. We do know that their ancestor spirits like hip hop. That is the main takeaway that we get about the Chinese.
yeah, I feel like there was some meme. I can't remember it now, but I feel like there was some meme, but it's like the meme where like you get to heaven, but it's Chinese. Just what that reminds me of. Um, so yeah, so he's sort of he gets the happy resolution with his loved ones and ancestors on the ancestral plane. Like he's redeemed himself by killing the obviously evil guys and not really redeeming himself for any of the other bad things he's done. So that feels kind of lame. We already talked about Ellis's story, and so like I said,
The end
Buddy
of the
Guy
movie.
plays some guitar, then the credits roll and you think it's done, but there's a whole 6 minute scene where they make it even worse. And that is the end of Sinners. We did it. We finally got there. Um I think that's pretty fucking bad.
Yeah,
Pretty
it's pretty
fucking
dire,
bad.
man. It's bad. It's not
Listen,
good.
the only reason that I wouldn't like that the only thing stopping me from saying that it's like awful is just knowing how much more awful things can be. Not because there's anything especially good about it. In terms, we talked about the plot falling apart. Everything that happens in the back half of the movie happens for stupid, incongruent reasons. We do damage to the characters. They're thin at worst and contradictory. Like, sorry, they're thin at best and contradictory at worst. The theme
The
is
theme is like
troubling.
troubling. Troubling in the best light. I would go so far as to call it outright racist.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is, and I think the only degree to which it isn't is perhaps because it's confused about what it's actually trying to say. But it's pretty bad. It's. I think the worst thing about it is it presents a sort of like unified vision of humanity sharing cultures and treating each other with kindness as a demonic trick meant to destroy the authenticity and sanctity of Black culture. Like
Travion, that comment, you missed two very important letters. Oh shit, that's funny. Yeah, the Irish are evil. That's what I learned. The Irish are the devil.
yeah,
But
yeah.
really, it's the English. It was the English all
A
along.
wasp. It was the wasp all along. Yeah, I think it's amazing to see how many people, because certain people will just vibe with and agree with the theme of this story because
Well, we've met
they have
one of
terrible.
them today.
Yes, there are plenty of them, but all I think there are a lot of people out there that wouldn't agree with the message of the movie if they picked up on it, and I don't think we're really grasping much here. I think it's all there pretty clearly. A couple of things. The movie thinks the blues comes from Africa and it's purely black, and Christianity was forced on black people, therefore it's bad and not true. And also assimilationism is a demonic trick. And what else? What else, Hugh? Um, the cultural appropriation is fine when we do it, and yeah,
Yeah.
that's the
Defrosted
gist
Robot
of
says, I
it.
don't think people are really thinking that hard about this film. I would assume they're probably not. However, they are going to inevitably praise it because of how potent the metaphor is.
Yeah.
And I think that if you go into a movie basically praising the metaphor, the metaphorical message behind it, you're sort of
The thematic
inviting
content.
the
Yeah.
thematic content, you're inviting these sorts of hard looks, you could say. And I think that upon if these people were consistent in their viewpoint, I think that they would realize that that is not something that should be praised. But they're not. So, yeah, they're retarded.
It just the whole thing thematically feels really tribal and segregationist and regressive, and not helpful and not good for culture. I just don't think it is good for American society, for Black people to feel like they have to be completely separate from the broader culture because everyone else is just trying to steal what's authentically theirs and to give in to a sort of view of cultural assimilation into like a broader American identity as evil. Like that's just doing damage to society. I don't think that's good at all. I think the best case scenario for all the people that are absolutely glazing the shit out of this movie is that they just aren't thinking about that at all and just think, there was cool vampire stuff and cool music
And I
and
like
wow.
Michael B. Jordan.
And I
So,
like Michael B. Jordan.
yep.
See, I actually agree with I disagree with the notion that everyone will have forgotten about this movie in a month anyway. I think
I
this is
don't
the
think that's true. I
movie.
think this is going to the Oscars.
Yeah,
I think this is going to be nominated for Best Picture. I would almost be willing to put money on this. Oh, oiled and lube phalanx with the super chat. I saw that comment a couple times. I'm sorry I didn't call it out. When the KKK guy says the clans no more, I thought the movie was going to have the vampires use the KKK to cover up crimes so people don't know about vampires. That would have been something
interesting.
more interesting.
It's
That's
another
for sure.
interesting thing that they refuse to do.
Yeah.
Lord McSmith, thank you very much for the super chat. The English forced Christianity on black people, and black people hated it so much that they passed it on to their children. Yeah, uh, yeah, and that's the thing that I find most baffling is how many is that like I haven't really seen the pushback from like Christian African Americans who take their religion seriously, of which there are many in this country. Maybe even most. I don't know the numbers there, but like they're big on it. They're big on Christianity. Like I remember I remember being in art school with you of all people. And like
Hey,
at one
it's
point
me.
there was just a little whiteboard in one of the like editing rooms. And I just as a meme, I wrote like a little like pentagram-y type thing. I said, "Hail Satan," just as a joke. Like it was obviously a joke. And one of our pupils, this black girl was like, "Jamie, what the fuck are you doing?" I was like, "What?" And she's like, black people don't fuck with that kind of shit." And it was
Yep.
very amusing.
Yep.
But like I don't understand that. I think it's so obvious. It's so obvious that the movie has this view that like Christianity isn't black culture and we need to preserve what is black culture and return to a sort of like pagan animistic generic tradition because it's not specific. It's not well fleshed out what the alternative is here.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
it's the message is there. I think it's unavoidable.
True pop culture. Appreciate the super chat. Good to see you. The biggest red flag in the film. I mean, honestly, the biggest red flag in the film for me was the part where they declared that the blues was universally from Africa and not foisted upon black people like Christianity. This came from West Africa and it is theirs and nobody else's, and no one else is allowed to have it. That was my big red flag because that's sort of what
Yeah.
drives the message
Yeah.
of the movie, and it's very anti-historical. It's not true, and it's
It's
rather
anti-art.
annoying. Yeah,
Anti-art. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that is
I
that
mean, in
is
a way, it's like the craziest thing about it is like it is anti-integration, right? Like
yes.
it's full on. It's anti New Orleans, number one. It's like it goes against the entire cultural fabric of that city alone, right? Which it
Well, I
borrows a
mean,
lot
it's just
from
the
it.
South in America in
Yeah,
general. You know, it's not just New Orleans, but
like
Mississippi and the South and
Mississippi,
all
like
that sort of stuff.
any delta cities, right, are like driven by that sort of cultural interchange, and it's an anti-American sentiment overall, right? That like
Yeah.
we can't share things. Like they're not allowed to be shared because white people come along and do too much to get it, right? Or like essentially, because like they have no problem bringing the Chinese people in, but it's the white ones. Those are the ones who you got to look out for. They're the ones who like we can't have them inside. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I just think this movie is ugly.
Yeah.
It's ugly visually, it's ugly thematically, the character work is ugly. It's just kind of a repulsive, dumb, boring,
To
lame
true,
movie.
you missed the part earlier where we had somebody who was We had a little troll in the chat. Slim, if you're still here, love you, buddy. You little retard. Good. Thanks for joining. Thanks for watching for all 6 hours, dipshit. Where did
Thanks for
Blue's
creating another account just so you could
just
come
so you
back
could
and
come back in and yeah, compare
call
us
us
to the
Remix.
best.
That's pretty
Remix,
funny.
it's pretty good.
You know what? This was just for you, Slim. Remick is the best character in the whole movie. Yeah, so have
R.I.P.
fun with
Malad.
that. He has a real one.
I identified strongly with
Yeah.
him because I like stealing
Yeah.
blues from black people too.
Thoughts on the score? I thought the score was overbearing and omnipresent in the worst way. I had this problem with Oppenheimer as well, which also was a Ludwig Göransson score. I think some of the bits of score themselves are fine, but the music is in such a high percentage of the movie that it doesn't actually allow you to sink into scenes. It makes certain sections feel like montages when they shouldn't, and the music is very insistent about telling you how you ought to feel about everything that's happening. Some of the musical scores are so camp that they don't belong in the movie, but could be fun if this was a camp blaxploitation fun ride. But it is not really, and so I think some of the music doesn't work. Not an especially big fan. Well, the real core of the movie is that scene where he summons people from the past in the future. That whole musical, we'll call it like a montage or tone poem, whatever you want to call that. That shit was ass. That shit sucked.
Yeah, that was
really hard.
one of my least favorite part.
Terrible.
But the Rocky Road to Dublin is a banger. This is not the best version. It's a good song.
No. Yeah.
Matthew Leach, are we going to cover Alex Garland's new movie, Warfare? I didn't know he made another movie.
So I'll give you the short version of it. It is a movie that he co-wrote and co-directed. It's an Iraqi war movie, or maybe it's Afghanistan, one of those two. And the movie was written and co-directed by a veteran. So it's like his story. Alex Garland is helping him tell it. So I have heard good.
Actually be good.
Yep. That was my thought, and I've heard that it's good from a few people. So it's definitely something I want to check out. I've just been busy with work recently and haven't had the time. It's on the list to check out. So if I check it out and it's worth talking about, I will tell Hugh to watch it as well, and maybe we'll see what Alex has been up to.
I thought he was done after Civil War. Thought he hung up the
I think
the director's chair.
It's like a slightly different one because he's sort of like helping this guy tell the story. You know what I mean?
Yeah, interesting.
I agree with the Frosted Robot who says that the editing in this film was also
really bad.
Not
the editing is bad. I like
not a fan.
Yeah. The end credits scene editing is like bad enough that I don't think most people realized that it was even there. You know?
Yeah.
I sure didn't.
I think it's bad. I think it's one of the most overhyped movies in years.
Yeah.
I don't think it's good. I think maybe this is the kind of movie that certain people will admit isn't actually all that great in a few years once it's safe, kind of like Black Panther. But in the meantime, everyone's going to pretend this is the greatest thing. You know, it's kind of funny. I shouldn't be that extreme about it because I have looked at some of the reviews that are counted as positive on Rotten Tomatoes, and a lot of them are like, yeah, it's a mess, but it's ambitious, and so I'm going to give it a thumbs up. And so like a lot of the the praise is even like, yeah, sure, maybe all the pieces don't fit together, but it takes some bold swings, and that's worth praising. I disagree.
Yeah, they never say that when they don't say that as often when it's not Ryan Coogler directing it.
Yeah. I'm inclined to believe that the whole endeavor of art is to take a whole bunch of pieces and fit them together into a coherent whole. Like that is the whole artistic process in terms of what the craftsmanship actually is. So if you have a tonal, thematic, and like plotted mess, then you haven't actually done good work at all. And so I'm not inclined to give you credit for being bold if you didn't do it well. I'm just that it's not something that I'm inclined to give you credit for. The other thing that I'm really not a fan of, and you've seen it a lot in discussions of movies like this, is that we ought to be supporting original films even if we don't think they look very good, and even if we don't think they are very good, because, well, if we don't support original films, then we won't get more original films. I hate that shit.
Yeah,
I don't agree with it at all.
I think if we
I will
support,
not.
yeah, I think we need to support,
Good
yeah,
films.
good
One
films.
good films and films that you reasonably think will look good before you've seen them. It's that simple.
It's ambitiously racist. That's funny. We didn't actually touch on it yet. This can be our last little note. Where did the $90 million go?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Let's come back to that. So I don't see $90 million worth of production value in this movie. I know they shot it on like the two most expensive film formats ever, but that's like for a movie like this, most of the money is above the line spending, which is the producers, the director, the top billed actors. That's above the line spending. That's where the majority of that $90 million went, almost for sure. So I'm sure Ryan Coogler got paid handsomely. I'm sure Michael B. Jordan got paid twice. I like this is one of many modern movies with something like 12 to 15, maybe even more producers on it. For a movie like that, it can vary quite a bit, but I'm sure a lot of those people are making like at least $500,000 each. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, why is the composer an executive producer on this movie? Except for Ryan Coogler wanted him to help get that bag. You know what I mean? This doesn't strike me as because I've talked about this before, but there are like two kinds of directors in this regard. There are people like Wes Anderson who have movies like Asteroid City, which I didn't even think was all that great. But what is impressive about it is that it had an absolutely stacked cast and it only cost $20 million to make. There were giant sets out in the desert, all these costumes, blah, 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 miniatures, all that sort of fun stuff. More famous people than you've ever seen in a Wes Anderson movie. And it only cost $20 million. Why? Well, because people wanted to work with him. And so they agreed to work for less than they're worth. Like, Tom Hanks is, can get a lot of money to do a movie, but agreed to be in a Wes Anderson movie because he wanted to be in a Wes Anderson movie. So he worked for less than he was worth. Same with people like Scarlett Johansson, who I believe at the time and maybe still is the like best paid woman in Hollywood. So like, especially from those Avengers movies.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, when actors want to work with a director and a director can only really get funding for a movie for like a low amount like that, they'll do it. But then there are directors like Martin Scorsese. And I know this is true for Martin Scorsese. I believe this is true for Ryan Coogler as well, based on everything I've seen, where there is no real attempt to try to make the movie for as little as possible in order to keep the costs down and ensure the financial success of the movie. I feel like when it comes to Killers of the Flower Moon, which cost like something like $250 million just for production, like people would work for less than they're worth to work with Martin Scorsese, but it doesn't seem like he even tries. It just seems like he's just like helping Leo get as much money as he can sometimes, because I don't see $250 million worth of production even in Killers of the Flower Moon, which is a good looking movie and it's long, but that's a lot of fucking money. Like, I just feel like some directors are just trying to get the most money they can for the film. Like, more budget equals more good, even if like the final result doesn't look like it cost that much. Like this, I don't know. I don't see $90 million worth of budget here. There's basically one major big set where most of the movie takes place. The only like bankable talent really is Michael B. Jordan.
Maybe
like
Haley Steinfeld.
Maybe for a certain kind of person, she's bankable, but I don't think a broader audience really knows her by name like that. Personally, I mean, she's kind of on the cusp, but like,
yeah, I mean, she was a pop star for a second. She was on True Grit, and then she was in Pitch Perfect, and she was a pop star. And
okay, sure, yeah, maybe she makes the cut as well, but it's not like. Oppenheimer cost $100 million. He's another good example. Oppenheimer's another period piece. It cost $100 million, was shot entirely on the most expensive film format of all time. And it has more dudes more famous dudes than any movie you've ever seen, just
Yeah.
stacked with a who's who of dudes in Hollywood. This movie doesn't have that, and it like cost about just as much. And I'm inclined to think it's because he just got the biggest budget he could because he was in a good negotiating position, and he made no effort to try to make it economically or like efficiently, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And I think the result of that will be that it'll be harder for the movie to make money. And I think that is actually, I mean, I think it will make its money, but it's kind of like cutting it a little close. Whereas if this was a movie that cost, let's say $50 million,
Yeah.
it would
Let's
have
say you did it
already
for
made a
50.
profit. Yes.
Yeah.
So
You would have
like
been
I don't know.
in the
I feel
clear.
like that does slightly more damage
I don't
to your
think you
movie.
did. Like, the crazy thing about this, right, is like, I don't think you needed it to go any higher than maybe 2025. Like, what did Nosferatu get made for? Because, like, I don't think you need much more than that for this.
Let's see what I'm gonna look up what Nosferatu made, but I agree. I think this is a movie that more or less as is, you could have probably made for 2025 if you really knew what you were doing. That's what I'm inclined to think.
Nosferatu was 50
Nosferatu.
million. So, like,
Yeah,
it
let's
cost
call it
50
50.
million to make. So let's call it 50. You could have made this on 50 million, $40 million less, and you would have cleared your,
Yeah.
like, you would have broken even on weekend one.
Yeah. Nosferatu also has more famous actors in it as well,
Yeah.
for one thing. But yeah, I don't know, just because we talked about it in terms of the budget for this movie. This is one of the most expensive horror movies of all time. It's certainly in the top 15. And I'm not seeing that production value on screen. Partly it's because I hate the lighting, so it
Yeah.
doesn't feel like we spent the money in the right places. I'm not especially wowed by the large format cinematography. There were very few shots. There are a couple that I looked at and said, "Wow, that's a good shot." That didn't happen very much. And I just rewatched the pilot of Mad Men, and I was saying that every 5 seconds. So I don't know. I'm not seeing the budget on screen, and I think this is kind of a blank check movie through and through
Yeah.
because he had done so well at the box office in the past, and he was highly sought after for, like I said, for box office reasons and for cultural reasons, because his stuff can appeal to certain markets and everything. They just kind of let him have as much money as he reasonably wanted, and it
Yeah.
didn't need to cost that much, but it did, and that's making it harder for the movie to be successful. I think it'll scrape by into success, but it really could have been a much bigger success if it was cheaper. And that's
Yeah.
what I have to
Yeah.
say about that.
That's all I've got to say about that.
The other thing,
Oh,
I'm not done
okay.
apparently, is that this is kind of a niche story, like through and through. This is a niche movie. This is like an elevated B movie premise, right?
Yeah.
Like,
No, this is like this is very From Dusk Till Dawn, right? Like, if
yeah,
you were gonna do that.
yes. What did From Dusk Till Dawn cost? 19 million back in what year was that? So 96. So that might be quite a bit more now. But the point is, I think like this is the kind of movie that costs so much that you need to do like wall to wall advertising during like March Madness and probably the NBA playoffs and like morning shows and stuff like that.
19 million in 1996 would have been roughly 38 million today.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, it could have been made for that. 100,000%. Yes.
Yeah.
So, like, but this is kind of, they took a chance, Warner Brothers did, with a massive budget, relatively speaking, on a sort of niche B movie premise that was always going to do better domestically than it would internationally. And because because it, does enough things right for a lot of mainstream audiences and all that sort of stuff, it's going to probably barely make a decent and a nice little profit, but it could have been huge if they just made it for less, essentially. And then there would be no question about having a long way to go for profitability and all that stuff. And From Dusk Till Dawn had a much stronger cast. There's that too.
Yeah.
1,000%.
Better
1,000%.
writing. There's a lot.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, 1,000% better writing. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
I think that is
I think
all that
that
is
about
left to
does
say
it.
about Sinners. We've said a lot. We've come a long way. And
We might have even learned some things.
I don't know. What did you learn, Hugh?
I learned people will really go to bat for this one. That's
Yeah, it this is in keeping with Black Panther in terms it's milder, less extreme in a lot of ways. Like I think
yes.
Black Panther is more racist than this,
Yeah, well,
but
I mean,
it's
the ethno state, the establishment of a utopian ethno state is always a little bit more than maybe white people shouldn't be allowed to play the blues. It's a little bit, yeah, like
it's more extreme.
it's kind of like
Yeah,
it's one of those things where like you say the first one so that the second one doesn't sound as bad, you know?
it's true. It's true. And I did have that thought. I was recently listening to EFAP cover Daredevil Born Again. And I was like, you know what? By comparison, this is not nearly as poorly written. So at least there's that. This is what I'll say about Sinners. I think standards have fallen so far that by comparison, this looks mediocre. but it's not. I
No.
don't think it's mediocre. I think it's bad. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah. We will
For real this
decide,
time.
I think probably next 2D animated Disney movie next week. That'll be
That
Alice
makes
in
sense to me.
Wonderland.
That makes sense to me. Yeah, we'll talk about it, but that's a decent plan.
All right.
Thanks for joining us. Thank you for
Sticking
all
with
the
us
super
and the
chats.
super chats and all of
Yeah,
that.
I double checked and I got them all eventually. So we got there. That's good. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope you had a wonderful time, everyone, including you. Name I've forgotten already, Trollman. I hope you had a good time. I hope you felt that this was a valuable use of your time. Thank you all for joining us, for all your fun contributions in the chat, and we will see you next time. Goodbye, friends. Stay safe out there. Watch out for culture vultures.
Squawk.